Saturday card coming up for you today with stakes action in the Soaring Softly. A loaded race as Dairy Nane looks to get back to the winner's circle after a late closing second in the Limestone last time out. She's one of three for trainer Christophe Clement in the race. And standing in their way, perhaps, is Charty Party, who was impressive in her debut at Keeneland last time out for Wesley Ward. Live racing for you today as well at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires. Some stakes action there too in the Kirtana. Temple City Terror, the winner of this race last year, gets back to her favorite distance of 1.5 miles on the turf today as Luck Money gets an equipment change today for Arnaud Delacour. She puts blinkers on and looks to get back to the winner's circle for her first stakes win since 2020. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. It's warm. So far, the sun is shining, and we're hoping that it stays that way. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by former champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, really looking forward to the stakes action later today. Of course, we have Belmont and Churchill, but that Soaring Softly, even with scratches, came up a really, really tough race.
Really tough race. 7 furlongs, such a hybrid kind of distance. You get horses that are coming out of shorter races, 5.5 furlongs, some turning back in distance, where the two worlds meet. I always love those races, very tactical. Jockeys races very often.
It is our America's Best Racing race of the week, the Grade 3 Soaring Softly, which will go as race number 9 today at Belmont Park. Really looking forward to it as we take a look at the field. Dairy Nane, as mentioned in the intro, she is 7-2 on the morning line. A key scratch in here of Haughty, who was coming back in her first start since finishing third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. We'll have to wait another day to see her back, so I think that will make Dairy Nane a pretty short price. She came flying last time out in the Limestone, Richie. Ruthin wired the field. This one came from pretty far back to close. A tale of two trips in this 5.5 furlong sprint.
Yeah, no doubt a tale of two trips. And, she looked like Joel was going to angle out at that point and get out in the clear. He decided to duck back inside. Wound up finding some room, finished resolutely. Feels like watching this race, 7 furlongs should suit her very well.
She is a good closer. She has that turn of foot. You see how she's closing late, and what a tough beat this was, as she really was flying. Joel Rosario will be aboard once again. It will be the furthest distance that this filly by Quality Road has gone so far in her career, but it is interesting, as you mentioned, you have, for example, Dairy Nane stretching out from 5.5. You have other horses in this race cutting back from 1 1/16 or a mile.
Yeah, and it's always interesting. We talk about all the time the Met Mile, right? You get horses that are distance horses turning back in distance, and then horses that are sprinters moving up in distance or stretching out in distance, if you will. Kind of the same situation here. I mean, obviously a little bit of a different level. What my question to you is, Dairy Nane has been exclusively 5.5 or 5 furlongs. Christophe Clement is one of those trainers that seems to have very good handle on how far his horses may want to go. I think it's a very European thing. A lot of European trainers are very specific about. Does that give you a pause that maybe he feels like this is starting to stretch her to her limits?
It might be. I think that that's a really big question for her today, because she has been very good going shorter because she has that explosive turn of foot. We'll see how she handles the 7th. I think one of his other fillies, Breeze Easy, may play right into the hand of the 7 furlongs filly by Bated Breath, who makes her first race stateside. An intriguing layer to it. And then you do have always the question, where does the pace come from? Meanwhile, at Churchill Downs, the Kirtana Stakes will be 1.5 miles on the turf as we take a look at the field. A couple of scratches in here. You are left with last year's winner, Temple City Terror. We welcome in Paula Duca live with us at Churchill Downs today, though. Polly, looks like the sun is shining, which is always a welcome sight. What do you make of today's Kirtana at Churchill?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful day here at Churchill Downs. We had some rain a little bit last night, but it stopped raining, I would say, about 2, 3 in the morning, and it's been sunshine since I've gotten here about a couple hours ago. We got fast and firm, and they were rolling the turf course late last night at the end of the card. And going into today, obviously Temple City Terror loves this racetrack. 3 for 4 over it. The 6-year-old mare, defending champion. She does have a second place finish as well in her 4 races. And when she won last year, she really won sort of in dominant fashion. It was a runaway leader. She was sort of chasing. And Ada Beschizza, I thought, gave this horse a tremendous ride. Now, he ridden her back last time, and she was up on the pace at Keeneland. Maybe that's just a little too short for her. Seems like she's more of a specialist at going 1.5 miles now at age 6. There are 2 races going this distance. She's got a win, and she's got a 3rd place finish. Is her last race an indication that maybe she's not coming into this race this year as good as she was last year? Maybe that's a chance for you to maybe get a long shot. And my long shot's going to be Undisturbed in here, the 9 for Chris Landeros and Ian Wilkes. If you look at this mare, 5-year-old mare by Lee, I get it. 2 for 9 in the last 2 years, 0 for 1 at the distance, but there's no pace in this race. And the last couple times that Chris has been on this horse, he has taken her to the front end, and she's gone wire to wire. Since then, Corey Lannery has sort of tried to rate her the last couple times. I think Chris completely sends, gets to the front end, tries to open 3 or 4 lengths like Mig used to, and just let her roll a little bit and see how this turf course plays. So I like the 9, Undisturbed. You're not going to get that 15-1 with a couple scratches that we have in the race, but obviously Temple City Terror is the mare to beat, Acacia.
Paul, thank you. Looking forward to all of that and potentially a nice price to the outside. And Paul brings up a good point. It's almost counterintuitive when you're going 1.5 miles, but if you have speed and you're able to take advantage of it at that distance, that's a big benefit.
I think my philosophy on it, Acacia, was always that why am I going to hold a horse up and slow down their natural gait and put the closers in the race? Now, that doesn't mean you send a horse and let them run all out, but allow them to use their stride efficiently, because if you hold up, basically, essentially your strategy is I'm going to outkick the kickers. I don't think that's a successful strategy. At some point, if you get comfortable, you have to allow your horse to start marching on and pull everybody into the race and elongate their run.
Really looking forward to that Kirtana, 1.5 miles on the grass for the fillies and mares a little bit later on at Churchill. Here's a look at what else is coming up on the program. Fast and firm, as Paul mentioned, at Churchill Downs. We have races 1 through 11 there. We're currently fast and firm in New York, too, at Belmont Park. We have that Soaring Softly. And don't forget about this, starting in race 5, we have a pick 6 carryover for you to take part in, too. Over $43,000. Of course, today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. And there's no better time to join Naira Bets, especially when there's a pick 6 carryover to take part of. Join today and get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes just 2 weeks from today. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to get that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. We'll kick off the live racing portion of our program beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs, the opener from Louisville after this, as we have a heavy favorite, Blue Jays, first off the claim for Chris Hartman. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. There's a look at those beautiful sunny skies Paul was talking about in Louisville, Kentucky, as we get ready to kick off the live racing action, starting with the opener, going 1 1/16 on the main track for this $40,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up, and favoritism has now shifted over to the 2 Starring in My Dreams. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, kicking things off with Cousin Larry.
Cousin Larry has a tendency to lag early. Would like to see some pace on to try to help his late run.
Here's that horse that's currently the favorite. Big drop in class for Starring in My Dreams.
A big drop in class, and I think that's probably why this horse is taking all the money. Last race left something to be desired. Time before at Oaklawn was good.
Horse who's taking the early money is Blue Jays, first off the claim for Chris Hartman.
Yeah, Chris Hartman's just been winning at 25%, having a really strong year.
Here's the 4, Beach Walker, off a win at Oaklawn Park.
This is a horse I like. I just don't see a tremendous amount of speed in here. He's got speed right to his outside. He should be in a good stalking spot.
Looking at the number 5, Direct Line for Peter Urton.
This horse should be loose on the lead. They're all going to have to reel him in. I wonder if he really wants the 1 1/16, though.
And the 6, Prioritization to the outside.
Yeah, a horse that has shown speed at different times, was well beaten by Beachwalker last time they faced off at Oaklawn Park.
That's the field for the opener, 9-5 on the 2. Starring in My Dreams does get that big drop in class. Paul, this horse faced so much tougher last time out. Do you think he finds his friends today?
Well, I think he does. You know, I don't know if his races before are good enough to win this race, because when you look back, the horse is 0 for 11 the last 2 years. So are we looking at a drop in class that this horse has needed for a long time? Now, it does say check nearing far turn. When you look, did he have a lot of run? Well, he had a little bit of run. I don't know where he was going to run that day. But like I said, 0 for 11. They've tinkered it around with the horse with blinkers the last couple times. So they're trying a little everything. Now Dallas Stewart's like, you know what? We need to drop in class. So this is the drop and pop. You know, this horse was in the Lexington and ran second. Was in the Pad Day Mile against Jackie's Warrior. So it's time for Starring in My Dreams to maybe show up here. We'll see if there's any claims in as well. I'm sort of along with Mig as well, because when you look at this race, the 3 and the 4, I'll disagree a little bit with Mig going that the 4 will be up close, because I think there is actually a little bit more speed. But the 3 and the 4, if you really look, are the 2 horses that can pass horses in this race. All the rest of these horses really can't. And I'm also in agreement that the 7 in here, excuse me, the 5 in here, Direct Line from Santa Anita from Peter Urton. A lot of the California horses that have come in here have been live off the plane, not second off the plane, but right off the plane. And I think this horse will get an aggressive ride from Ricardo. I do think there's some other speed, but I do think Mig is right. The 4 is going to be rolling late here, Beachwalker, and the 3 Blue Jays. I think those are the 2 horses you're going to have to hold off. But I do think the 5 Direct Line's a nice little bet. Currently, right now, it's 7-1.
A nice price indeed, Paul. Thank you. Direct Line coming in from California. Good point that he made about California horses shipping in right off the plane. Maybe take advantage, because the pace scenarios we see at the West Coast versus the East Coast are different.
Yeah, I mean, this horse looks like he is lone speed here too. I mean, he's coming off a race where he was in front going a mile. They went 23 flat the first quarter, but he's chased 21 and change paces sprinting. He's got a steady work tab, fired a 59 and change bullet work. 59 and change was not a bullet work at Churchill Downs. So he's already gotten a kind of test spin over the track.
Ricardo Santana Jr. going to be aboard, as that horse is the 2nd biggest price on the board. In fact, as the number 2, Starring in My Dreams, is 9-5 right now. And I agree with Paul. The short comment that he was checked in the stretch, it didn't seem like it was really at a pivotal moment to really have any impact on where he was going to finish.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was that severe. I thought,
yeah,
if anything, steady might have been a better terminology for that. Yeah. Kind of an interesting phenomenon what we're seeing, too, at Peter Urton. Now, horses in Kentucky, a lot of migration of West Coast horses to the Kentucky circuit and, more Midwest kind of. We see a lot of them at Oaklawn over the winter as well.
Absolutely. As a horse coming in from Oaklawn is the 4 Beachwalker. It is technically a drop in class off that win for Steve Assison, but I do think we have seen, too, that maybe some of the Oaklawn form doesn't stack up quite the same at Churchill.
Yeah, the one thing I do like that he has, his only other win was at Churchill Downs, but he doesn't have a really winning profile, does he? 25 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 9 thirds.
Yeah. We'll see if Beachwalker can make it 2 wins in a row for Steve Asmussen. The number 2, Starrin' in My Dreams, is the favorite for Dallas Stewart. The opener at Churchill Downs to kick off the live racing on our program. Coming up, here's track announcer Travis Stone standing by with the rest of the load and call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginnings for Beachwalker, Blue Jays, Starrin' in My Dreams, and Prioritization. Racing for the clubhouse turn, and Starrin' in My Dreams for that inside post, cuts the corner into the turn and grabs the upper hand. But Beachwalker's there, and Prioritization races up while wide. Starrin' in My Dreams and Prioritization to go head-to-head early. And Beachwalker backs off to be third. Cousin Larry sneaking through down inside, up to be fourth. Direct Line comes away fifth. The early trailer is Blue Jays, 5 lengths off the lead. Into the backstretch they go. They went that opening quarter mile in 24 and 1/5 seconds. Starrin' in My Dreams and Prioritization sharing the lead together. Neither in a hurry. Cousin Larry is tracking them in behind while third. Direct Line is up into fourth. Blue Jays advancing into fifth as Beachwalker tails off to the back of the pack. Moving for the far turn, the half in 48 seconds flat. And it's Starrin' in My Dreams with a narrow lead. Prioritization is hard on his heels. They're head in head with 3 furlongs to go. Cousin Larry is set down and angling outside from third. Direct Line is fourth. Blue Jays continues down inside fifth and only 3 lengths off the lead. Blue Jays is 4 behind with a quarter mile to go. Top of the stretch now. Starrin' in My Dreams comes off the turn fully extended, but Cousin Larry has now taken over. It's Cousin Larry in front with 1 furlong to go, but Blue Jays is coming now. Here comes Blue Jays up into second and coming after Cousin Larry. Cousin Larry holding on to the lead. Blue Jays trying to get by. Time to do it. Here comes the wire. Cousin Larry digs down to win it. Cousin Larry holds off Blue Jays. Farther back, Beachwalker, third, tight fourth, either Starrin' in My Dreams or Direct Line.
An upset in the opener at Churchill Downs is the number 1, Cousin Larry. Didn't lift a hoof last time out at Keeneland, able to hold off Blue Jays here at Churchill Downs in a very different pace scenario than we anticipated.
Yeah, when the 5-horse Direct Line just didn't break sharply and didn't jump with it, he was acting up a little in the gate, kind of threw the race into a little bit of disarray. The 2 Starrin' in My Dreams wound up on the lead. Beachwalker was chasing, didn't look that comfortable. Cousin Larry worked out an absolutely perfect trip under Gabriel Saez. And it just shows you when you have an inside post, 2-turn races, he got to sit right in behind the leaders, was always in striking position, saved all the ground, tipped out, and gave Saez a very strong finisher. He holds off the 3. Blue Jays with Mitchell Morrow.
1-3 under the line at Churchill Downs as we head back over to get ready to kick things off at Belmont Park. There's a look at Tough Tickets, who's currently 3-5 in the opener at Belmont, looking to get back to the winner's circle. We'll kick off the live racing action from Big Sandy after this on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the Test of the Champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at belmontstakes.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. And if you want to follow along and make sure you have all of the stats, the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races, well, Equibase has you covered with free Equibase past performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. Our first race at Belmont Park is a $16,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, as we see tough tickets currently at 3 to 5. And Richie, you and I were talking in the break that this horse, maybe he can win today. He's just tough to trust.
I think he's tough to trust. I mean, he had the race basically won last time and got picked off. He's a horse that broke his maiden at Tampa Bay in February of 21, wasn't seen for over a year, and dropped right in for 25. And the claim was voided. And then he shows up for 16. He gets beat in nose. I have a hard time taking that short of. He may win. At 4 to 5, he'll win without me.
An intriguing runner will kick off the post parade. Here's the one, Big Castle, first off the claim for Tom Morley.
I thought he was interesting. A horse that gets the rail, has Trevor McCarthy aboard, who back riding yesterday after a few days off after a tumble. I think very much the horse to beat.
72, a nice price on that runner right now as well, as he ran a good race last time out. Here's the 2, Breaking Stones. Luis Saez climbs aboard.
Yeah, ran well last time. Should be in a good stalking position.
He is 5 to 1, comes out of that same race as Big Castle. And here's your favorite, Tough Tickets.
Yeah, listen, he's a deserving favorite. I think he's a little bit too short a price for me for a horse that I think there are some questions.
3 to 5, as Jose Gomez will be aboard once again. Here's the 4, Centavo.
Centavo was claimed for 16, ran over his head several times, is finally getting back to that level and adds blinkers.
Blinkers also go on the number 5, Bohemian Ruby.
Yeah, horse that doesn't have much speed. Maybe the thought process is try to get this horse a little bit more involved with the blinkers.
Was pretty far back last time out, looking to turn things around today. Here is, yeah,
a horse that is like a bicycle. You see, if they're not pedaling, he's not running. You got to be fit to ride this guy.
And to the outside, off a maiden win. Here's the 7, Nova Loves a Fight.
Yeah, I think takes an appropriate drop. Wins for 25 maidens, down to 16 open. Usually horses are about worth half of when they break their maiden for a tag. They're worth about half of that price.
Well, you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Make sure to get started at naira.com/showdown. That's the field for the opener, 4 to 5 on Tough Tickets. Such a short price on this horse, who, yes, did run well last time. He was 3 to 5 last time out. Jose Gomez rode him, and he was beaten a nose, beaten by a 13 to 1 shot, but able to hold off a closer outside 2. The question is, can he replicate that race? Does he maybe move forward off of it? What do we get at such a short price today?
Yeah, and again, I mean, he really looked like he had this race won, and then he kind of coughed it up a little bit late. Interesting, Todd Pletcher doesn't ride apprentices very often. He went to the apprentice here, Jose Gomez. It looked to me just like he got married to the horse on the lead and was very content running alongside of him.
Colt by Nyquist, who looks to get back to the winner's circle for the first time since February of 2021, as this horse is such a short price right now. We kick off the early pick 5 in this race. The number 1, Big Castle, meanwhile, is first off the claim for Tom Morley. And Trevor McCarthy, as you mentioned, unfortunately last Friday did have a spill where his mount Remote stumbled coming out of the gate, and Trevor fell. Thankfully, the horse completed the race without the jockey, was apprehended, and the horse was fine. But going over his mount's head like that was very body sore, and I'm sure such a big deal for Trevor to come back yesterday, and his first mount back was a winner.
For so many reasons. For your own confidence, just put that behind you, come back and win. And for people that employ you, the owners and trainers, they want to see that you're 100%. They want to see you win. Then they go, well, physically he's okay, mentally he's okay, because it's a balance, Acacia. Sometimes, physically you're fine, but a fall will shake you up. Yeah. Your best riders are able to shrug those things off and, go on. You could see how awkwardly he fell there. That was a very hard stumble. And it really takes you off guard on the turf because horses generally don't stumble leaving the gate on the turf. You'll see it far more on the dirt.
He is aboard Big Castle right now at 3-1 as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. And Maggie, before you say anything else, no, the green dresses were not planned. It's just great minds think alike, right, Maggie?
Absolutely, Acacia. It's a good thing we don't have to stand in front of a green screen, though, because I'm sure people would have a lot of fun with our attire today. But as you guys talking about Trevor McCarthy, I caught up with him in the paddock, and you could see in that replay when he landed, he immediately grabbed his back, and he said that he did have some bulging of disc in his lower back, and with some chiropractic work, he's gotten everything sorted out. And obviously that was the case yesterday as he got right back to the winner's circle. His mount Big Castle looks very good here. He's definitely the main threat to your favorite in number 3, Tough Tickets, who, I watched him warm up here. He's moving very well. He's a horse that I do think struggles with his airway, so with getting his air. So I'm not sure why the claim was voided, 2 back, but he looks fine. He's not really my cup of tea. He's not your really typical Todd Pletcher horse. He's a very kind of lighter frame type that really doesn't carry much conditioning across his top line. So I'm never going to be one that's feeling a bit very warm and cozy about selecting or recommending Tough Tickets, but he's run fast enough to definitely be a major player here. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot with the horse dropping down to the level that he was claimed for in number 4, Centavo. He gets back to a fast track. We haven't really seen him on that much lately, although he was on 1-2 back in a tougher race in that non-2 for 40 as some sprinkles are coming down here as I stand in the winner's circle, but he has a short cut blinker as he stretches back out to a mile, and a horse that I think is just built more for more distance. Looks great as far as conditioning. I think he's very, very intriguing. The horse that caught my eye, though, number 5, Bohemian Ruby, I should say, puts a bigger cheater cut blinker on. But then again, he always looks good. But he's one that, yes, he's done okay as a racehorse, but maybe he just catches my eye, Acacia, because I think he should be in the show ring because he is such a pretty horse. He's going to have to really improve his game, though, to be competitive here.
Maybe we found Maggie's next project, OTTP Bohemian Ruby. But Maggie, thank you. 22-1 on this one, who does get back to what seems to be his preferred surface. As Maggie mentioned, some light sprinkles falling. You do see from the other side of Belmont Park a little bit of a darker sky. From our vantage point, we see some blue sky, so hopefully that's what we have coming more down the line, Richie, but of course following the weather throughout. Again, we are fast and firm as of now, but it looks like as far as the weather scheduled, we'll be getting less rain than originally anticipated.
Yeah, we got rain up by me, 100 miles north of here this morning, considerable rain, and there was rain all the way down to about the Croton Reservoir on the way down, and then it kind of cleared up. You can see it is a little bit darker and ominous to the north of us.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Hopefully Maggie's been able to find cover. 3-5 though on Tough Tickets, who did have that big warm-up under Jose Gomez. And one thing I've noticed about Jose, an apprentice rider we've talked a lot about on this show, he gives horses very good warm-ups, and I really like that about him. He really gets his horse going on the track, and he seems like he gets acquainted with his horses in doing so as well.
We've seen this too. It was more of a trend where guys are giving horses more aggressive defensive worms, more guys leaving the pony.
They've been listening to you.
Well, it's something I always believed in. And honestly, you know, I think riders having confidence that they can handle these horses. People should never underestimate how strong these horses are. Another one of the reasons why jockeys ride with shorter stirrups, not just to be aerodynamic and make it easier for a horse to carry weight, centering it on a horse's withers, but also to have some leverage with your body weight to be able to control them.
We saw a shot of Trevor McCarthy. Big Castle is his mount. First off the claim for Tom Morley. And Trevor, as Maggie mentioned, that pain, that soreness in his back after that fall. Tough to come back from physically and mentally. And I know all of us just so happy to see him back in the saddle where he belongs.
Oh, absolutely. And great to win right away. Put it behind you. It's amazing how a win kind of lets the pain dissipate a little bit. Now, Big Castle's a horse that doesn't always break very sharply. I like inside posts for horses like that because they're not going to run the risk of getting pinched or squeezed between two horses if he does break a half a step slow.
He will break to the inside with Trevor McCarthy, your favorite, in post position 3 at Tough Tickets as he goes in with apprentice jockey Jose Gomez aboard race 1 at beautiful Belmont Park. Coming up next, Tough Tickets. He's a short price. If you have him on your tickets, let's see if he delivers today. We'll soon find out. Here's track announcer John Imbrial standing by with the call.
Waiting now for and Nova loves a fight. What out? They're all in. And they're off. Tough Tickets is right out for the early lead. Breaking Stones now moving up on the inside to challenge. So it's Tough Tickets and Breaking Stones and Centavo not far behind in third on the outside. Big Castle is down at the rail. Bohemian Ruby is alongside. Nova Loves a Fight. And the trailer, up front. There goes Centavo to challenge Breaking Stones. And now the favorite Tough Tickets sits just off of them in third. The quarter went in 23 and 2. Centavo in the red blinkers on the outside puts a nose in front, but Breaking Stones counters again, and Breaking Stones is now the leader by a head. Centavo on the outside. Tough Tickets is next in third. A break of 2 to Big Castle, who's running in fourth. Bohemian Ruby on the outside in fifth. Farther back, Nova Loves a Fight, and Tough Tickets splits horses now and challenges for the lead. It's Tough Tickets in between, Breaking Stones at the rail, Centavo on the outside. 3 of them right together, and Big Castle not far behind in fourth with Tough Tickets taking over to get clear by 3/4 of a length. The half in 46 and 4, 1/4 of a mile to the finish. It's Tough Tickets in front. Breaking Stones down towards the rail. Then Centavo and Big Castle. Tough Tickets leads inside the 3/16 pole. Tough Tickets by almost 3. Then Breaking Stones, Big Castle, and Centavo. It is Tough Tickets with the lead, and the lead is now 5 lengths. Big Castle is a clear second. It will be Tough Tickets to take the opener at 4-5. Big Castle was second. Breaking Stones held third.
The favorite, a winner, Tough Tickets at 4-5 indeed, as this horse broke sharply under Jose Gomez and ended up just being best in here.
Yeah, no doubt, and he worked out a very good trip. I was questioning the judgment of when he broke so sharply, not just allowing him to go to the lead, but Jose Gomez sat very quietly. He was in between horses, never dropped back far enough to lose his position, though. Kind of made sure he got up in there into the turn and drew off as much the best. Nice run from Big Castle, who broke slowly again, but finished resolutely under strong handling from Trevor McCarthy. Very logical result. I still couldn't have taken him at 4-5.
Tough price to take indeed. 3-1-2 logical finish in the opener at Belmont Park. Tough Tickets, the winner for trainer Todd Pletcher. We'll bring you prices and reactions, plus a lot more live racing after this break. We'll also talk about the Kentucky Derby winner who has been prepping for the test of the champion just 2 weeks away. Is the Belmont Stakes. Final preps in the works for the third leg of the Triple Crown. More on Rich Strike's preparations after this.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Route 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Our approach to mental health counseling started with a focus mostly on substance abuse. And then in time we realized there are also a group of people who have mental health problems apart from substance abuse. Problems with depression, anxiety would be the main problems that they have. So we developed collaborations recently with Northwell Health to provide mental health counseling and a much expanded continuum of mental health care. And we have similar programs in Saratoga as well. So our primary health care doctors and nurses and others are trained to see mental health as part of a holistic issue. The mind is connected to the body, and the body is connected to the mind, and absolutely the two are interrelated. And it's a real mistake in medicine to treat mental health as a silo, as if it has nothing to do with the rest of you. So yeah, we're always trying to do it in an integrative, holistic way.
And of course, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so much work going on behind the scenes on the backstretch here at NYRA, supporting those who need it. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Humble, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, and Paul LaDuca with you on this Saturday afternoon. We head back on over to Churchill Downs to get ready for race 2, a mile on the main track in this $10,000 claiming race. 2-to-1 favorite down to the inside. The number 1, Zaffa, ran quite well last time out on the turf. Now goes to the dirt, and he will kick off our post parade.
Yeah, but does own a fast dirt track win at Churchill Downs, and shows that he's proficient on either surface.
First off the claim for Matt Shearer as well. Here is the 2, Make Noise.
Make Noise dropping slightly in class, showed speed 2 turns. This is a 1-turn mile. How will that translate?
We had to have out of a second place finish at Oaklawn Park. Been a long time since this horse has seen the winner's circle. Here's the 3, Ravenio.
Yeah, from Nick Zito's having a tough year, has yet to win a race, but has some live runners today.
Does indeed, and Maiden special weight a little bit later too that we will talk about. That's his charge there with Tyler Gaffleone. Here's the 4, Altered.
Yeah, Altered stretching back out in distance after facing state breds, Indiana breds. It's going to have to improve.
That horse is currently in 9-1, as is the number 5, Tio Blas.
Yeah, another one that's tried turf last time, getting back to the dirt, can show some pace at times.
Comes out of the same race on the turf as Zaffa, in fact, at the fairgrounds, back on the dirt. Here's a horse who was second on the main track last time, Incitatus.
Yeah, ran really well, gets to the one-turn mile, a horse that should be forwardly placed as well.
Number 7, 15-1, Osigano.
Yeah, this is a horse that just looks a little light on the buyer figures, would have to improve.
Coming out of that third place finish. And here's the 8, Ice Cap.
0 for 7 at Churchill Downs. You start to wonder if a horse, has a certain affinity or a certain dislike for a certain race course. Hasn't even hit the board in 7 tries at Churchill.
Back at Belmont Park, we saw the favorite with the win in the opener at Big Sandy as the number 3 Tough Tickets. Jose Gomez in the saddle gets the victory at a very short price.
Very short price, very professional ride by an apprentice that's really seeing races well, has a great mentor in Angel Cordero Jr., one of the greatest riders in the history of thoroughbred racing, and Tough Tickets, 360 as your big favorite.
Has to be really encouraging for an apprentice rider, too, to win a race for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, you don't see Todd riding apprentices that often, so the fact that you're riding for a Hall of Fame trainer like Todd Pletcher, that helps other trainers open their eyes and go, you know what, if he's good enough for Todd Pletcher, he's good enough for me.
Of course, Todd, a long-time relationship with Angel Cordero, as we see family all out. Love to see that sight along the rail at Churchill Downs today for the beautiful afternoon.
Think we have any future jockeys in that row there?
Oh, hopefully somebody passes them some goggles after the race so they can test it out. I just love seeing kids coming by, especially, in a place like Saratoga where jockeys are so accessible, and getting autographs or goggles after the races, and the excitement that goes into that.
That interaction and just a small gesture like giving a pair of goggles to a kid, it makes such an impression. I remember years ago Eddie Maple giving me his goggles after he won the Remsen. No, I'm sorry, excuse me, the Wood Memorial on Believe It. And I was waiting. I used to come with a mutual clerk, and I'd have to wait until he was done. And Eddie gave me his goggles, and it made a huge impact on me. And then it was interesting later on competing with Eddie.
Yeah. You got to pay it forward, and I'm sure make a lot of kids' days with the excitement of getting a chance to meet their favorite jockey or favorite horse racing star, whatever it may be. So hopefully everybody has a great day out at the races today. We're taking a look at your current favorite in the opener, the number 1, Zaffa, who does seem to be more of a turf horse, Richie, but you brought up the good point. He actually broke his maiden, yes, for a lower level, but this is a lower level claiming race. Broke his maiden at Churchill on the main track.
Yeah, and the fact that he is 1 for 1 on a fast dirt track, that he has 1 win at Churchill Downs out of 2 tries on the main track. I thought an interesting alternative would be the 3, Ravenio. This horse is 2 for 5 at Churchill. It feels to me Nick Zito's got a couple of live runners today, and I feel like he's going to break out today.
Tyler Gaffleone picks up the mount on this one, too. Has ridden this horse before, gelding by Giants Causeway for Nick Zito, as that horse is 5-1 on the board. Another horse taking money is the 6, Incitatus, who was the second last time out, beaten 3 lengths. But this horse has some speed, showed a lot more speed stretching back out last time out.
Do you think this horse is the main speed? Because this horse has shown some, pace even sprinting.
Yeah, he has. I mean, there's not a kind of clear pace setter. Make Noise showed some speed at Oakland Park last time, but typically doesn't. I would think that Incitatus is maybe the fastest horse early.
Yeah, I think so, too. Just naturally, Rafael Bejarano, a rider that allows horses to kind of, leaves them to their own devices, allows them to run up into his hands, but certainly doesn't take anything away that comes easy.
We'll see how the pace does play out here. It ticks down to even money. It does the number 1, Zaffa. And it's interesting, an outfit who is so proficient at claiming horses. Matt Scherer picks this one up, goes immediately to the main track. Even though the last 2 races on the turf were good performances, I think it kind of speaks to the intent of claiming this horse to run back on the main track.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, economically, doesn't it make sense? You're running for a $32,000 purse for a horse that you picked up for $15,000. If you win and he happens to get claimed, you've made a good deal. You've actually made money and moved on.
Certainly. Adam Mesquita going to be aboard that one, gelding by Zoffany. The pedigree is largely turf as well, but this horse is versatile, which is always a dangerous weapon to have as they start to load into the gate. Even money on Zaffa down to the inside. We'll see if he can pick up the third win of his career, this time back on the main track. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call of race 2 at Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Ravenio's looking for the early lead. Incitatus is there. Make Noise is hustled through toward the rail to make it 3 across the track as they head up the chute and race for the main track. And Make Noise is intent on making the lead and is aggressively ridden on through toward the inside. And indeed is in front as they cross over. So it's Make Noise the leader. Incitatus is running in second. Loscano's not far behind, while third. Ravenio backs out of there to settle in fourth. Altered to the inside. Fifth, Zaffa advancing on through from sixth, fifth, fourth, now third. Zaffa's only 2 lengths behind with 5 furlongs to go. At the back is Teo Blast. The trailer is Ice Cap. The leader is Make Noise with 4 furlongs to go. The opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. The opening half in 45 and 4. Make Noise onto the far turn, opening up now. Make Noise opens up to lead by 2. Ravenio 3 wide up into second. Zaffa continues to make steady progress, third and toward the rail. Incitatus was in tight and took up there. Altered is coming through toward the rail while Loscano goes wide. But at the quarter pole, it's Make Noise in front. Make Noise rolls off the turn, 5 in front now. Zaffa's full out, but still second. Altered and Ravenio and Loscano and everybody else inside the final furlong, and it's Make Noise. Make Noise clear by 10 lengths with a 16th to go. This was a lopsided affair. Make Noise rambles home, wins it by 12 in the end. Zaffa second, Ravenio third, Loscano fourth.
Make Noise. He made some noise today. The 7-year-old by Gradar getting to the winner's circle. Much the best in here under the Rene Diaz, who certainly made a splash coming here to Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he had a plan. He was intent on the lead. I'm sure Tom Vanberg and the trainer, Tom Vanberg, had a conversation and let's go. And he set legitimate fractions. He ran fast early. He won off by himself. The one Zaffa just second best on the day. Tom Vanberg, son of the late, great Hall of Fame horseman, Jack Vanberg. Make Noise. Rene Diaz. Look good finishing too, strong. Maybe this kid's gonna make some noise.
7-pound apprentice rider picks up his third win at Churchill Downs this meet. As that horse was very impressive in that win. Back here at Belmont Park, there's a look at Secret Rules, a big drop in class for the Belmont trainee. We'll learn a little bit more about him and the rest of this race 2 field after this on America's Day at the Races.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
the Club champions Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. The With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are 2 weeks out to the day from the Test of the Champion, and tickets to the 2022 Belmont Stakes are going fast. The 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is June 9th through the 11th, jam-packed with excitement featuring some of the best racing in the world, of course, highlighted by the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, June 11th. Get your tickets today at BelmontStakes.com. The Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, has been pointing to the Belmont all along, looking to be draped by that garland of carnations as we take a look at Rich Strike's recent work. This is his last Saturday workout at Churchill Downs. His final work before coming here to New York will be Monday at Churchill. We'll actually have it live on our show, Richie, as he'll be working between races.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, and always horses get a little more out of it working between races, a little more of that race day atmosphere. This was an impressive work because he didn't look like he was doing a lot, and he went 47-2. And I'm not a time guy when it comes to works, but when a horse actually goes faster than it appears they're going, to me, that's points out a strong work. His gallop out was good. Now, is it a 3-year-old that just was, getting good and developing at the right time, pulling that big upset in the Kentucky Derby? Or was it that he has such a fondness and affinity for the Churchill Downs Strip, or a combination? It's going to be interesting to see going forward into the Belmont.
Yeah, it will, as his connections elected to skip the Preakness Stakes in favor of going, right to the Belmont Stakes. As we take a look at the probables, the Philly Nest, very intriguing too, potentially going up against the boys. Of course, a highlight though, the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, potentially going to the starting gate.
A very interesting field, and Todd Pletcher's already won the Test of the Champion with a filly. Rags to Riches puts Nest. He's got Mo Donegal. Both have been ridden recently by Ira Ortiz. It'll be interesting to see where he lands if they both make the starting gate.
Yes, it will. Excuse me as I start choking. As we welcome in once again Maggie Wolfendale, the Peter Pan winner. Maggie, We the People, pointing to the Belmont. We saw a big improvement from him last time out.
We did. He did get things his own way over a sloppy sealed track at Acacia, masterly handled by Flavian Pratt that day. But, going back through his pedigree, he has one of those old C.B. Whitney pedigrees going back a ways. He's a son of Constitution. I think he certainly at least has the bloodlines to suggest that 1.5 miles is not going to be a problem. And two, he has that forward running style, which typically wins Belmont. We'll see. Maybe he doesn't get to dictate like he did in the Peter Pan, but still, if he can handle himself, which is the big question mark, which he did not do for his disappointing Arkansas Derby run, but he did for the Peter Pan. There's a lot more energy, obviously, here on Belmont Day, but Rudy Brissett has chosen to keep this horse here, ride him here in the mornings himself at Belmont Park. He was aboard for his work yesterday, in which he went 48-1 out in 101 and change, and did it very, very easily, much under wraps by Rudy himself, who has consistently gotten on this horse, who can be a little bit of, I don't want to say a mental case, but a horse that, takes some coaxing, takes a lot of work to kind of keep his mentality where it should be. And it seems as though with that Peter Pan win, Rudy has done just that. Now, we haven't seen many Peter Pan winners go on to win. The last one to do so for Christophe Clement and Tonalist back in 2014, Acacia.
And We the People looks to be the first one since then. Maggie, thank you. Some great insight as always as far as We the People's preparation. As many, I asked Rudy after the Peter Pan, what have you done to bring this horse along mentally to where you knew his talent was? And he said, you wouldn't have enough airtime for me to describe everything we had to do. And it really speaks to the horsemanship of him and his team.
Absolutely. A lot of horses have ability, but sometimes mentally they're a little bit fragile or too high strung, and it's up to the connections to get them to a place where they're comfortable with their surroundings.
We get ready now for race 2 at Belmont Park. We'll meet the field starting off with a new claim, the number 1, True Believe.
Yeah, claim for 14, moves up to 25. Will have to improve.
Stepping up in class off that 4th place finish, here's Debo.
I thought this horse was a little bit dirtied up in form coming off that turf race. Some of the main track races, I think, make this horse competitive.
Jockey change to Jalon Samuel as we see Eric Kinsel's mount, the Big Gray.
Yeah, another horse claimed for 14, moves up to 25. Ran well last time for the 14. This is a little tougher.
Didn't break well, has a tendency to not break well, too. Here's the 4 Spectatorless.
Spectatorless, 2 starts on the turf, gets back to the dirt. Recent races weren't bad on the dirt at all.
And your favorite big drop in class for Secret Rules.
And this is a horse that showed so much promise early on in his career. Last time was well beaten. That was going a mile, turns back in distance, big drop in class.
First off the claim for Rob Atras, here's the 6 Dangerous Edge.
Yeah, well posted outside the main rival in the 5 Secret Rules. Dylan Davis has been riding extremely well.
That's the field for the second race, and want to remind everybody there is no better time to join Naira Bets. You can join today and get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at nairabets.com to get that $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match. Belmont represented by Secret Rules here. He has Wonka coming up in the stake a little bit later on today, but another horse we look forward to seeing in a couple weeks perhaps is the very talented Speaker's Corner, undefeated around 1 turn and just impressive as can be in the Grade 1 Carter last time out.
He was so impressive. He got to set very comfortable fractions, particularly for a horse with so much natural speed. But when Junior Alvarado asked him to kick on, he just demolished a very good field here. Very, very exciting matchup coming up with the likes of Flightline and several others. I mean, it's really, you know, we talk about the Belmont Stakes, and of course that's the marquee race of the day, but the whole day is amazing with the Met Mile and so many good horses.
Pretty much a Grade 1 for just about every division, it seems, that weekend.
Feels like a springtime version of the Breeders' Cup,
yes.
if you will.
Yes.
And I love this first wins, hands and heels. You can see the energy level. He's finishing through the wires, legs underneath him. Just a real nice effort.
Big performance to get his first Grade 1 win in the Carter last time out. Of course, pointing to that Met Mile just a couple weeks away. Can't wait to see this horse back on the track once again. He's just been so talented. But Belmont, a Belmont sighting in the paddock here at Belmont today. He has Secret Rules taking a big drop in class. Maggie, what do you make of this gelding as he drops down to the 25?
Well, Acacia, first I just want to touch on the weather. Now, it looked ominous over to the west, as you had been mentioning. It seems as though that's going over us right now with very little rain. The wind picked up for a bit. It blew a lot, and then they've sealed the track. So just keep that in mind. Well, I just saw a crack of lightning as well across the track. I feel like I'm so directionally challenged, that would be north, just north of us at the moment. So hoping that because I ran all the way upstairs to the 3rd floor and got my coat and put it on, that it's not going to rain that hard. Getting to this race, Secret Rules, he doesn't win any part of going a mile. Yes, he drops precipitously. You could take that as a negative, but I can't find anything to fault him. Energy's great. His conditioning is very good. And, you know, furthermore, looking at him in those fields prior, he looked overmatched, and today he doesn't. He fits quite nicely with the rest of his competition. So I really don't have any problems with your current favorite at 3-5. Moving on to the outside, number 6, Dangerous Edge. I was really excited to see what Rob Atras could do with this horse. Since coming back off the layoff from May to February, he did not look good. His coat was long and wispy. He had no muscle mass or conditioning. He just didn't look like a racehorse, to be honest. Rob has gotten those hindquarters to round out, so much stronger behind the saddle. His coat is summer-like. He's dappled head to toe. He's carrying conditioning. He's fit, but he's also lean in the same respect. He looks completely different. Now, he's gotten hot, but I've seen this horse do this many times in the past where he does get himself a little revved up kind of internally, and we'll see that expressed with him maybe sweating a bit more than you typically like to see a horse, but with him, it's well within his character. And I'm not saying Secret Rules is going to be upset here, but I wouldn't be surprised when Dangerous Edge off the claim jumps up and does so. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Dangerous Edge with Dylan Davis aboard. Very intriguing prospect with hearing Maggie talk about the improvement that she's seen from him. And we often say that too. And looking at horses, sometimes it's not just who looks good in this race versus another one. It's the change from race to race.
Yeah, and what's in character or out of character for a particular horse. And, you know, the other thing that we always need to kind of talk about, it's never an indictment on the former connections when a horse does well in another barn. Sometimes it's just a little tweak of something, a little bit of a different training regimen, a little bit of a different feeding program, something that agrees with a particular individual, and horses will flourish and blossom under different circumstances.
3-1 right now on that horse to the outside, Dangerous Edge. Meanwhile, back at Churchill Downs, we'll use some prices as we saw in race 2. The number 2, Make Noise. Make a lot of noise as Renee Diaz has been making noise at Churchill Downs. 7-pound apprentice rider. This horse much the best in race 2.
7-pound apprentice rider getting his 34th career victory. 6 more wins. He goes down to a 5-pound apprentice. It's a way for owners and trainers to have an incentive to ride an inexperienced rider. The kid looked good finishing.
Back at Belmont Park, we have a 1-2 favorite in race number 2. That is Secret Rules on that dropping class. Jose Loscano going to be aboard for Belmont, as this is a horse that has speed, had shown so much promise at one time back in 2020, and has been facing just so much tougher competition than what he tries today.
Yeah, and he just looks like he's naturally faster than everybody else. He is a 5-year-old gelding. You know, at some point, you just got to make it easier for them and put them where they can win. And it's, you know, unfair to constantly run horses where they got to run their hardest and not get rewarded for it.
How many claims do you think will be put in on this horse today?
I think it'll be 20 claims will be in for him probably.
We'll see if he goes to a new home after this race today. Race 2 coming up next, as he is your heavy favorite, Secret Rules. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call of race 2 at Belmont Park.
All set for race 2. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 3, the Big Gray, and he trails. Secret Rules is out first, with Spectatorless racing in second. True Believe is down at the rail. Dangerous Edge on the outside. Debo is next in 5th, and it's 5 lengths to the Big Gray, who trails in 6th. It is the favorite, the big favorite, Secret Rules, who leads here by a full length now. Spectatorless runs in second. Dangerous Edge moving up on the outside. It is Secret Rules, the leader. Dangerous Edge takes second. The opening quarter over the fast and sealed track, 23-1. Secret Rules in front. Dangerous Edge is second. Now it's a gap of almost 4 lengths to Spectatorless in third. Debo runs in fourth. True Believe is back in 5th. And a big break back to the Big Gray. Half mile in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Secret Rules leads the field to the head of the stretch, in front here by a length and a half, now by 2. It is Secret Rules, the one to catch. Dangerous Edge running in second. Spectatorless is next in third. Then Debo, True Believe down at the rail. It is Secret Rules in front, and in front now by 5, 6, 7 lengths. It will be Secret Rules here under Jose Loscano to complete a very chalky daily double. Secret Rules the winner. Dangerous Edge held second. Then Spectatorless and True Believe.
Just too much for these. Secret Rules gets the win in race 2 and just does it as easy as can be.
Yeah, I got very comfortable on the lead, just naturally faster than this group and more talented. Was asked for run, leaving the 3/16 pole under Jose Loscano and kicked clear. Like John and Brielle said, completing a very chalky early double.
Short price favorite with tough tickets in the first race. Another short price runners with the 5 Secret Rules getting the win. Pretty much eased up at the wire for Jose Loscano in the saddle. Broke sharply, just put his horse on the front end where he likes to be. Saw him relax, and I'm sure he knew every step of the way he was a winner.
Those are a fun kind of ride. You just don't have any worries about anything. They have speed. You get out of the way, let them do their thing. Congratulations to our friend Lee Einseidler.
Absolutely.
And Bill Mott Hall of Fame conditioner with another win.
We'll bring you prices and some more live racing after this quick timeout on America's Day at the races. 2 races in the books at Belmont Park, and we have plenty more to go.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Dayta.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get ready for a good one coming up here next. Race 3 at Churchill Downs, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs on the main track, and currently the favorite is a first-time starter. Wow, taking a lot of attention on the board is the number 4, American Mayhem. More on that horse in a moment. Here's the field, starting with a second-time starter, Feliciano.
Feliciano ran extremely well first time, didn't break particularly well, finished well while wide. Son of Run happy, live runner for trainer Nick Zito.
Finished 3rd on that debut. Here's another first-time starter, top of the charts.
Yeah, it's steady, if unspectacular work tab for a very proficient trainer in Brian Lynch.
Bottom side pedigree, maybe a little bit more turf. We'll see what the future for that Son of McLean's music is. Here's Hippodrome.
Hippodrome turning back in distance. He's going to have to show he can keep pace sprinting with this kind.
Here's the 4, American Mayhem, 12-1 morning line, down to 3-1 now.
Yeah, very strong work tab for this horse. Kind of interesting. It looked like he was ready to run at Oaklawn. Then March 1st, he had last work and didn't work until May 5th, but good works in Kentucky.
Here's the number 5, Sinner Sin, out of the same race as Feliciano. Showed a lot of speed last time.
A lot of speed. Probably, again, main speed, but he has speed drawn right outside of him in the 6 Woodline.
And speaking of, here he is, Woodline, second off the layoff.
It just depends. You know, sometimes when you get 2 speed horses side by side, that's when you get speed duels because they get hooked up.
Here's the 7, Improbable Journey for Larry Jones.
A horse that's had 7 tries, but should be in a good stalking spot, probably laying just off of the 2 inside runners.
And the number 8, Alpha Whiskey to the outside.
Yeah, a horse that did improve from first start to second start will need to take another step forward, but very well could.
That's the field for the 3rd race at Churchill Downs, with the 1 Feliciano and the number 5 Sinner Sin coming out of that race, taking a lot of attention, but the first-time starter very live on the board. For more, let's go back to Paula Duca.
Yeah, very live on the board, Acacia, the Jimmy DeVito runner. And this is a runner that worked a drill over at Oaklawn Park. Like Miggs said, there was a gap in his works. And then he's come back here at Churchill Downs. And when you work 2 out of 86, you outwork 84 horses on May 14th. You obviously have a little bit of talent. Another McLean's Music colt is the 2, Brian Lynch, taking a little bit of money with Declan Cannon. My issue with these 2 horses is Brian Lynch trains his horses for basically speed. Jimmy DeVito's horses usually show a ton of speed first time out. And when you have Sinner Sin in here and Woodline, there is a lot of pace. I'm in agreement with Mig, the 7, Improbable Journey. Probably lays a nice little trip, but can he pass horses? I thought the 3, Hippodrome, was a very interesting horse. The only horse in here that really ran at age 2 besides the 6 in here, Woodline, goes to the Norman Cash Barn, puts blinkers on, cuts back in distance. Now, do we want to take a horse coming from off the pace, considering a horse in the last race was 0 for 24 on a dirt track and went gate to wire, so speed could be good all day today.
Polly, thank you. Something to watch for sure, as we've seen that happen at Churchill Downs, and it's important to pay attention to how that track could potentially be playing.
You know, if you're wagering, handicapping races, you want to pay attention, learn lessons early in the day, see if there's a certain trend. If you're a jockey in the jockey's room, you're paying attention to these things. If you're doing your job or taking it seriously, you're not in there playing ping pong or shooting pool. You're really doing your homework.
There's a look at the 5, Sinner Sin. Perhaps more importantly, though, escorted by Harley, the iconic pony in Kentucky. Take a look at the start, though, of this April 23rd race at Oaklawn Park. Feliciano breaking very slowly, while Sinner Sin used that early speed to his advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Feliciano, you know, kind of broke a step slow, got squeezed a little bit, had to take kickback, was well back. And there's a lot of speed signed on in this race, don't you think? I mean, I can't believe that Sinner Sin is going to get loose here. I think Woodline, maybe the first-time starter inside of him, they're going to show speed. And if you like Sinner Sin, then you really have to like Feliciano.
Yeah, absolutely. As Feliciano, especially considering it's not like the race completely fell apart at the seams either. Sinner Sin was pretty game, holding on down inside, just finishing second, and closing on the outside was Feliciano. We're going to see Rafael Bejarano climb aboard Feliciano, caught by Run Happy, who could be improving. As maybe Sinner Sin, we've kind of seen him do the same thing a couple times already.
Yeah, and listen, if it looked like he could get loose because he was very game and he hung on all the way to the end last time, but he's got speed right outside of him. Potentially he's got speed inside of him with the first-timer. I don't see him getting any easy time of it here.
The first-time starter, American Mayhem, 12-1 on the morning line, 3-1 right now on the board, as this horse has been training sharply at Churchill Downs. What's your opinion with a first-time starter of the last work being from the gate?
I'm never a big fan of that. It always feels like that, you know, the horse is ready to run, but, oh, we got to make sure that he's going to leave the gate running. I like to see the last gate work at least 1 removed from the race, or even better, 2. And then have the last work just be like those nice, easy maintenance moves where a horse comes into it more settled, more comfortable. It's not like you're cramming for an exam.
Yep. We see that with American Mayhem. The same thing with the other first-time starter, top of the charts. Both of them, their most recent workouts from the starting gate, top of the charts. Both of the siblings were turf winners. Both of them also trained by Brian Lynch. Kind of felt like this would maybe be a starting point for that firster, especially because he trained on the turf course down at Palmettos.
Yeah, and there is more of a turf pedigree to go on the female side of the family. I'm not a big fan, Acacia, of horses working long distances out of the gate. I think you go to the gate in the morning basically for them to learn how to leave the starting gate. And you don't want a horse to correlate the stress of having to go far distances every time they go to the gate. They're going to get that in the race. You can get them fit working off the pole in a much more controlled way.
See some fans well dressed for the races today. Looks like a lot of fun out there at Churchill Downs. Potentially a bride-to-be, it looks like. Bachelorette party. That's a fun way to spend it at the races.
You know what? If they're having fun and they're creating more fans, yeah, come on out.
I love it. I love it. We have a nice maiden special weight coming up here in the 3rd race at Churchill Downs. As horses start to load into the gate. Tepid 3-1 favorite, that first-time starter. Graduation day for somebody in this 3rd race. Here's Travis Stone. As we see that firster who's taking all of the money, the number 4, American Mayhem, acting up just a little bit behind the gate. Starting gate crew gets him to load in. And now we will go up to Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call of the third at Churchill.
Still waiting for American Mayhem and Alpha Whiskey. They're in the gate and they're off. Feliciano in tight at the start. And here is Sinnerson from mid-pack and right there to Woodline and at the rail, top of the charts. Top of the charts and Sinnerson and Woodline, these three speed off together. Improbable Journey tucks in behind to be fourth. American Mayhem comes away fifth. Hippodrome is sixth. Alpha Whiskey and Feliciano at the back. Chasing top of the charts with 4 furlongs to go. Sinnerson saunters up alongside. They go 1-2, the opening quarter on the board. 21-4. Heading for the 3/8 pole. It's top of the charts, the leader. Sinnerson is right there. Woodline, Improbable Journey. American Mayhem with a menacing move, but is forced to go 4 wide. Hippodrome's in behind them, coming for the top of the stretch. Top of the charts at the top of the stretch in control. Holding on to the lead by 2. Woodline set down for the drive. Sinnerson gives way. Improbable Journey in behind American Mayhem. Hippodrome, 1 furlong to go. Top of the charts still there. Still there by 3. Improbable Journey comes off the rail with 3 lengths to make up, 100 yards to do it, and won't do it. Top of the charts. A flashy effort under the wire to win it by 2.5, maybe 3. Improbable Journey was second, Woodline was third, and Hippodrome was fourth.
The other first-time starter, so to speak, broke very sharply out of the gate for Brian Lynch. Top of the charts, takes them every step of the way. Meanwhile, American Mayhem, we found out, Richie, why his most recent work was from the gate.
Yeah, he was reluctant to load. He gave them a hard time. Then he didn't break particularly sharp. It's another reason why we talk about those last work being, 5 furlongs in a minute and change. Might look good on paper, but feels like you're cramming for that exam. The other son of McLean's Music, cleverly named Top of the Charts, with a last work being a gate work, but a slower gate work. Maybe something that kind of just put him where he needed to be, and Top of the Charts. The other first-time starter who didn't take as much money gets it done. That's why you gotta love this game.
Absolutely. He was professional. He knew his job out there on the racetrack and wins at first asking for trainer Brian Lynch. Meanwhile, coming up on Monday on Memorial Day, it's Big Apple Showcase Day as the New York Breds take center stage. There's a New York bred, Some Like It Hot Brown, who has seen successful in open company. Looking forward to seeing him back with his friends this weekend.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree. With progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
And as always, you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, as we'll see all of the New York breds in the spotlight on Monday, on Memorial Day, special live racing program as it's Big Apple Showcase Day. Taking a look at the stakes schedule, we have 5 stakes for the New York breds, Richie, and I just love days like this where we have a chance to see these New York breds in the spotlight, run for all of their different divisions. These races come up tough. We see horses that are successful in open company, like Some Like It Hot Brown, who is the morning line favorite in the Kingston.
Yeah, and a very deserving favorite. I mean, one thing that I always worry about with horses like Some Like It Hot Brown, who possess natural speed, they have to be a little bit fitter than horses that maybe make one run or closing types because they run more of the race. That being said, he looks like he should have a pretty easy time of it on the lead here. I don't see much speed to entertain him early. And he's a horse that will fight you for it. He does not want to get past. He wants to be the herd leader. He's earned over nearly $1.2 million. He's consistent. He shows up every time. And he might just have a huge pace advantage here.
Truly is a great example of the New York bred program. A 6-year-old by Big Brown, as this horse was last seen winning the Mohawk in November. It will be his first start of the year, so he does have a layoff to contend with, but he has that early speed and a multiple graded stakes winner in open companies. Maggie, I know that these New York breds hold such a special place in your heart too, and this did come up a competitive day, and of course that Kingston competitive race.
Yeah, it's definitely the highlight and the feature of the card. And Acacia, as you were mentioning, this is the first one of our 3 New York bred showcase days. We'll see one the day before the Travers as well as in the fall in October. But the Kingston, it is an all-out war. 6 of the 8 horses are already stakes winners. They have amassed over $4.75 million altogether. And those 2 millionaires from the Mike Maker Barn and Cross Border and Some Like It Hot Brown, they'll be looking to throw it down. I mean, you even have the 2 runners from the Christophe Clement Barn and City Man and Therapist. They are veterans of the game that everybody likes to root for. So it is an all-out war in the Kingston, and a race where, with most of them, you can make a case for, Acacia.
Yeah, you certainly can. You have to love that. Very honest horses, and can't wait for that Kingston and the entire day on Monday as we meet the field for the third race. New York bred maidens coming up here as George Weaver looks for his win today as Front Porch drops in class.
Front Porch, the big drop in class from maiden allowance against New York breds to maiden 25 against New York breds. He looks like he'll be very formidable here.
Facing so much tougher in his 3 races to date as we look at a horse making start number 34 already. Here's A Light.
Looked like A Light finally had it done. Last time swooped up, took the lead, and then snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Here's I Gotta Have It, stretching out.
He's going to have to really improve,
as he has been at this $25,000 level for his last couple of races. Here's the Sleepy Chipmunk. A lot of changes, and this one's currently your favorite.
Yeah, this horse taking a lot of money. Had 1 race sprinting on the dirt. Was the worst race of this horse's career. Then 2 races on turf were better. Now getting back to dirt and stretching out in distance. Taking a lot of money.
A lot of changes today, too. I think Joel Rosario picking up the mount could be a bit of that, too. Here's the 5, Tuesday's Child.
A horse that's also had plenty of chances, but has run races that are certainly good enough and should be forwardly placed.
Looking at the number 6, Wicosity.
Another horse that has had plenty of chances, and to me, it just looks like he'd need to be faster.
That horse is currently 9-1 on the board. Here's an 8-1 chance. Platinum Road, still lightly raced.
Yeah, and sometimes you go or lean towards horses that haven't proven exactly where their level is, and he did improve in his second start. If he can improve again for trainer Bruce Savine with Mike Luzzi.
That was adding the blinkers last time out as we look at another horse going turf to dirt, Lord Brownie.
Well, will 13th time be the charm for Lord Brownie? Well posted outside. I like those outside posts, particularly lower level horses. Sometimes they just get easily discouraged. He should at least gallop into the race properly.
Trainer Gary Siaka, represented by 2 horses in here as he has Lord Brownie and Tuesday's Child. Favoritism going back and forth, though, between the 1 and the 4 as the number 4, the Sleepy Chipmunk. This horse, I guess, I think that the money could potentially be coming from the fact that we do see Joel Rosario taking them out. But this horse, just always thought he was a little bit more of a sprinter type. And as you mentioned, he's improved on turf in his last couple.
Yeah, I just, have a hard time betting a horse at a short price that's changing so much. And his 1 dirt race left a lot to be desired, I thought. And full disclosure, and I'm not proud of it, unfortunately, I hit a chipmunk this morning. So Sleepy Chipmunk. He ran right out. I think he didn't really, wasn't having a good day.
That's very sad.
It's very sad.
That's very sad.
But that's what as soon as I came in this morning and I saw the Sleepy Chipmunk, it's the first thing I thought of.
You had to bring the show down, didn't you?
Well, maybe the Sleepy Chipmunk now is going to run faster than the chipmunk did this morning.
I hope so. Oh, no. Meanwhile, the number, I guess we're looking at the number 3 now. The number 2, A Light, however, was second last time out in May, beaten just by a neck. And as you mentioned, back with New York breds last time, it seemed like that was going to be the day, and he found another way to get beat.
Yeah, I mean, right here, you're like, well, he's finally going to get it done. This horse has earned over $54,000 the hard way. And then he remembered. He said, no, wait, I like to run with horses, not necessarily away from horses.
Oh, this was such a tough beat for him. We have seen over the last week or so horses that did seem to be professional maidens find a way to win. We even saw Bailout get the first win of his career, I think 2 weeks ago. But maybe today will be the day for A Light. He does seem to have some other runners who will make that a little bit tougher on him, including your current favorite, Front Porch, who does take that big drop in class.
He just seems to make the most sense to me. I mean, his races were decent against maiden allowance. He's well beaten, but he's running buyer figures that certainly are good enough. And then it's just such a class relief when you go from maiden allowance to maiden claiming. I think he's just too formidable.
Also important to note the track conditions here, as Maggie mentioned before race 2, they had sealed the track, seeing those dark clouds and the wind come in. We are seeing some blue sky now, and it looks like we will not have to deal with those dark clouds. And they have harrowed the main track, Richie.
Yeah, so it was sealed. Now they've opened it back up, so that kind of a good sign that maybe that weather has cleared us.
Hopefully that's the case, as favoritism back over to the Sleepy Chipmunk, who stretches out and drops in class. We are going to take a very quick pause to welcome in our viewers from Bally Sports, Southern California, but stay with us on America's Day at the Races, Race 3 from Belmont, coming up shortly. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports Southern California, we're so happy to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside Richard Migliori. We also have Maggie Wolfendale with us live at Belmont, and Paula Duca live with us at Churchill. A great Saturday afternoon, Richie. We're getting ready for race 3 at Belmont. New York bred maiden claiming race, and favoritism going back and forth between a couple of horses. How did you see it?
I like Front Porch. I think the drop in class and horse having 3 tries, there's plenty of foundation. Should be pretty tough here.
5-2 on Front Porch right now, as the number 4, the Sleepy Chipmunk, taking money, getting a lot of changes today as we go back downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what were your thoughts on Front Porch dropping into this spot?
Well, finally, he's behaving himself a bit better than what he had, at least in his first 3 efforts. I'll admit, maybe 2 back at Aqueduct, he kind of kept it together. But now, second time here at Belmont, he is behaving a bit better. I'm sorry, I'm looking past my cameraman now because I see the outrider taking him, because he can be such a bad actor, too, behind the gate. So keep an eye on him and how he goes into the starting stalls. But at least as far as his time in the paddock, he was better behaved. And as Meg said, he has that foundation. He's really fit now. He's carrying the right kind of conditioning too. So I think Front Porch is going to take a lot of beating here, because he fits the conditions much better than the other favorite in here, who, yes, does pick up Joel Rosario, the Sleepy Chipmunk. I'm okay with him getting back to the dirt, I suppose. You know, you're always willing to forgive a horse for their first race, which his only start on the dirt was his debut. But the thing is, he's a small little guy, and not that there's anything wrong with that. It just usually doesn't lend, it's a physicality that doesn't lend itself well for getting more ground, as he'll try this mile. But maybe he goes out there and he gets comfortable on the front end, but it's not as if he's had much early speed in those sprints. So we'll see how aggressive Joel handles him, but I, too, like Richie, think the 1 is the horse to beat.
Maggie, thank you. See Trevor McCarthy giving Front Porch a few pats. As Maggie mentioned, he can be a tricky horse out there on the track, particularly behind the gates, and it seems like he has figured out what this racing thing is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a funny spot for a rider. You've got to stay as calm as possible, because horses feed on your energy.
2-1 on Front Porch as they load in for the 3rd at Belmont Park. New York bred maidens in the spotlight here in race 3. A harrowed main track we're dealing with now, as we go to the voice of New York racing, John Embrial, for the call.
Waiting for the Sleepy Chipmunk, Platinum Road, and Lord Brownie. Number 2, Alight, was backed out of the starting gate.
As we do see the number 2, Alight, backed out of the starting gate for the 3rd race. It seemed, Richie, like he had acted up in the gate a bit, and the rider, Luis Rodriguez Castro, might have pinched his hand a bit on the side of the gate.
Yeah, not a lot of room. You're in there with a 1,000-pound animal. They get to acting up. Sometimes your foot gets caught, or your hand. You know, it's really one of the toughest times for a rider, and certainly for this outstanding gate crew we have here in New York.
Loading back in is Alight. We go back to John Embrial.
And they're off From the extreme outside, Lord Brownie. Platinum Road is right there. Now Tuesday's Child moves up, and from the inside, a light. Four of them right together. The Sleepy Chipmunk sits in fifth, followed by I Gotta Have It in sixth. The trailers, Front Porch, down at the rail, and on the outside, Wakasity up the backstretch. It is a light, leading here by a half length. Tuesday's Child on the outside is second by almost two. Then it's Platinum Road, who has moved closer to the rail in third, and on the outside is Lord Brownie, opening quarter mile, 23 and 3/5 seconds. Farther back is I Gotta Have It, along with the Sleepy Chipmunk. And then it is Front Porch, who has moved off the rail, followed by Wakasity. A light is the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Tuesday's Child on the outside in second. On the inside, it is a light on the outside, Tuesday's Child. Opening half mile in 48 seconds. Lord Brownie races in third as Platinum Road drops back. Down on the inside as I Gotta Have It. Then it's the Sleepy Chipmunk along with Front Porch. Far outside is Wakasity. A light, Tuesday's Child, Lord Brownie. Those three come to the top of the stretch together. Then it's a break of 4 lengths. Back to Front Porch, the Sleepy Chipmunk, Wakasity, and I Gotta Have It. 3/4 in 1:13 and 4. It is Lord Brownie on the outside. A light digs down at the rail, and Tuesday's Child in between those two. It is Lord Brownie, a light, and Tuesday's Child. The three of them will battle it out to the finish. Lord Brownie with a narrow lead, then Tuesday's Child and a light. They come for the finish, and it's going to be Lord Brownie. Lord Brownie by a neck. Tuesday's Child was second, and a light finished third.
An upset in race 3 at 10-1. The number 8, Lord Brownie, makes start number 13, the lucky one.
Well, the Gary Siaka exacta here. Lord Brownie over the 5, Tuesday's Child. And they basically, the three horses that were involved early ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. Boy, Front Porch was a big disappointment, really showed nothing. The Sleepy Chipmunk had good position, no run when it counted. Siaka exacta.
Siaka exacta and a light picks up a check once again. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 4 now. We'll be sprinting on the turf. First race on the grass of the day, and it's a good one, 5.5 furlongs in this allowance race as we meet the field, starting with a horse getting on the turf for the first time at the age of 7, Seven Nation Army.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks, or potentially?
Potentially. We'll see how it goes. Here is the number 2, Inhalation.
Inhalation just seems like he would have to get faster, particularly off the last turf sprint.
Disappointed last time out. He is second off the layoff. Here's the number 3, Oceanic.
Yeah, horse that's been very good turf sprinting, 3 for 7 at the distance.
As he's trying to take a little bit of a nibble out of the Pony Rider's saddle there, it seems. Here's the 4, Surveillance.
Surveillance, 1 for 1 turf sprinting. Keith DeZormo does very good work. Horse making a nice impression on the racetrack.
Yeah, he went on a tear at the start of the year. 3 wins in a row, looking to get back on track today. Wesley Ward has a charge here. The number 5, Maven.
Maven could be the answer to a trivia question. The first American Pharaoh to win in North America was Maven.
Very good call. I forgot about that. Here's the 6, Totally Boss.
4 for 11 at the distance. Is coming off a layoff, but has certainly faced better.
Yeah, he seems to be the class of the field. Here's the 7, Manny Wah. Has pedigree for turf.
Has pedigree for turf. Has won on the turf in the past. Kind of that classic turf one-run sprinter type.
Number 8, County Final.
County Final has speed, should be involved early, has also won on turf.
And that will be the field of race number 4, about 4 minutes away. Tepid favorite at 5-2 in Oceanic as we bring back Paul Aduca. Paulie, really nice race here coming up. Who do you like in this turf sprint?
I actually like the favorite. I'm not going to give anything special here with Oceanic. I just think that he's got the most speed in this race. And the cards hold with Oceanic with Maven in here, the 5. If you look at the 5 in here for Wesley Ward, he has enough speed to keep up with Oceanic. There's nobody else in here. You know, the 1-7 Nation Army, I get it, has some speed, but like Mig said, you're trying to teach an old 7-year-old gelding getting on the turf for the first time. Is that speed really going to show up? Now, when you look at Maven, here's a horse that won first time out, went over to Chantilly, won a grade 3, and they gelded this horse. And ever since then, he's turned into Ricky Bobby. He's either first or he's last. And if he does not get the front end like he didn't get last time from Oceanic, his heart got taken out, and the 3 went on with it and just got ripped at the wire. I don't see any other pace in here. And if Maven can't put pressure on Oceanic, I really think the 3 is going to be tough to beat in here. The wild card's Totally Boss. If that horse can come back to some of the numbers, and if Maven is able to put enough pressure on the 3 Oceanic, Totally Boss can come back and run well. I also thought Manawa as well. And the outside horse ran a good race at Woodbine that would probably play here, but they all need some pace up front. If Oceanic's able to get free here, they all might be chasing him.
All about the trip. Paulie, thank you. I thought Paul brought up a really interesting point with how this pace could potentially play out, because you don't know what version of Maven you're going to get, really. Oceanic, though, you know what to expect from him. He finished 3rd last time out, 2 starts back at Tampa, had a nice win, taking them every step of the way.
Yeah, and listen, you know, when you have speed, particularly in turf sprints, you're going to make your own trip. You're going to create your own trip. You know, it's interesting, too. Julien Leparoux is a rider that's very quiet on horses, and this horse showed good speed with him last time. I do think a lot depends on Maven and how aggressive Tyler Gaffleone is, and I love the Ricky Bobby reference.
That was great. I thought the race from Oceanic last time was really good, too. He was dueling with another horse up front. That horse faded and finished towards the back of the pack. And this one held on pretty well to be 3rd with the closers coming to him. And the wild card, though, truly of the race is the 6 Totally Boss. He's the class. What a meet it's been for Rusty Arnold as well.
Rusty Arnold, just a top-class horseman, and you know, a guy that has been winning races for years, knows how to get it done, old school, winning it better than 25%, better than 26% at this current Churchill stand. And if things heat up, I guess he's the most likely beneficiary.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at him finishing behind Leinster in the Grade 2 Shakertown. Paul mentioned some of the numbers that he runs. This horse ran a 100 Beyer speed figure that day. He won the Grade 3 turf sprint at Kentucky down to the 101. He was very, very talented. The question is, does he still have those kinds of races in him? Only ran once in 2021. He's back now as a 7-year-old. What version of him do we get today?
I like his current work, though. I like when you see an older horse fire that, 5 furlongs in a minute and 2/5. So basically, they're going every 1/8 of a mile during that 5 furlong workout in 12 seconds. And when a horse shows that kind of consistency in a work, to me, it speaks to their willingness, their desire to still do it. Another horse I just think we need to talk about briefly is the 7 Manny Wahoo. I thought is kind of interesting. Now, usually rule of thumb, the better the jockey, not as good a trainer. Worse as a jockey, better the trainer. You think Woody Stevens, was an okay jockey, obviously Hall of Fame trainer. Well, Wayne Catalano won over 1,500 races as a jockey. He's closing in on 3,000 wins as a trainer.
Yeah.
So he's a guy that has excelled at both things.
Won the Breeders' Cup Sprint this past year with Aloha West, and he's represented by Manny Wah. This horse is out of a mare who's a 2-time turf winner. His younger sister, Wow, who's not a winning type, but we know her quite well on the New York circuit, and she's a turf horse. She's a turf sprinter, truly. So that could bode well for this horse getting back to sprinting on the grass.
Well, I mean, he's run 3 times sprinting on the turf, and he's a win in a second, and ran a very fast Beyer speed figure in his 1 win on the turf. So I don't think he's impossible. And he's probably going to get first run on somebody, let's say, like Totally Boss. I think he'll be a little more tactical.
2-1 still on the number 3 Oceanic as they start to load into the gate. Looking forward to this race and how it could potentially play out. Does Oceanic take them every step of the way? Is Maven a thorn in his side? And does that horse Totally Boss get back to some of his big races? We'll soon find out. Race 4 at Churchill up next. Here's Travis Stone.
Waiting for surveillance and county final. They're in the gate. And they're off. 7 Nation Army and county final from their outside and inside posts are out the best, but Maven splits them decisively. And here comes Maven now up on through. 7 Nation Army holding the rail and county finals right there. These 3 speed off, and they're 4 Ahead of Inhalation, who's back racing 4th. Surveillance is 5th. Manny was 6th. Totally Boston 7th. And Oceanic is the trailer and is 12 lengths off the lead. A 3-ply battle that whipped through a quarter in 21-3. 7 Nation Army, short lead. Maven right there. County final 3 wide. These 3 come to the top of the stretch together. Inhalation is just waiting in behind while 4th pops outside from there. 5 lengths back. Oceanic trying to get underway with Surveillance and Totally Boss. 1 furlong to go. County final tenuous lead. Inhalation coming with a run. And so is Totally Boss. Surveillance is there. Final 16th. Inhalation. Here comes Totally Boss. Totally Bossed with a burst of energy. Under the wire to win it by 2. Inhalation ran well, settled for 2nd. Surveillance was 3rd.
Trainer Rusty Arnold continues his strong meet at Churchill Downs as Totally Boss. Just too much class in here. The story, though, Richie, was the poor start for the potential main speed, Oceanic.
Yeah, the race, basically the complexion of the race changed completely when Oceanic, who appeared to be the main speed, did not break particularly well, got squeezed back a little bit, but Totally Boss was very good off the layoff. Rusty Arnold, just, like I said, world-class, top old-school horseman, and Totally Boss at 7 years old still shows he's still got it. One for the older guys.
Yes, he's still got it, that's for sure. His first start in 2022, only ran once in 2021, and he finds the winner's circle today. Back at Belmont Park, we saw into the winner's circle, an upset runner, the number 8, Lord Brownie, back on the main track, stretching out part of a Gariciaca Exacta in race number 3.
Yeah, nice to see Heeman Harkey get a win here. Hard-working kid. Nice to get it done at Belmont. He was actually riding the 5 Tuesday's Child. I wonder if Gary gave him his choice. Well, if he did, he chose correctly with Lord Brownie at 23.20, and that 8.5 Gariciaca Exacta for $1. $41.
Nothing wrong with that, that's for sure. 23.20, the winner in the 3rd at Belmont Park will be on the 4th. Be on the turf for race 4 at Belmont coming up next. We'll also talk a little Belmont Stakes. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher has a big chance to win his 4th Belmont Stakes with Mo Donegal. We'll talk more about him and some other chances after this.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers. Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis. Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands now in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Back at Churchill Downs into the winner's circle. In the 4th race goes the old class horse, the 7-year-old Totally Boss, for his 2022 debut and makes it a winning one for trainer Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, coming off of 11-month layoff, and that class prevails in the end. Give Oceanic another look next time. Just eliminated at the break, basically.
$9 winner in the 4th at Churchill Downs, over a 27-to-1 shot in Elation, who ran very well, especially with the change in the dynamics of that 4th race after that 4 break. Well, as we've been mentioning, we are 2 weeks out from the day to the Belmont Stakes and can't wait to see the test of the champion. We take a look at the probables for the potential fields here. Todd Pletcher looks for his 4th win in the Belmont Stakes. He could potentially have 2 chances this year. He does have Mo Donegal coming out of a 5th place finish in the Kentucky Derby. This is a horse who had a break from the inside post in that Derby. He won the Wood Memorial. He is a horse, I think he's kind of one of those bicycle types you like to talk about.
Yeah, he's a horse that just seems like he needs constant, re-encouragement or encouragement to keep his focus. He kind of to me, lost his position leaving the starting gate, the run to the first turn in the Derby. Ran on well, rallying wide, beating less than 4 lengths.
There he is in his stall at the Pletcher barn, as Todd Pletcher's last victory in the Belmont came in 2017 with Taproot. Has won it with a filly before in Rags to Riches, as he could potentially send out Nest to the post this year.
What a race Rags to Riches ran that day. Not only did she beat the mighty Curlin, the legendary Curlin, but she stumbled badly at the break, kind of had to make an extended 4-wide run, and her mother, Better Than Honor, I was fortunate to be her dance partner through her career, and she was the dam of 2 Belmont Stakes winners.
Absolutely. Jazzle as well,
Yep.
right? Yeah, as that will be fun, as Todd Pletcher once again will look for his 4th Belmont Stakes victory, just 2 weeks away. So excited for that, and to have all of our fans back as well. So make sure you go to BelmontStakes.com, get your tickets, figure out what your plan is for that day. We want to see you here at beautiful Belmont Park for Belmont Stakes. Race 4 at Belmont, meanwhile, is our next order of business on the inner turf, going 1 1/16 miles in this $25,000 claiming race. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, we'll start with the layoff runner. That's number 4 in here, Artemis Bridge, for trainer Steve Caceres. And a horse that I've always kind of liked, though it seems as though his recent form maybe tailing off a bit. But he got the winter off, coming back a fresh horse. The problem is that he's always been a big, heavy horse, and it just feels as though he is the type that needs to get a few starts under his belt before he's really primed and ready to do his best running. But then again, you look back through his form, and he has run okay off layoffs in the past. So I like him. I respect him. He's a big price on the board right now. But again, he just might need to start to really put forth a winning effort. Now, number 8, Mo Reddy, is coming in off of an eased effort and avoided claim for 16 last time at Gulfstream Park. He is a horse that does have the propensity to want to get out, and he was getting out throughout that race at Gulfstream too. Now he's equipped with just a ring bit so far. He is wearing front wraps and only front wraps. Again, it's not typical to see horses wearing any kind of vet wrap on their legs in turf racing because they just don't run down, but he is wearing front wraps in front. Now, number 11 in here, Battalion. We're gonna see him actually, I guess they're gonna keep him behind the rest of the field here in the paddock. Jockey's gonna get up and they're gonna go straight out to the racetrack, break post parade, because you can see in his last comment line at Laurel, unruly pre-race. He has a history of dropping riders in the post parades. So far, he's been very good here in the paddock. It's more so when he gets out on the racetrack, though. He looks good overall with that tune-up at Laurel coming for Bob Caceres. And that race actually okay as far as talent. I think there were some decent horses in there despite him being the favorite that day. So he looks fit. He looks ready to go. If he can keep himself together mentally, he's got a big shot in here, Acacia.
That is the big question, though, isn't it, Maggie? Thank you, Battalion. He does come in from that Laurel try, and I've seen him drop his rider at least 3 times in the post parade. So Good luck to Trevor McCarthy. Just came back. I'm sure he's going to try to stay aboard Battalion. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays feature a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:15, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or go download the app today. We're getting ready for race 4 at beautiful Belmont Park. We're on the inner turf here, and the number 11 Battalion will kick off the post parade as he typically does, and there he goes.
Trevor McCarthy did a good job there just to stay in the middle of him. Now let him gallop off, blow off some of that nervous energy, some of that steam he has, and hopefully he'll settle down once he gets that good gallop in him.
Trevor did a great job of holding on, as that's typical Battalion. Going on with the rest of the field, here's the 2, Jack the Cat.
Jack the Cat has races in his past that certainly would be good enough, but his last race last year in December was poor, and his first start off the bench was poor. Did he need that to shake the ring rust off?
We'll see as he's second off the layoff here. Jelon Samuel will be aboard as the number 3 Hieroglyphics is next. He gets blinkers on.
Adds blinkers, will have to improve. Actually ran okay off the bench and then regressed in his second start.
Next will be the number 4, Artemis Bridge. We heard Maggie talking about this son of Verrazano. Maybe needs a race or two to get into that fitness.
Yeah, sometimes horses, just bigger, bulkier horses need a race to really put them where they need to be. They say a race is like 5 or 6 workouts.
Here's the 5, American Lincoln. Tried the turf last time out.
I thought this horse was interesting because I do think that he's got a pace advantage. I think this horse is loose on the lead.
We'll see how that pace does play out in here as we go next to the number 8, Mo Ready, as he makes his first start for Rudy Rodriguez off that voided claim down in Florida.
Yeah, a horse that can be forwardly placed as well, but was well beaten for 16 last time. The claim was voided. Now he changes barns for the Rapoli stable to Rudy Rodriguez. Mike Rapoli employs both Rudy Rodriguez as well as Todd Pletcher.
And a late rider change here on the 9, Kid Chocolate. Heeman Harkey climbs aboard as Luis Rodriguez Castro takes off this mount.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve from his turf form.
He is 18-1 right now on the board, as that's the field for race number 4 at Belmont Park. There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. Join today and get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at nairabets.com to get that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. 5-2 on Battalion right now as we see camera guys hanging out in the winner's circle there. And there is Battalion as Trevor McCarthy took him away from the rest of the field. He galloped off around the track and looks like he settled down after that big warm-up.
Yeah, sometimes just that first gallop into them and they kind of expel that nervous energy and they settle in. And sometimes when you can get a horse to stand like this for just a moment or two, give yourself a break, give them a break, get them to kind of just breathe and get a little more clear-eyed, things just go better in general.
Getting some pats from Trevor, too, getting a chance to get his horse to calm down. And I love seeing this horsemanship from Trevor, too. You mentioned it earlier, Richie, that these horses, they're so sensitive. They really feed off of your energy.
Yeah, if you're more nervous on a horse like this, that's going to set them off even more. As hard as it is, you've got to get yourself in that calm place, that zen place, if you will. And you saw he had cotton in his ears already. He made that one big explosive move when he got on the track. Trevor, being a good horseman, being a good rider, not just a good jockey, longer leg, was able to keep his leg on him. Horses like this are harder for a smaller rider because when they launch themselves like that, they'll have a tendency to pull you out of the saddle.
As we see him still being pretty well behaved by his standards for Trevor. Maggie, what else have you seen from Battalion out on track?
Well, I had the chance to catch up with Bob Closeris' assistant, Raul, who gallops a lot of Bob's horses himself. Now, Raul is a bigger guy, and he tends to ride leg long, which is not what jockeys do. But Trevor just sat so beautifully on Battalion, whom Raul had said to me that, as we watched him do that he does have a little bit of string halt. So it kind of, for him, trotting is not very comfortable. So he kind of does that because he, A, doesn't want to trot, and it's kind of him just releasing a bit because he knows, it's kind of on his mind, and he just has to do that. And as Raul said, he's really not a bad horse, as evidenced on your screen right now. And Trevor kind of knowing that he got that energy out of him, exactly what Richie said, that, okay, we can just chill out now and life's going to be okay. And I'm sure building up that rapport with Battalion is going to help Trevor too in this race, as he's gone to favoritism, but I really can't knock him whatsoever with what I've seen thus far. Number 5, American Lincoln, a horse that I've always liked. I mean, this is his 51st career start. I've seen him for most of them, and he always looks sensational. He carries his weight so well. He's always, no matter if it's the middle of winter or the middle of summer, dappled head to toe. He has this gorgeous forelock that is always braided but goes all the way down nearly to his nostrils. I mean, he's just a very flashy horse, but he ran well last time on the turf, a bit evenly. So as Mig said, this race is devoid of pace. Depending on what Moretti does, he could be up front, and if he's able to rattle off those even types of fractions, he could be very effective in this spot. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. American Lincoln 7-2 right now off of that 8-1 morning line, taking some attention for Jesus Romero. Let's see what kind of trip he potentially gets, as he's only started 4 times on the turf, got back to the grass for the first time in quite a while last time out.
Yeah, and he is 0 for 4 on the turf, and that's something that makes me take pause. But I really do think that he potentially can control this race on the front end. Jose Loscano has been riding extremely well. And on the inner turf, when you have natural speed or the controlling speed, it's a big advantage.
Absolutely. As we saw about the number 8 Moretti, a trainer stat come up on the screen for trainer Rudy Rodriguez Jr. As far as that just trainer switch. This is not a new ownership. Rapoli Stable has owned this horse all along, as this one just moves to the barn of Rudy Rodriguez. As Maggie alluded to back in the paddock, this is a horse that has a tendency to get out, and he was wide on the turns, giving Irad Ortiz a very tough time of it from an outside post last time out.
Yeah, and the configuration of the 1/16 on the inner turf doesn't do horses like this any favor because they're breaking kind of right into a bit of a dog leg or a bit of a turn to the left. And horses like that, I always had much better luck handling them when I didn't have to get in their mouth early. Yeah. You don't want to get in a fight, right off the jump, because then you're fighting the rest of the race.
New York bred by Uncle Mo, as the claim was voided after being eased last time out. He comes back, making his first start for Rudy today. We see Battalion minding his manners. back behind the gate under Trevor McCarthy, who got him to settle quite nicely, and some great insight from assistant trainer Raul as to why this horse may be a little bit tricky when he first steps onto the gate. Or onto the track, I should say.
But win or lose, I'm just impressed with the job Trevor McCarthy did handling this horse.
Absolutely. Not an easy job to do. As they load in, we go to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, for the call of race 4 at Belmont.
Battalion goes in. We're set for the start. And the rough. It is Hieroglyphics along with American Lincoln. Mo Ready now moves up. Down on the inside is Jack the Cat as they go around the turn. It is American Lincoln and Mo Ready. They are heads apart. Hieroglyphics races in third. Then Artemis Bridge next in fourth. 3 lengths. Back to Jack the Cat in fifth. Battalion to his outside. And Kid Chocolate is the trailer in seventh. As the field races up the backstretch. American Lincoln, the leader here by a length. Mo Ready a bit tough to handle there. And running in second. The quarter went in 24 and 1. On the outside is Artemis Bridge, who is in third and gaining some ground. Then comes Hieroglyphics, Jack the Cat, and Battalion on the outside. Farther back it is Kid Chocolate. American Lincoln holding on to the lead here over Mo Ready. American Lincoln by a neck. Mo Ready on the outside in second. With Artemis Bridge next in third and Hieroglyphics down at the rail. Right alongside is Jack the Cat. Half mile went in 48 and 4. Battalion is racing in sixth, but just 4 lengths from the lead. As they race midway on the turn, there goes Mo Ready now. Mo Ready has taken the lead. As Artemis Bridge moves up on the outside to challenge. American Lincoln is dropping back. Pass on the outside by Jack the Cat. Then Hieroglyphics, Battalion, and Kid Chocolate off the turn and into the stretch. It is Mo Ready and Artemis Bridge. Artemis Bridge and Mo Ready on the inside with Jack the Cat coming on now. Here comes Jack the Cat up to challenge Artemis Bridge. Artemis Bridge and Jack the Cat. The two of them are right together. Hieroglyphics with one last charge on the outside as they come down for the finish. It is Jack the Cat to win it. Hieroglyphics got up for second. A photo for third between Artemis Bridge and the resurgent American Lincoln.
Jack the Cat, second off the layoff, gets the win under Jelon Samuel. And how about the re-rally from American Lincoln, who looked done coming into the stretch, Richie?
Yeah, but right before the quarter pole, you thought, well, American Lincoln's done. I turned to you, I said, I just don't think he likes the turf. Jack the Cat had past races that were good enough, worked out a real nice trip under Jelon Samuel for Ray Handel. But then it was like the 5, American Lincoln said, oh, there's still a race on. I've still got work to do. And he took off running, and he came finishing again for a horse that looked like he was going to be off the board. For him to re-rally the way he did, maybe they've got to change up how they ride him. And he needs horses in front of him to keep his interest.
Yeah, that very well could be. But there's your winner, Jelon Samuel, aboard the number 2, Jack the Cat, taking a drop in class after facing those New York bred allowance types last time out. He did have back races that would make him very competitive here. He ran back to those today after 2 disappointing efforts.
Yeah, I mean, last year, he went to the bench after a poor effort, came back with a subpar effort, so you got to question, is he the same horse? Well, obviously, he's the same horse and worked out a real good trip today.
4-1 winner for trainer Ray Handel. Will bring you prices and reactions after this from the 4th at Belmont. We also have live racing continuing from Churchill Downs. Everybody's having a great time at Churchill today. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jonathan, what's up?
Hola.
watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Valley Sports Southern California as we take a look at the starting gate from Churchill Downs. That is our next order of business here in the 5th race. We'll be going a mile and a 16th for this maiden special weight for fillies and mares. Taking a look at the field, Runaway Wife currently at 9-5 as she certainly gets a cut back in distance after going a mile and a quarter. We'll meet the rest of the field though, Richie, starting with Lady Commander.
Yeah, Lady Commander kind of put it together the last couple starts, has speed from the inside with the ageless John Court.
And she looks pretty sharp out there on the track today. Here is the 3 Silverleaf.
The other one from the Kenny McPeak barn, I think out of the two, I actually like her a little better. I think she'll be very tactical.
She's 2-1 right now, being a little bit rambunctious. Here's the 4 Lanterns Candy.
Yeah, filly that has a tendency to lag a bit last time for maiden 50, but finished okay.
She's pretty sharp out there, too. Looks like she's a little bit tricky to handle. Here's the 6 Out Dancing, stretching out in distance.
Yeah, stretching out, has plenty of foundation now for trainer Steve Asmussen and Joanne and Alex Leblanc.
She is making a nice impression out on the track. The distance will be her question today. Here's your favorite, Runaway Wife at 9-5.
On that big turn back, ran 3 times sprinting, got a mile and a quarter, now back to a mile and a 16th. I like the other McPeak a little better personally, the 3 Silverleaf.
Kenny McPeak has himself well covered in this 5th race as we go back to Paladuca.
Yeah, he does, and it's whoever you really want to play in this race because of the 2 McPeak runners, I actually prefer the outside horse who lost to Miss Yearwood. Now, Miss Yearwood, when I got to talk to Ian Wilkes, who trains that filly, they were actually wanted to point her to the Alabama. She actually up running on Preakness weekend, and she ran 5th in that race. But when you look at the way this racetrack has been playing, I just look at the 2 Lady Commander, and Mig hit the nail right on the head. This is a filly that has gotten better. If you look, her 6 other one-turn starts, she had broken dead last 4 times, next to last 1 time out of those races. Since she's gone around 2 turns, she's broken like a plum. And seems like she's going to get to the front end here. Now the 4 was keyed up. Now this horse has not showed that much speed. I'm wondering if that horse tries to show speed today. And to me, I would say the wild card horse is the 6 Out Dancing. You know, Brian Hernandez rides a lot for Kenny McPeak. He's not on either of those horses. He ends up on a Steve Asmussen horse that did show some speed 2 back, broke dead last time. So my worry is that there's not a lot of pace in here. And if they let the 2 Lady Commander just walk around the racetrack with Johnny Court, this race could be over early.
That could make things very interesting indeed. Paul, thank you. Lady Commander, thought he brought up a really interesting point when they stretched this filly out in distance. She's been breaking so much better in her last few starts at Oaklawn. Can she transfer that form and the way she's been running to this 2-turn race here at Churchill?
Well, you know, you would have to think she would. I mean, she showed good speed. Looked like she kind of kicked away here, like she was going to get it done. But she set legitimate fractions. Those are not slow fractions for maidens going 2 turns. She's lingering on her inside lead, the left lead. You kind of feel like if she had maybe switched to her right lead, she would have found a little bit more and got it done here. I just don't see a lot of pace signed on here to keep her honest on the front end, do you?
No, I don't. And you look back at Silverleaf, who showed speed in her debut, but that was a race that was run very slow early on, as was kind of a typical of the Tapeta at that time of year at Gulfstream. And then her 2 races after that, she didn't show any early foot at all.
No, I mean, those were glacially slow fractions, although, you know, it's always hard for me to assess on synthetic surfaces what's, you know, I mean, we can go back to the synthetic surface at Del Mar the summer of 2007, where the Pacific Classic was running 207.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. As the weather got warmer, we did seem to see the Tapeta speed up a little bit.
Okay.
Typically towards the start of the meet earlier on, down in the winter at Gulfstream, it was kind of like a really tiring, kind of slower type of almost turf course-like surface, as you would see horses tipping out and making those big runs to the outside to be successful. So Silverleaf, and she was a big price that day, running against some talented horses. She set a very slow pace and finished 5th at a generous price. She could be one who we see, though, she doesn't have to be too far off of it if you have questions about Lady Commander, who's already started 9 times.
Yeah, it just feels like she just took her a while to figure the game out. And we should say to PETA, the invention of Michael Dickinson, terrific, very safe surface. Opposite of the synthetic out in Del Mar, where as it got warmer, it would get tacky and slower and tiring. This surface actually got better, you say, when it was warmer.
It did. It seemed to become more fair, too, as the weather got warmer and the meet went on. We'll see who can handle the mile and a 16th main track race, though, here in the 5th at Churchill Downs. They're just about loaded in. Here's Travis Stone.
They're at the gate. And the rough. Runaway Wife, good beginning. Silverleaf toward the inside and out dancing between them. So those 3 across the track early. Out dancing in between short lead, Silverleaf at the rail. Runaway Wife backs off and settles in 3rd, but is nonetheless just a length off these top 2. Lady Commander comes away 4th. The early trailer is Longshot Lantern Candy. Around the opening turn, Silverleaf going head-to-head early with Out Dancing. Out dancing outside, Silverleaf at the rail. They head for the back stretch together, and they're tracked intently by Runaway Wife, who's in the clear, racing 3rd. Lady Commander drafting in behind these first 3 from 4th, and Lantern's Candy is at the back in 5th. The opening quarter goes in a moderate 24 1/5 seconds. And it's Silverleaf and Out Dancing continuing their tussle to the half-mile pole. Runaway Wife is still tracking them 3 wide 3rd. Just a length behind is she. Lady Commander 4th and toward the rail. Lantern's Candy started to muster up a late rally to within 5 of the lead. So round the far turn, Runaway Wife is given more rein now, and here she comes 3 wide looking for the lead. And Runaway Wife grabs it midway round the far turn. Silverleaf tries to go with her. Out Dancing couldn't keep up. Lady Commander's coming with a rally now. Up to be 3rd outside. At the top of the stretch, Runaway Wife is set loose now and opens up to lead by 2. Silverleaf with no response. Lady Commander's on the wrong lead. The rest with a lot to do. Runaway Wife is running away from them. Clear by 5 lengths at the final 16th. Silverleaf's going to try and hold 2nd from Lady Commander, but it's all Runaway Wife. By 4 in the end. Silverleaf 2nd, Lady Commander 3rd.
It was a Kenny McPeak exacta, but no doubt about the winner. Runaway Wife, impressive under Julian Leperoux.
Worked out a really nice trip under Julian, just galloping offside them, about a length off the pace. Lady Commander broke a step slow, didn't show her customary speed. Silverleaf had every chance, got to sit a moderate pace on the lead and just came up 2nd best. Runaway Wife, very good. And Gunrunner continues to make a big splash as a stallion.
Yet another win as this filly gets her maiden breaking score in start number 5. Julian Leperoux in the saddle for trainer Ken McPeak. A long way back to his other runner, Silverleaf, who tried every step of the way. Lady Commander will have to settle for 3rd as once again we saw her hanging on that left lead.
Yeah, she doesn't look the most comfortable to ride. She doesn't want to change the lead. She wants to have a tendency to lean in a little bit, and then breaking a step slow, they certainly compromised her.
Back at Belmont Park, 4th race on the inner turf, went to the number 2, Jack the Cat, 2nd off the layoff and taking that drop in class. He was able to find some of those previous good races we saw from his form.
Yeah, races in the past that certainly were good enough to win. Gets it done here, 1060 for Jack the Cat for owner-trainer Ray Handel.
A nice day for him, the house horse with the win, so to speak, as it's time for me to say goodbye. At least for now, I'll be back reporting later. And Greg Wolf coming up to join you on the set here.
Yeah, and I'll be on for about another 45 minutes, and then Andy Serling jumps in.
We've got the whole team back in action today. Looking forward to it. More great live action to come. And we'll also talk about the Preakness winning trainer, Chad Brown, who looks to set his sights on the Belmont Meet title. He has had a lot of live runners here at Belmont Park, and he looks to keep that streak going today as well.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1-mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1-mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Welcome to continuing live coverage from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Regional networks out in Southern California as well. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with the MIG. I get you for a little bit. Then Andy Serling's going to be coming in. Still great card ahead, and that Grade 3 Soaring Softly, of course, the feature.
Terrific race, 7 furlongs, always such a tactical race. A lot of times jockeys' decisions come into play, particularly in turf sprints, and 7 furlongs, a little bit of a hybrid distance. We don't see it that often.
Darry Nain, Charty Party, can they handle that stretch out to 7 furlongs? Going to be interesting to see who is able to take that leap. That's still to come on the card our feature today. Right now it's pick 6 time, first leg of the sequence. Race 5 here at Belmont. 9 minutes to post coming up, and a maiden special weight on the grass to kick things off. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
This is a really good race, one I've been looking forward to all day, Greg, as well as you getting on the set. As we'll take a look at some lesser exposed horses. Number 6 in here, Chaberton for Chad Brown. She debuted on the dirt despite having quite a prolific turf pedigree. This one is half to Special Duty, who is a multiple group winner, including winning the Group 1 Cheveley Park Stakes as well as the 1,000 guineas. Granted, she was put up in that race, but still ran very well. So there's a plethora of turf pedigree, to say the least, and there are 3 other turf winners in the family. She looks like a turf horse, but it does make you scratch your head a little bit. Why the 6.5 furlongs on the dirt first time out? She is very eager here in the paddock. She looks like she should be forward. Look for her to have a forward presence in this race. Obviously, her first race would hint at that as well, but she is sharp, she is keen, but it's contained, and she looks fit and ready to go. I really like what I'm seeing from her. As number 10, I'm Glad, also ran at Keeneland, but ran going a mile and a 16th, which I like a little less distance for her, to be honest. She ran very well. She got a bit headstrong early, kind of tossing her head. Then John Velasquez got her to settle down the backside. Then she launched a wide bid along with the winner that day, and they both ran on very well to the wire. She is strong. She is solid. She's your typical Jonathan Thomas trainee. They just carry their conditioning so well. They're very confident horses when they show up here to the paddock. I really like what I'm seeing from I'm Glad as well. So does the public. But number 8, Get Respect. So first-time starter I'm a bit intrigued by at a big price up there on the board for Barkley Tag. She's the daughter of Get Stormy. Now the dam never won, but the dam is half to Get Mother a Rose, who is a stakes-winning turf horse also by Get Stormy. So in a convoluted type of way, this filly is a 3/4 sister to Get Mother a Rose. She definitely looks like the effeminate version of these Get Stormies that you see, kind of like Got Stormy. She has a massive turf hoof on her. She shows up. She's very fit, incredibly professional. I like this filly. She may need a race to strengthen up. She may need a bit more ground, but then again, the Get Stormies we often see most proficient when going a mile on the grass, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 6, as you see on the screen, it begins here. $43,523 carryover into this Saturday program. Already an additional close to $130,000 bet into this pool. As we get set for the post parade coming up, don't forget these silks right here. And, of course, those Peter Brandt silks usually associated with trainer Chad Brown. First on the grass for Lakota Spirit from this outside post.
Yeah, and it has to, worry a little bit about the outside post, even though a mile, it's a little more of a gentle slope into that backstretch.
We hear the call to post behind us. That means post parade time, and here's libretto. Jorge Abreu and Jose Ortiz. Turf debut was pretty good.
I thought she ran extremely well first time out. Adds blinkers, has the race under her belt, good inside draw. 6-1 seems like a big price on her.
Stablemate next door debuting. Daughter of Hardspun at 32-1.
Kind of an interesting pedigree. Not taking much action on the board. Grandam was a grade 2 winner on the turf.
With bells on, Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche had the lead in the stretch first time out here at Belmont, wound up 3rd.
Going that 7-furlong distance we talk about, certainly could take a step forward.
That's a big number. Almost double her morning line. Daughter of the Triple Crown champ American Pharaoh. Mose, I thought a major player in here, 5-1 right now.
Yeah, his run race is certainly good enough to win. Another one feels like he's getting overlooked in the betting a little bit.
Bill Mott, Manny Franco team up with the 4. Chaberton, start number 2. Debuted on dirt at Keeneland for Chad Brown and Judd Mont.
Yeah, certainly much more of a turf pedigree on the female side of this family, that classic Judd Mont pedigree.
Full count Felicia, 6-1. Luis Saez for Chad Summers.
Had the lead going a mile last fall here at Belmont, was just headed that day, came back with a good turf sprint.
And just was, second behind a next out winner sprinting for the comeback. First timer here, Barkley Tag. One Maggie was talking about, the Get Stormy filly with Dylan Davis.
I'm glad that Maggie likes this horse from a physical perspective. You can go back to March 1st, and this horse has not missed a beat in her training. It was something I picked up on looking at the race last night. This filly has had as steady a work tab as you're going to see.
Another American Pharaoh filly, the Flying Pharaoh for Christophe Clement.
Ran in an off-the-turf event last time, which was on a Tapeta surface by American Pharaoh. Christophe Clement certainly could improve.
Current 3-1 favorite, Jonathan Thomas filly, who debuted at Keeneland and was beat just 3/4 of a length in the debut.
Yeah, I like the slight turn back in distance to a mile. Daughter of Kingman should appreciate that. Should get a bit more pace on. Could settle a little better for Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, Hall of Famer. He was on for the debut. He's back aboard today, Johnny V. And then Chad Brown, Peter Brandt runner with Irad Ortiz Jr. on the outside at 5-1 turf debut.
Yeah, getting on the turf for the first time. Not an easy post position being out there. Lakota Spirit as a kid. I used to study about the Sioux Indians and the Lakota, Oglala, Sioux Indians of the Great Plains. Like that stuff, history.
Yeah, pick 6 starts here, close to 150,000 bet into this pool coming up. You can get involved with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Got the late pick 5 coming up as well, and we have a new audience set to join us here momentarily. Slight pause, and then we'll pick things back up as we get set for race 5. Welcome with us, just joining us on SNY. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore. We have a Pick 6 carryover set to begin in this race coming up. Mile on the Turf, a maiden special weight. Always makes certainly a weekend Saturday program a little extra intense and more fun for handicappers. And this race seems wide open to kick it off.
It really does seem wide open. Some horses that I thought were taking more money, maybe getting overlooked a little bit off of good debuts. Got a lot of pedigree in this race. It's kind of a really interesting way to start off the sequence.
Well, that one right there, for those just joining us, the 10, I'm Glad, Kingman Filly for Jonathan Thomas. The 5-2 favorite. Nearly got it done in the debut at Keeneland, going a mile and a 16th first time out. Missed by 3/4 of a length from the 7 path in the stretch.
Yeah, she had to come very wide. Not a lot of pace on. There was give in the turf, I'm sure, but a half and 50 and 4. And tough for a first-time starter to be that wide and kind of chasing the pace, particularly when they pull a little bit early. Horses tend not to finish with the same intensity or ferocity when they pull during a race. When they switch off better, they have more energy to finish with. But a nice debut, and you can see why she's favored. And again, going a 1 mile on the Belmont turf course, there should be more legitimate pace.
Minute to post coming up. Pick 6 carryover again starts here. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, your thoughts here on this first leg of the sequence coming up?
Yeah, I think the first 2 legs of the sequence are the toughest legs. I think there's some horses you can probably lean on a little bit later. I think you can lean on a horse like Highly Motivated. I think Derry Nane is very interesting as well later in the card. But these first 2 legs are tough. Starting here, I'm going to use the 10. I'm Glad. The pace was not fast in that last race, and I love one of my favorite angles in turf racing. It was horses close in to slow paces. With all the things, all the information that's available out there nowadays, I feel like that's one thing that's still a little bit hidden. The final figure doesn't always look so fast. The move was in the middle of the race, and I think the 10, I'm Glad. I don't love the draw, but I do think the 10, I'm Glad, is a very likely winner of this race. I'm also going to use the 7 Full Count Felicia. It doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in this race. You get Luis Saez, and this is a horse that even as a 2-year-old showed some speed, showed some tactical speed. I think if they want the front, they'll get the front. And if the other horses behind get into a little bit of trouble, there's nothing wrong with 6-1 on the 7 Full Count Felicia, who I predict will be on the front end. And then the 4 Mose, another one that I wanted to use as well. Ran well enough last time. Had a little bit of trouble in that race, but I do feel like the one issue I have is that was getting a great trip until that point. The pace wasn't particularly quick. This horse was close to that pace. If you're playing the Pick 6, the type of horse I feel like you probably want to use or include if you're spreading in this race. Of course, if you're going to get a little bit skinnier later, I would hate to not have this horse and be right about my 2 singles later in the day with Highly Motivated and Derry Nane. And so I do think you want to use a horse like this. If you're betting to win, I think you can maybe look elsewhere for some better opportunities.
All right, JK, best of luck this afternoon. That pool growing, $236,000 additional dollars bet into this carryover. Let's head back down to Maggie for more on one of these Chad Brown runners here trying the turf for the first time.
Well, Greg, I feel like we should have a big flashing light saying, alert, alert. This is a mile turf race, and Chad Brown's horses are not favored. They're, 7 and 5-1 on the boards. We'll take a look at the horse that on the outside, and maybe it's because both of these horses, Chad tried on the dirt first time out, and so now it feels like he's just going to kind of plan B, C, and with her, D, Lakota Spirit, as this is her 4th start of her career so far. This daughter of Curlin, yes, there's more immediate dirt pedigree, but you go back just a generation, and this one's dam is a half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner and champion turf mare Rushing Fall Breeders' Cup winner to boot. She does have a turf look. I think the 6 in here, Shaberton, does have more of a convincing appearance getting onto the turf, and she has more immediate pedigree, obviously being half to special duty, that multiple Group 1 winner in France and England. But this filly looks as though she should transfer it quite nicely to the green. Very, very fit coming in here, having that tune-up back on April 15th at Aqueduct. And then there's Christophe Clement's horse, number 9, the Flying Pharaoh. This is the first time I'm seeing her, obviously, but watching watching her few races, I wrote down, looks like a big galloping type. And that's the impression I got too. She is a big gal. You can see that's no small pony she's next to either, and she's bigger and taller than he is. She looks as though she needs more ground. I mean, my initial gut instinct is that a mile is going to be actually a bit too short for her, and she just has that big loping stride too. She looks fit and ready for this return, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is maybe more of a stepping stone to longer distances, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. About to load up here momentarily. That is an imposing pedigree, and 5-1 somehow with Peter Brandt and Chad Brown on the 12 Lakota Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Maggie pointed it out. You're getting Chad Brown at a price, and how often do we see that angle come through?
Even with runners from that barn that don't seem they have pedigree, seem to run for him when they get on the surface.
Seem like they have such a good handle on what surface horses will excel on, watching them train. When you talk to Chad about it, he says the way they finish works kind of makes them make the decision what surface they might be best at.
There's his other runner also getting on grass for the first time moving in, the Juddmonte homebred Chaberton, Cantheros filly. Pick 6 carryover on this Saturday card. Begins here in race 5. Mile on the turf coming up, and there is the other Chad Brown, Peter Brandt runner. We're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
For race 5. And they're off. It is Chaberton who goes out for the early lead with bells on. Now moves up to challenge, and Full Count Felicia sits just off of them in third. Break of 2 to Mosey, who's in fourth. On the outside is I'm Glad, next in fifth. Get Respect runs in sixth. Lakota Spirit is in seventh. Libretto down at the rail running in eighth. The Flying Pharaoh is in ninth, and Unworld trails the field in 10th. With bells on is the leader now by a length and a half. Chaberton in second, and on the outside, Full Count Felicia. The opening quarter mile in 23 and 2. Mosey is in fourth, 4 lengths from the front. And on the outside is the favorite, I'm Glad, who's racing in fifth. Then the first-time starter, Get Respect, racing in sixth, followed by Lakota Spirit and Libretto, then the Flying Pharaoh and Unworld. They have With Bells On to catch. She leads here by a length and a half. Chaberton is in second, Full Count Felicia on the outside, followed by Mosey, and I'm Glad, the half mile in 48 seconds, With Bells On by a length. Chaberton, Full Count Felicia, they're right together, second and third. Mosey is down towards the rail, and they're coming for the head of the stretch. With Bells On. Chaberton on the outside now to challenge. With Bells On and Chaberton. Then it's Full Count Felicia. Mosey is next in fourth. Unworld is gaining ground down towards the rail, and Lakota Spirit is moving up on the extreme outside. It is Chaberton. Here comes Lakota Spirit on the outside with Mosey. They come on for the finish, and it is a blanket finish. Lakota Spirit was there. So was Chaberton and Mosey. Photo finish in race 5.
2 fillies debuting on the grass. Stablemates from the Chad Brown barn. Was it Chaberton, the 6, or the 12 Lakota Spirit?
The only thing I'm certain of is that Chad Brown won this race. And this is the third time today on the show we're going to see a trainer exact this. Gary Shacker earlier at Belmont, Ken McPeak at Churchill, and it sure looks like the Peter Brandt owned Lakota Spirit got her nose down on the wire first.
If that is right, in those forest green and light green silks, that's 5-1. If it's the other Chad Brown runner, the Juddmonte Chaberton, it's 7-1. Either way, it's an upset here. Just so good at what he does. And anytime, I don't understand how these horses go off at these numbers when he does this time and time again with horses getting on the grass for the first time.
It's consistent. It's not a fluke. It doesn't happen by accident. It's consistent. The 6 Chaberton got a good trip, stalked the pace, got first run, and then here comes Lakota Spirit down the middle of the racetrack under strong handling from Irad Ortiz Jr. And it does appear that the 12 got up in the shadow of the wire.
Certainly had the momentum going late. Did the nose get down at the right time at the wire? That's the question here. Cameras following the 12. Again, if it is Lakota Spirit, it's 5-1 here. $250,000 daughter of Curlin And there it is, posted. Lakota Spirit. 3 starts on dirt, gets on grass, and gets a W. Picture time for this filly by Curlin out of a Street Sense mare. 12-6, 4-3. Chad Brown exacta. Prices when we come back from this first leg of this Pick 6 carryover on our Saturday card.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back at America's Day at the Races, and we head to Churchill Downs, race 6. We just had the Pick 6 carryover get underway in New York in the Derby City 6. One of the Twin Spires at Churchill begins in this race coming up. $50,000 maiden claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs, and the 2 with a scratch of the 1 gets the rail. CJ all the way.
Adds blinkers after improving second start for trainer Mark Cassie.
And just was 3rd at this level in the dirt debut. The 3 Naval Officer, favorite right now for Mike Maker.
Ran well first time, get claimed, moves up, adds blinkers also.
Happy Romance, it's what we all want. It's been off since March of last year. New barn to Brett Calhoun.
Yeah, son of Run Happy takes a meaningful drop in class from maiden allowance to maiden claiming.
Lunar Rocket claimed each of the last 2 starts.
Horse that only 2 times ran for a tag was claimed, so popular at the claim box. Returns to gelding, kind of interesting.
Yeah, poor beginning and was not far behind Naval Officer, the favorite. Last start, meanwhile, 3-1. Here's Devil's Glen, blinkers on.
Blinkers, slight drop in class, another one dropping from that maiden allowance.
Had to face Cyberknife, second start of his career. It's a big drop down. Bad decisions at 8-1, Phil Bauer.
Showed good speed on debut. That was in Indiana last fall, but comes back here for a tag.
23-1 on this 3-year-old son of Anchor Down.
Yeah, as well beaten both times at the same level.
Dirt debut for this one here, Tempo Madness for Mark Cassie.
Yeah, more of a turf pedigree on the female side, but by American Pharaoh and also taking a drop in class.
And a cutback in distance for Loco. Juan Cano just claimed this one off Tom Drury.
Yeah, and the races sprinting were better early in this horse's career, so maybe just getting back to what this horse really wants to do.
5 minutes to post here in the start of this Derby City 6. Paul, did you see a reason to make Naval Officer 9-5 in here?
Well, it's a tough call, Greg, right? Because you're getting Mike Maker and you're getting Tyler Gaffleone, so that's going to get bet right off the bat just when the people here see the connections in anybody around the world. This is a horse they claim for $30,000, and Mike Maker is known for winning in the claiming game. Let's just be honest. He claims these horses, and he bumps his horse up to 50. Now, the blinkers do go on Naval Officer, this colt by American Freedom, but there's a couple other horses where the blinkers go on. The 2, CJ All the Way. I thought the 7 have some speed in here as well. It's going to be really interesting which one of these horses takes to the blinkers, because when you look on numbers, this race really does look 2-3. Now, the 6 in here, Luna Rocket, seems like the same movie every time. The horses run 5 times third place finishes in 7 starts. Will probably get a decent trip, but it's going to have to make up some ground, which is probably not a great thing to do in a maiden 50. You know, so I had this race 2-3, and my long shot, and maybe I am getting crazy, is Loco, the 11 for Mitchell Merle and Juan Cano. They claim this horse. Mig said it. Draw a line through that turf race going long, first start in March, and draw a line through this race going long. This horse sprinting as a 2-year-old has numbers that would compete, and if she can get a little bit better, or he can get a little bit better as a 3-year-old, I think he's got an outside shot. And you're getting 11-1, so I'm going to put a little money on Loco on the outside.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. This horse, they tried the horse going long, didn't work out. He's had 2 very good efforts hitting the board sprinting at this racetrack against better company. I know it was a 2-year-old, so you never know how good those horses are going to pan out, but it was straight maiden groups as 2-year-olds here.
This is a classic example of a horse's form kind of being dirtied up. The turf race, okay, horse didn't like the turf. Went long, horse doesn't really want to go long. All of the sprints are decent races, and if this horse has natural improvement from 2 to 3, which it's supposed to, puts this horse squarely in contention here, and that's a huge price.
Meanwhile, this one here in those silks of Michael Dubb, Naval Officer 3-2 favorite. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts here on this 6 from Churchill.
Yeah, I was trying to look for an alternative when looking at the 3 Naval Officers. I felt probably a little bit overbet, but as I kind of started to go through the field, it wasn't really a lot more. There wasn't a lot in there to lean on. When you look at the 3 Naval Officer, you do get the positive move to Mike Maker. Mike Maker does well with horses that he claims, and it's also the positive move that he claims for 30, runs for 50, right? So if he didn't like the horse, he didn't have to run for more than he paid. He could run for less or the same price. This horse took a little bit of money on debut. The pace figures, although the horse didn't make the lead in there, the pace was pretty quick, and this horse was close enough to that pace to suggest that they can be very close in here based on those numbers. It was a sloppy racetrack last time. So there's a lot of reasons to feel like Naval Officer ran pretty good last time, especially from a speed figure standpoint, and I do think this is the horse to beat in here. I'm just not crazy about the price. The other horse I thought was interesting was the 6, Lunar Rocket, a horse that's been claimed in back-to-back starts, was claimed back in April for $20,000, and then ran for 30 and was claimed that day for 30 and is now being, I don't want to say protected, but raised up all the way to 50 by my man John Hancock. If you ever get a chance to talk to John Hancock, I recommend you doing so. He is hilarious. So anyways, I'm rooting for John in this horse. This is another horse that makes a little bit of sense, but I think the 3 is the most likely winner. If I was betting this race from a win standpoint, I would probably take the 6, Lunar Rocket.
Well, and there he is, riders off Lunar Rocket. That is Gerardo Corrales. And you go 2 starts back, this horse ran a bigger number on dirt than Naval Officer. I know Naval Officer has upside, and it was his debut. But when they met each other next time, Lunar Rocket compromised beginning, and he was right there with him.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw Lunar Rocket behind the gate getting his saddle adjusted, and then he was acting up a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, not a lot separates them, and you can make the case that Lunar Rocket was better than Naval Officer because of the trip. Well, Naval Officer should improve
and
with the race, though, right?
Despite yeah, you would think. We'll see. Despite that, not a whole lot separating them. 6-5 on the favorite. 9, now 5-1 actually, on Lunar Rocket, who bad acting behind him. He moves in with Gerardo Corrales. Intriguing at a bit of a price here to kick off this Derby City 6. But Naval Officer, start number 2, moving to one of the best claiming barns in the country for Mike Maker, the favorite.
Loco, the outsider's taking a lot of late money.
Yeah, down to 7-1. Travis Stone, here's the 6 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Tempo Madness, good beginning, but Naval Officer is there, and bad decisions between them. Those three across the track. Naval Officer is quickest from the rail and races on through to the front. Naval Officer opens up 2.5 already. CJ all the way comes through toward the inside to be second. Bad decision right there third. Temple Madness on the outside is fourth. Happy Romance advancing inside fifth. Luda Rocket is sixth. Devil's Glen in the clear seventh. Right of Rush over to the inside eighth. The trailer is Loco. Fire turn run. Naval Officer steps out to lead by 2 and got away with an opening quarter. Uncontested 22 and 2, 3 furlongs from the wire. Happy Romance has made steady progress now. Up into second, but is under a ride. Bad Decisions on the outside is third. CJ all the ways in fourth. The rest with a lot to do. Naval Officer heads for home in front, but Happy Romance is putting in a bid. Happy Romance is second and coming after Naval Officer, who's set down. Bad Decisions is third. 1 furlong to go. Naval Officer tested by Happy Romance, who goes on by. Happy Romance takes over at the 16th pole and is on to victory. Happy Romance wins it by 2.5, and Bad Decisions got second. Naval Officer settles for third, and Loco was fourth.
Son of Run Happy off a long layoff. Kicks off this Derby City 6. Things could not have gone better for Naval Officer out of the gate. This horse veering all over the place in the stretch.
Yeah, got loose on the lead, had everything his own way. Just kind of got to wandering under pressure. But Happy Romance taking that drop in class we talk about, from maiden allowance races to maiden claiming. Big, long striding son of Run Happy, who has really started to make an impact at stud.
And Naval Officer even losing second there late. Bad Decisions, as you heard. Drop in class coming from Horseshoe Indy. Showed that speed in that straight maiden race in the slop. Gets second late. 5-8-3 finish. Favorite defeated to start this Derby City 6.
Yeah, with no excuses. Speed's been doing well today at Churchill. You want to be involved. Just no excuses. Had everything his own way.
That was some nice twirling of the riding crop right there.
Yeah, Gabe Saez, his second win on the card there, riding extremely well at Churchill, and a guy that's never been afraid to show his emotions. I'm not into all the histrionics.
You did a few fist pumps at the wire in your day.
Not that many.
Back at Belmont, Lakota Spirit, first time on the grass. Impressive here for Peter Brand and trainer Chad Brown with Irad Ortiz Jr.
1380 on a Chad Brown runner, and how about a $42.75, $1 exacta if you box the 2 Chad Brown runners.
How about that? 5-1 over 7-1. I think we're going to see both these two remaining on grass for the foreseeable future. Mig saying goodbye. Glad I got you for a little bit. Andy Serling stepping in after a quick break. Lot still to come.
Great day of racing on tap, and the weather's really cooperating.
Yeah, beautiful afternoon out here, and that's good news. Certainly for Derry Nain and Christophe Clement in the Grade 3 Soaring Softly feature. Wants firm ground for her. We're going to be back. Next up, late pick 5. 6 furlong sprint ahead in a New York bred first allowance condition. Stay with us.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
Global Camp Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pass.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. You can play all the action, of course, with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and bet all the action from here at Belmont and all across the country and beyond. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5 here in New York on the Saturday card. 6 furlong sprint. New York bred, 8 other than allowance, and the 8-5 favorite. Ready AP right now for Christophe Clement. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll get to her in a second, Greg, but I do want to talk about a filly who is kind of second off the 2 to 3 layoff with a little bit of freshening in between. That's number 6 in here, Silver Fist, who came back in a pretty tough spot for her 3-year-old Bow last time out in that East View where Yo Cuz wired the field that day, and she stumbled so badly from her inside post position where she looked to be the projected speed, and so when she had that trouble at the beginning, it just gift wrapped the win to Yo Cuz. But she comes back at a more preferable distance today with the 6 furlongs. 7 can be tough off the bench. She looks incredibly fit as she does get Lasix for the first time here. She is wearing a bit of a fuller cut blinker this time around too. And furthermore, she's drawn more outside, so therefore she doesn't have to stand in the gate as long as she did last time, which can lead to a horse getting away not that cleanly. So I like Silver Fist. Now all the money going to Ready AP. I think, you know, some of that has to do with West Point liking to bet their horses, and that's fine. But the problem with her, though, is she has yet to run a race remotely faster than any of the horses that have legitimate shots to win this. The good thing for her, though, I think, is that she gets to run out of her own stall. Both of her races back at Aqueduct, she was washed out. She was incredibly nervous. She was just not making a good impression whatsoever. And she's not a turf horse. She doesn't look like a turf horse whatsoever. But today, having been able to just walk out of her stall and come over here to the paddock, as she will be the last one to hit the track here, has done her well. So we'll see, can she run faster race than she ever has? She's hinting at signs that there at least will be improvement. Now, on the comeback trail is number 8. That's Making My Move. She makes her 3-year-old debut here. She's filled out a bit, which I really appreciate. You know, my main concern with her last year was that she just kind of looked a little bit weaker, a little bit one-sided. She hadn't really filled out that top line yet. Well, she's done so, but on top of that, she looks incredibly fit and lean. Now, her last race wasn't great, but her 2 races before that, whether it was on the dirt or the turf, they were good. So I'm intrigued to see what Making My Move does getting back to the races, Greg, after she debuted in such a stylish fashion up at the Spa.
Yeah, that was a dominant margin of victory, won by more than 12 lengths. 3-year-old debut coming up. Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper here, joining me on set. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. We got a little exercise together, you and I.
Well, we did. Nice little walk from the Long Island Railroad to the track.
Yeah, it was good.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I know. I need you around more. You forced me to get a little exercise. We may make a return trip, actually, after the show, right?
Yes, we're going to have to hustle. Grade 3 Soaring Softly, our feature still to come, and this weather is a really good news for Derry Nain.
Yeah, and it's a good news for all of us, frankly, because there were some severe storms in the area, and there was a concern, and they basically missed us. We got a little bit of a shower, but nothing of any consequence at all. So that is good for everybody all weekend, because it's going to be nice the rest of the weekend, and we got good racing through Monday.
2 fillies who have been incredibly impressive early on in their careers. Derry Nain for Christophe Clement, Charty Party for Wesley Ward. There's some other good fillies in that group as well, but a lot of hype about those 2 still to come in our feature. Here is Thinking It Over, Joel Rosario, Ray Handel.
Yeah, Exit's a second-place finish where she ran all right, but I think this feels just tougher.
Captivating Kara, 16-1 next door.
Yeah, she's 1 for 24 with her share of chances.
Banker's Daughter, the 3, Flavian Pratt on board, 1 for 17 with 7 seconds.
Tough beat for Flavia in race number 5, beating a Zop at the wire. It's just like, too many seconds for me, and I just think this field's a little tougher than someone she's been in.
Liberty Flame showed speed and used it to break her maiden in career start number 3.
Yeah, she actually ran okay in there. Royal Current's a heavy favorite, and I think Monday's first race. I don't know. I want to see it again.
Tell a Perfect Tale. I thought a big player in here, 9-2. Jose Gomez for Bonnie Lucas.
Well, on paper, she's a weak horse to beat. She fell at the start last time, stumbled badly, but she is bet like she can't run anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. A race at Akron to blast this field.
Strange. Silver Fist at 10-1. Trevor McCarthy.
As Maggie was noting, she lost all chance to start, and this is sort of the first time she'll have a chance as a 3-year-old. She's far from impossible and too big a price.
And we jump to the 8. This is Making My Move, who, again, was so impressive in that Saratoga debut last summer.
I agree, but off of these 4 to 8 month layoffs, John Kimmel is 0 for 22 on the dirt.
Among those she dusted in that debut, Silver Fist, the 6, as we look at Ready AP, our 9-5 favorite for Christophe Clement.
I don't think she'll be favored. I picked her, actually, thinking she'd be around 7-2, 4-1. I wouldn't bet a nickel on her at this price. I thought she ran well in her return race, sort of in a tough situation. She's not a turf horse. Today's the day she's supposed to run, but she's going to have to get faster to beat horses here. She's supposed to be like 4-1 or 9-2. How is the 5 9-2? Is she running around there with a sling or something that we can't see? It's weird.
5-2 morning line, one of the major players in the race and being ignored on the board right now.
She could have been 8-5, and you would have said, yeah, she should be 8-5. I mean, I picked her second, trying to be a wise guy. I picked her horse who's 2-1. She's 9-2. Some wise
Newest
guy.
bet in racing, that triple play pick 3, $3 pick 3 on the last 3 races at Belmont every Sunday. Go to NYRABets.com/triple play for more information on that wager, and that low takeout makes it very enticing. Pick 5 begins here. Close to $400,000 in this pool already. So let's look at Ready AP back on March 18th, last time she was on dirt.
Yeah. This was actually a good performance, I thought. When you consider the whole situation, I thought she ran fine. I'm not going to say that she was unlucky to lose, but she did get kind of hooked up. And I thought this was an improvement, even though the figure doesn't suggest it off some of her races as a 2-year-old. We'll see if she can get it done. Maybe just a little bit short. But like I said, I don't care because at 2-1, I don't want any part of her.
That price is short. Ira Ortiz Jr., Manny, perhaps, and Clement together as we go to this one who, conversely, is just dead on the board here at 9-2. Tell a Perfect Tale. As you said last time out, major excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I know she was 35 cents a dollar. This is her win 2 back. She stumbled very badly at the start. And don't forget, they're only going 4.5 furlongs, so she didn't really have a chance to get herself in stride. Now, I think the question with her is, where did this improvement come from? Now, we've seen a lot of massive improvements for horses that were in the Wayne Potts barn. And make no mistake, Bonnie Lucas, who's deputizing while Wayne is suspended, it's the Wayne Potts barn. And it's inexplicable, honestly. Look at this horse, 40 buyers, 50 buyer, and suddenly she's an 80 buyer horse. You don't see that too often. So, like a lot of people, I imagine they're thinking that the clock has struck 12 on this horse. But, I mean, at 9-2, and she's got to come down. It's just weird, right?
It really is. Public giving up on this filly right now. Pick 5, JK, it starts here. What are your thoughts here on the first leg of the sequence?
Yeah, I mean, in the pick 6 that I played, and also if you're playing the pick 5, I'm going to spread in this spot. I think it's tough. I'm interested in the 1 and the 3 towards the inside. They feel like horses that might appreciate that half furlong cutback. They have some tactical speed, thinking it over. Ran okay last time, ran well enough, and if that half furlong, that cutback can help a little bit, I think the 1 thinking it over at 6-1 is interesting. And I just wanted to point out with the 7 and with the 8, Ready AP, the 7 and the 8 Making My Move, they both had these brilliant performances, but they just haven't quite lived up to what you would expect those numbers that they earned earlier in their careers. They just haven't really turned out to be those types of horses. Now, Ready AP ran fine 2 races back, and Making My Move is going to finally maybe turn it back around. But I did think that was a little bit interesting, and I'm curious to see what Maggie thinks about the 8 Making My Move coming in off such a long layoff.
Well, Jonathan, like I said back in the paddock, I like what I'm seeing from her, and I did have the chance to catch up with her conditioner, John Kimmel, who said that in her last start, she did bleed. And, you know, 2-year-olds and horses running in stakes in New York cannot run with Lasix. So John said he sent her down to Fair Hill, where they have the therapeutic center that Bruce Jackson runs, where they can utilize a hyperbaric chamber. And let me tell you, that is the best thing to use on a horse that may have the propensity to bleed. And she looks great. Like I said, I'm really impressed with what I see from this filly coming back now as a 3-year-old and 2. She has speed, but at least she's drawn outside. Let's talk about Teleperfect Tail. I don't know, as Andy was saying, are people thinking that the clock struck midnight, that because her first start for Bonnie Lucas, quote unquote, was not great up at Finger Lakes? Well, yes, for those who don't know, Bonnie Lucas is or whatever, the assistant for Wayne Potts. There's really not much change. I couldn't fault her physically, Greg, and maybe she'll appreciate getting back to these NYRA racetracks.
Well, she's come down a little. Thank you, Maggie. That 9-2, now 7-2. Still,
friend of mine used to call
would
that.
have expected shorter.
Friend of mine used to call that guppy money. You know, the dead on the board horse that takes that late money. We'll see if it's guppy money or smart money. It's very weird. I just can't. The 8's, first of all, better on the turf. But second of all, John Kimmel's layoff numbers are atrocious. I don't want to go anywhere near that horse.
No, late in the wagering, that one right there, that filly moving and making my move has become the favorite. We're set for the pick 5. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. From the outside, Ready AP. Now moving up, Captivating Cara. There goes Making My Move. Making My Move makes the move to the front. Teleperfect Tail has advanced into second. Then it's the trio of Ready AP. The gray Silver Fist, now dropping back at the rail, is thinking it over as the field goes into the far turn. And the leader is Making My Move in front. Silver Fist in second. Teleperfect Tail down on the inside in third, with Ready AP next in fourth. Thinking it over is in fifth. And Captivating Cara on the outside is a Liberty Flame. And trailing the field is Banker's Daughter. As they come for the head of the stretch, it is Making My Move who has the lead over Silver Fist. Ready AP. Down on the inside, it is Teleperfect Tail. The half-mile in 46-2, and they are in the stretch. It is Making My Move. Teleperfect Tail down at the rail. Ready AP is there. Thinking it over is now coming on. It's 4 of them stacked across the track, and Banker's Daughter in with a chance, looking for a way through. They're coming for the 16th pole. On the outside, Thinking It Over. Down at the rail, it's Teleperfect Tail. And then Banker's Daughter on to the finish. It is Thinking It Over narrowly. Thinking It Over. A narrow victory there. Very tight for second between the late closing Banker's Daughter and Teleperfect Tail.
Thinking It Over, Joel Rosario, Ray Handel, Mary Legs Farm Homebred.
Funny race, you know, the 8 seemed like she might be in control as they turned for home, and then the whole field sort of appeared to swallow them up. Teleperfect Tail looked like it was a they didn't know, getting a dream trip up the rail under Gomez, but it was the one Thinking It Over who improved for Joel Rosario to get the job done.
1-5-3?
1-5-3 sounds right to me.
5-1 after an upset to begin the pick 6, an upset to begin the pick 5 here. Thinking It Over, 3-year-old filly by Overanalyze, won her debut. Stakes placed in her second start against New York Breds, but had not yet found the winner's circle the next 4. Finds it again, picture time finally here today. Well, once again, and she gets rolling late under Joel, who still has his big mount ahead of him in that Great Three soaring softly on the turf, going 7/8 on Derry Nain for Christophe Clement. Prices from this one in a moment. We're going to head back to Churchill Downs. 7th race next. Talk about a wide open race to start a pick 5. Mile and a 16th on the turf here. First allowance condition to kick off the sequence as you look at Evan Singh for Al Stahl, one of, I think you make a case for just about everybody in this field. We'll talk more about it when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
We are back on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us as we get set for a Pick 5 coming up at Churchill Downs. Meanwhile, back here at Belmont, thinking it over. Joel Rosario, winning Eclipse Award-winning rider, on board for Ray Handel as this filly picks up the second win of her career.
Yeah, nice job by Joel, giving the usual good ride and getting the right trip. And Tell a Perfect Tale almost told a perfect trip there and made all of us that didn't take her at 7-2 look foolish, but thinking it over gets it done. Congrats to Ray Handel.
Big Pick 3 as well, ending their $422 for $1 Pick 3 play as we head back to Churchill Downs. So this race to kick off their Pick 5, again, mile and a 16th on the turf. It's the 10 right now who's favorite. That's eyes on target. Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. He's won 2 in a row. But I didn't think a standout in here by any means.
No, I think it's an open race. I do think he's the horse to beat. He really ran. This is a horse that had some preposterous trips last year when Bill Mott had him here and had been very, very unlucky. And even when he won 2 back, the race got claimed out of, he was given a ridiculous ride, in my opinion, and just buried in traffic because he's not that slow. Last time out, he buried a weaker field. It gets tougher here, though. I thought the one Grail was an interesting horse, first starting the turf as a 3-year-old. I know you're interested in the 3, whose dam was the second, the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf, making her turf debut. So, you know, this is right. Very good.
Yeah, produced, by the way, Cambier Park, the dam multiple Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown, and same owners, OXO Equine. Produced a Grade 2 winner in synthetic as well, Grade 3 winner on the turf named Bell Hill. So 6-1 right now on 11 Central, getting on the grass for the first time. Let's take a look at Red Hornet and Mr. Tip when they went head-to-head back on May 6th at Churchill.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have much to say about this race. I think both of these horses are far from impossible, and I think they sort of lend a little bit of credence to what you said to me off camera, which is that a lot of horses can win this race. I mean, I think the thing about the ones you and I are talking about is they're new faces. The 3's never been in the turf. Now, keep in mind, Cambier Park was a Medaglia d'Oro. This horse is a Mint to Mischief, who is not nearly as effective a turf influence. Obviously better as dirt. I think Grail is interesting first time. I want to get somebody new in here, like you kind of did with the 3. And I think the 1 sort of has that look to him.
We're going to look at them all here coming up as they make their way through the tunnel, approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in this first leg of this late Pick 5, which includes their feature later to come, 1.5 miles on the turf in that Kirtana for fillies and mares. We start with the one you had mentioned, Grail. The remaining half of the entry breaks from post 2, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, I mean, this horse obviously has to improve, but this horse is running against very good horses. I mean, I know it's synthetic, but he just finished behind Stolen Base and Tis the Bomb 2 back.
Here's High Def, gets the rail, Eddie Keneally.
I thought he was a little slower than these, though he'll probably appreciate cutting back from 1.5 miles.
11 Central, Paolo Lobo, Adam Beschizza first on the grass.
Well, we've already been talking about him. He has that big dam side pedigree and finally gets the surface, at least the dam sides that he wants.
Yeah, Sealy Hill, she earned $1.7 million in her
Good
career.
horse.
Red Hornet for Anna Mia.
Yeah, I mean, we showed the last race. This horse's races are okay. He's had her chances, but his chances fits.
Three Diamonds Farm and the other Mike Maker at 7-1.
Once again, it's the wire together with Red Hornet. Nothing to say this horse can't win.
Arabian Prince at 7-1, Dallas Stewart and Raylo Gutierrez.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has had his share of chances, just the 1 for 13, but once again, he's probably a little slower than some, but not impossible.
Evan Singh, some upside here, and just start number 3 for this Al Stahl runner.
Yeah, listen, he's only run twice. Why can't he take another step forward?
Favorite, 5-2, Eyes on Target, Mike Maker second off the claim.
I think he's the horse to beat, but I don't disagree with you that this is a tougher spot, and at 5-2, you can find better horses to bet.
And, yeah, this horse is in. I don't know why I have this horse scratched here, the 11. Yearn for Victory is in for Rusty Arnold. And another one who I thought was interesting, getting on turf for the first time. Dam was 6 for 16 on the grass and graded stakes placed.
Yeah, now her production has not been good. Just one of the 4 falls to try it was one on the turf and were bad. And I don't really think of Bayern as a turf influence, but on the Dam side there is pedigree, as you said.
Well, 14-1 shot on the rail. This one High Def. We're going to show you this Fairgrounds race from 2 starts back. It was the maiden win in the 8th start of his career.
Right, but the problem is this effort gets him absolutely 0 in this race. These are better horses than he faced, so you have to hope he improves. The problem is he's run on the turf 9 times, and he's never run a figure as fast as most of the field has run. So I think way too much would have to happen for him to win. To me, he looks like a rank outsider.
He's going to be able to immediately save ground from that post.
Not always good, though, in that goofy Churchill course, right? We've seen plenty of times you need to be wide on the turf. And then we did have a lot of rain during the week, and that's sometimes when you need to be outside. Now, the rails, they're way off the inside, so maybe that'll help being outside. But I have found this course to be a little bit quirky.
3 minutes to post here in the 7th coming up. Starts the pick 5, Paul.
Yeah, and listen, guys, I really love a horse in here, and I'm not going to give you much. I love the 10 in here, Eyes on the Target. Now, I do know that Mike Maker has 2 different runners in here, and Tyler Gaffleone does not show up on either of them. Ricardo Santana will be on the 10, Eyes on the Target. With the 2 scratches, he'll move into the 8 slot, and I think he's got tactical speed. His last race, the first start in the Mike Maker barn, he really did not look like a loser the whole way around the racetrack. Really kick clear with Irad Ortiz Jr. Now Ricardo will get aboard, and I just think this horse might be improving. Mike Maker does this with a lot of his turf horses as well, so I just think this horse is going to repeat the effort. Now to get to the 3, 11 Central. Tremendous looking horse. You can understand why they paid $900,000. Obviously, with the bottom side of the pedigree, you guys talked about Cambria Park, who was a multiple graded stakes winner for Chad Brown on the turf. This is a horse that when you pay $900,000, you really don't want to geld this horse right before the first start. But my only question with the 3 is, if this horse was so well meant, why wouldn't you bring this horse here for Derby week and run this horse on the turf maybe here instead of Indiana and got an easy field and gallop? So I just thought this race could be the 10, and I think the horse to beat. I singled the 10 in my pick 5, and I also used a 3 just defensively in case the horse is the real deal and goes gate to wire.
All right, Paul, thank you. Public agrees with the 10 here. This Mike Maker runner, again, he's got 2 in the race. This one as well, the 5. Jonathan, how are you going to play the 7th at Churchill?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 horses. Like Andy mentioned, you've watched races at Churchill since they've switched the turf course. There's been some kind of bizarre-looking races where they're just all trying to stay off the inside. So I've been kind of upgrading horses that are drawn towards the outside because they're already kind of there. And also, to Andy's point, when it rains at Churchill, typically, now they've changed the turf course there, but in general, the inside is not where you want to be. So I'm going to go with the 2 horses towards the outside, the 9, Evan Singh, and the 10, Eyes on Target. We'll start with the 10, Eyes on Target. like Paulie mentioned, this horse ran well last time. The pace was not fast. This horse closed into a slow pace, and you get Ricardo and Maker have had some success together when they've hooked up in a lot of these situations, so I'm not too concerned that Tyler shows up on a horse for Brendan Walsh. And then the 9, Evan Singh. This is a horse that has some tactical speed, ran well last time. The pace wasn't particular. I would love this horse if the pace was a little bit faster last time. Kind of got a soft trip, sat in the pocket behind a pace that wasn't particularly quick. But like you guys have pointed out, this is a lightly raced horse that could take another step forward. Despite that slow pace, still did get a nice final number and a nice final figure. And I like the tracking, stalking position that this horse should be able to get drawn from the 9 hole.
All right, JK, thanks. Yeah, that was a very soft pace last time out on the stretch out. 25-1, 50-1 to the half, and the race Evan Singh's coming out of.
Yeah, I agree. The horse that won the race was the speed, so I guess you could say he was a little bit compromised. Listen, I'm not going to take a big stand for or against. I just felt like he had to get a lot faster in all likelihood pretty quickly to get it done here. But listen, I bet a horse at 5-1 that has to get faster too. But I think he might be getting back to the right surface and maybe improved on synthetic, and you can't really tell that he's improved.
Those blue Godolphin silks on that one right there. Grail, remaining half of the entry. Tyler Gaffleone will ride for Brendan Walsh. The last 2 have come in stakes races on synthetic at Turfway. Back to grass where he broke his maiden at Kentucky Downs.
Of course, Brendan trained Maxfield for Godolphin as well. You look at that race 2 back. I know it was synthetic, but this is a horse that ran well enough as a 2-year-old in December to be competitive. Dowagic Chief, is that Amos? That's a speed horse in the turf. Finished just behind Stolen Base, who won the American Turf on Derby Day against a tough field. This horse was facing some very good horses. Tis the Bomb is going to win, which is the Epsom Derby. Which race in Europe is Ken McPhee going to win with him?
Wow.
I can't remember. It's hard to keep up with Ken.
Subtext for you think has no shot.
Well, I don't think he's going, but he likes to dream. You can't knock a guy for dreaming.
Got to be in it to win it. But no, look, Tis the Bomb showing up in the running line certainly makes this horse a player, even if it was on synthetic.
And Stolen Base, too. I mean, he's done it as well. Tis the Bomb, I'll be interested to see when he heads back to turf. I think Kenny's I'm going to hope he's getting more realistic, and he's pointing for the Belmont Derby.
He's always been beyond aggressive. It paid off several times. Paid off with his filly.
Right,
in the Preakness.
But going over to Europe, I know he was second with that horse Hard Sun or Hard Buck. Hard Buck was second to King George. He was a distant second, but second in one of the world's most prestigious races nonetheless. And a number of his horses have paid the price since then.
Pick 5 starts here. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Even beginning. Red Hornet mid-pack. Evan Singh is there. Eyes on target up close toward the inside 11 Central, and farther out is Yearn for Victory. 5 across the track early. And Eyes on Target goes on with it with Evan Singh, so these 2 will set the pace. 11 Central's pulled back off to rate while third. Yearn for Victory comes in from the far outside up into third now. As 11 Central drops back into fourth, Red Hornet moves up from fifth. Grail is down inside, coasting along while sixth, only about 5 lengths off the lead. Arabian Prince in seventh, Mr. Tip and High Def at the back. Pretty tight pack to the backstretch run. The opening quarter's on the board in 23 flat. Evan Singh and Eyes on Target share the lead together. Eyes on Target outside, 11 Singh at the rail. They continue head-to-head with Red Hornet in the clear racing third. Yearn for Victory cruising up and behind fourth. 11 Central bottled up inside fifth. Grail six. Mr. Tip, Arabian Prince, and High Def. Very tight pack. Only about 4 lengths from top to bottom. They're on to the far turn. Eyes on Target and Evan Singh going head-to-head. Red Hornet rolls up 3 wide. They're starting to pick up the tempo around the far turn. Grail emerges from the pack and is now fourth. And only 3 lengths behind the rest with work to do. Coming for the top of the stretch, Evan Singh turning for home. Narrow lead, Eyes on Target to the attack. Eyes on Target takes the lead, trying to shift in there. Evan Singh's in tight toward the rail. Red Hornet and Grail, then Arabian Prince, 1 furlong to go. Eyes on Target, tough to control. 2-length lead, 16th out. Red Hornet, Grail, Arabian Prince coming for the wire, and Eyes on Target was tough to handle down the lane, but got the money. Red Hornet, Grail, Arabian Prince.
Eyes on Target, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. The 9-horse to the inside here winds up hitting the rail a couple of times down the stretch.
Yeah, the 10 was a little hard to handle. This is a great claim by Mike Dubb, claiming this horse. This horse had a plenitude of trips in a lot of races. Got this horse for $50,000, laid up a few months, and has now won 2 successive races. Person this race, $127,000. Now, a lot of it's probably for Kentucky breds, but the good news for Eyes on Target, he's Kentucky bred, so he's now made over $100,000 for Michael Dubb since making that claim. Claiming for 50, he's already out, well out. Good claim, great claim.
4-year-old son of Exaggerator, the Preakness winner. Now 4 for 7 on the turf.
One of those horses that kept getting wide trips when you'd taken the rails down and the rail was gold in the turf. It's just a repeated trip horse over and over and over again. Well, he found a weak field to beat 2 back. They claimed him. Onwards and upwards.
Another Mike Maker claim, trying to get this horse to maybe even go longer on the grass eventually.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. He's done well, though. He's already out, so he's got nothing to lose at this point.
Back to Belmont, 7th next. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. New York bred entry-level allowance here coming up. It's Breadman right now, the 2 favored at 2-1. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
We'll get to Breadman in a moment as we just got the riders up call. We'll start with Rally Squirrel, who finished in front of Breadman, but with a bit more of a favorable trip, being forward that day, and Saratoga Flash just getting the better of him to his outside. But I thought, too, coming off a little bit of a layoff, this guy just looking like he needed to start. And that's not necessarily his case. He's one off of a layoff before. Actually, Andy, this might be the lone horse that my husband's actually gotten to win off of a layoff in the past, Rally Squirrel. But he does look a bit tighter here today. So I like his aggression here in the paddock to look for him to be forward, where we might see Mr. Breadwinner. Sorry, I'm getting, not Breadman. I'm getting to Mr. Breadwinner this time around for us here to pause. He broke well and then was kind of strangled back a bit. I'm wondering if they let him go. It was kind of a yo-yo type of trip for him. Let him break and sit more comfortably towards the front end. I was encouraged by what I saw from this horse prior to that last start, trying the turf for the first time. And if anything, he looks even better this time around. I like Mr. Breadwinner yet again as number 9, Barrage. Ray Handel looking for his 3rd winner on this card. Barn really coming alive as he takes over training on this 4-year-old son, excuse me, of War Dancer. He looks fantastic. He always looked good. He was always a good-looking type, but he looks ready for this comeback race. Very defined and chiseled appearance, and just that kind of laser-focused energy, too. So I wouldn't be surprised if Barrage can step up and run a big one off the bench, Greg.
Right now, he is 7-1. Dylan Davis, Ray Handel moving to his barn here, the son of War Dancer, as we get set for this pick 4 coming up. You can play it with Naira Bets. Belmont Stakes, free $25 wager on that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code Belmont25. Go to NairaBets.com or the app. 7 minutes away and coming onto the track for a post-parade next.
Yeah, Maggie's right. The 5-horse is the only horse her husband over the last 5 years has won with in about 35 starters, coming off a 4 to 8 month layoff in a turf route. She's right. He is the he must be some horse, Rally Squirrel. I thought he'd be favored in here. I'm surprised he's not.
We're going to start with Spetro. And here's the Morley runner, Gate to Wire last time out. That was in December.
Well, he's one of the ones that's going to try to win off the layoff for Tom Morley. And Tom, by design, his horses often need a race.
Breadman, a lot to like with this horse. Flavian Pratt, John Terranova.
I like him. I thought he got a less than terrific ride last time, ducking inside, where he got caught inside horses, wouldn't go through, and the pace was very slow, but I'm not betting him at a short price.
Lord Flincher, Jorge Abreu, and Jose Ortiz team up 4-1.
He should get a little more pace than he got last time out. Now, he's not a winning type, but he was caught up in a little traffic last time in a race where the pace never came apart. He's a player today.
Just saw Mike Maker win at Churchill. Can he win here in New York with Rally Squirrel? He gets Joel Rosario aboard.
The thing is, he should have won last time, and now there's other speed in this race, so I'm a little dubious.
Mr. Breadwinner Kendrick Carmouche and Horatio De Paz team up.
He can win. He's another horse that was caught behind that slowish pace last time and ran just fine, a little wide early. Not impossible.
This one might be.
This is a tough one. This one will blow up the pick six carryover. What do you think?
No question. 3 turf starts, has not shown the ability to compete with this level. We'll see. Now a 3-year-old debut coming up. Son of an X getting on turf for the first time.
Now, I don't think of F&X as a turf sire, but this horse is a 1/2 to 3 turf winners from 8 to try the surface, as I'm sure you know.
Barrage. Ray Handel, Dylan Davis.
Ray Handel off trainer switches on the turf. Sorry, Ray, you're 1 for 20 with a 50-cent ROI. The other thing is, and he's not impossible. Obviously, on paper, he can win. I wouldn't want to be the guy trying to win with horses taken from Danny Gargan. He's a tough guy to take horses from and do well with.
5 minutes to post here in a race that's going to kick off this late pick 4 on a gorgeous afternoon here in Elmont, New York. We'll have it for you when we come back after this short timeout on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Calamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You should be dancing.
On the outside, you should be dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong. It's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, SNY, Regional Networks in Southern California. Thanks, everyone, for being with us. Program brought to you by Champion Sprinter Run Happy. Now standing in legendary stall #1 at Clayburn Farm. We saw Run Happy just win on the show a little while back. Pick 4 next here at Belmont at 1 1/16 on the turf. Let's look at Breadman back on May 1st, his most recent effort.
Yeah. At this point, the rider probably would have been well suited to angle the outside to try to go around. He made a different decision. Riders have to make split-second decisions. He's obviously not happy trying to go through. It's a little bit tight at this point. But even beyond that, the horse in the lead, bar 14, was able to set an absolutely dawdling pace up front, and he's not a bad horse. So he was able to control up front. So you're trying to close to the back, and you're trying to do it coming through a spot where the horse just didn't seem that comfortable. So I think he's going to run well today. I'm not dying to bet him at 5-2, but I thought he was the horse to beat in this race. But I can understand there's arguments for other horses.
Well, I'm with you. I thought he was as well. He's co-favorite right now, though, a slight edge to Rally Squirrel for Mike Maker and Rosario. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, I thought this was a tough race. I mean, Rally Squirrel does have some tactical edge in here, but it's kind of a short price. If you're playing a multi-race bet type of horse you want to use, if you're betting to win, I would try to beat this horse in here at that price. I like the 2 Breadman down toward the inside. You get Flavian Pratt. This horse ran well in May and came off of a little bit of a break. Hadn't run since February, but the pace wasn't fast in that race. And this horse did get a nice trip saving ground on the inside, but still was having to close into that pace that wasn't particularly quick. And so I think the two Breadman should work out another nice trip in here with Flavian down on the inside and should be able to finish his race pretty well, being able to save some ground. The 9 Barrage, you know, I know that Andy had mentioned that Ray Handel doesn't have great numbers in these situations. This horse does have some back races that really fit. So just from an individual standpoint with the horse, I do feel like Barrage is one that could get involved, especially at this price at 5-1. I think that makes a ton of sense. But like I said, the 5 Rally Squirrel does have a tactical edge in here, but I'm not 100% sure that that's the best price. Maggie?
Well, I agree with you, Jonathan. And it's kind of like a situation where there's about 5 horses in here that I think could win. And really don't have a knock against any of them, as we'll take a look at Breadman, who I liked last time, though I knew that Bar 14 had that tactical advantage. I thought getting back to the turf made a lot of sense for him. He looks more like a turf horse, and that he kind of turned a corner with that little break from February to May. So for me, he makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I can see Breadman, Rally Squirrel, Lord Flincher running well here, as well as Barrage, but ultimately I went with the bigger price of any of them in number 6, Mr. Breadwinner. Want to give him another shot. Didn't think he had the most optimal trip last time out trying the turf for the first time, Greg.
Are we rooting for Breadman and Mr. Breadwinner to get into a stretch duel?
That'd be
for our
phenomenal.
good friend Johnny I?
Do you have something prepared?
Nightmare. yeah, he's just going to leave the booth. I don't know. If I was an announcer, I would not want Mr. Breadwinner and Breadman.
Oh.
I'd just say it's the bread. There's got to be a joke in there somewhere, right? The bread going. There's got to be something. Someone clever than us can figure it out.
I'm sure he's been working on it just in case that scenario comes up.
You know, I saw him a few times today, and he was looking deep in thought, so maybe that's what he was thinking about.
It's been weighing on him all week long.
John Embrial's booth is right below my office, and there have been a couple occasions where Johnny I said to me when I was in my office, he goes, "Did you take a tough beat in the 4th race today?" And I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, I thought I heard something." It's the most action you get up there. It's me and the placing judges.
Pick 4 pool, almost $370,000 coming up. There's the 6 Mr. Breadwinner. He showed dirt speed on the stretch out. It didn't translate into showing turf speed, but you think potentially he might be a little closer today.
Well, he does have some speed if they want to use it. Now, I'm not saying they're going to, but you look at it and you think he wasn't really effective rating last time. I think it can't hurt to be a little bit more forward in here and see how the pace plays out. But there's a number of horses can go. Barrage could be forward in this race, especially from his outside post. Spetro, who you mentioned to me, could be forward. I think you're Tom Morley. And Spetro may need a race. I don't know that for a fact. If he does, there's no better way to help a horse get a good race going forward if they're not quite, ready to win than to have him be involved in the pace to get a good run. So I don't think it's as cut and dry the 5 has to be in front. I'm not saying he can't be, but I'm not convinced he will be.
Well, I know that Mig and all the Rangers fans out there probably, if want to see Breadman or Mr. Breadwinner with the win, big Artemi Panarin fans. Rangers still in it. Flavian Pratt on Breadman for Terra Nova. 2-1 favorite as he just steps in the gate. Mile and a 16th on the turf coming up. John Imbrial, the call in the start of our pick 4.
Rally Squirrel and Barrage. There in the gate. And they're off. Spetro away well from the inside. Rally Squirrel now moves up as they make the turn with Spetro on top. Rally Squirrel racing in second. And then it is Stop the Spread in third. Barrage on the outside. Next in fourth. Length and a half to Lord Flincher, who is settled into 5th position. Mr. Breadwinner is in 6th. It's 3.5 lengths to Breadman, and Son of an X trails the field in 8th, and it's a spread out field here going up the backstretch after a quarter in 23 and 4. Spetro by a half length. Stop the Spread on the outside is second by 2.5 lengths. Then it's the duo of Barrage and Rally Squirrel. They're right together 3rd and 4th. Another 4.5 lengths back to Lord Flincher in 5th. Then comes Mr. Breadwinner, followed by Breadman, And at the back of the pack and away out of it is Son of an X. Half mile in 47 and 2. It's still Spetro. Spetro's on top here by almost a length. Stop the spread. Runs in second. Down on the inside is Rally Squirrel, and Barrage is right alongside. Now Lord Flincher has come alive. Lord Flincher is gaining ground. Mr. Breadwinner will be forced to go very wide as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Spetro, challenged now by Barrage. Rally Squirrel looking to come back again. On the outside is Lord Flincher. Barrage takes the lead. Here's Lord Flincher. Lord Flincher and Barrage heads apart. Then Spetro and Rally Squirrel as they pass the 8th pole. It is Lord Flincher on the outside. Barrage continues to battle on down towards the inside. It is Barrage and it is Lord Flincher. They come for the finish and it is very tight. Maybe Barrage. Lord Flincher right there. Photo finish at race 7.
Barrage did indeed get it. He rallies back on Lord Flincher after losing the lead.
It's Ray Handel's world. That's 3 wins for Ray. Now he's 2 for 21 off trainer switches on the turf. And I think this horse ran very, very well, you know, right on top of the pace. You and I watching the race, and I said to you in the backstretch, Lord Flincher's going to win because Irad got him in a perfect spot. He was getting some pace in front of him, and it's not Irad's fault. Lord Flincher, I don't want him going forward. He's supposed to win. He hung like a chandelier. But Barrage, nice job by Ray getting him done. Nice job by Dylan Davis as well. The 2 got left to start, but you know what? I don't want any part of Breadman going forward. He's not very good. Rally Squirrel got a little traffic, but he had a chance to get there, and he couldn't close the deal.
I mean, Breadman had to take back to last early on after he
did,
checked.
but you know, it was a quick enough. He should have been closer. That's all I'm saying. And I liked him. Listen, I picked him, so it's not. But I don't. I think it was a bad pick on my part and too short a price.
Barrage, the win, I believe 6-1 here. Final odds. Nice return to the races for the new barn, and a big day for Ray Handel. Not a lot of times you see getting past in the stretch and you re-rally like that.
No, I mean, the 4 looked home. And you have a strong finisher like Irad Ortiz. It's not, Irad did everything right with that horse. He just didn't want to win.
Dylan Davis for the Handel barn. David and Teresa Palmer, the 4-year-old son of War Dancer, gets his 2nd win on the grass. We'll have the prices when we come back. Cross country, Pick 5 begins next with his 8th at Churchill Downs, a maiden special weight mile on a 16th. And that's a runner right there getting on dirt for the first time. We'll talk about the field when we come back.
I have a solution.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2 and other networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Barrage. How about a 3-win day for trainer Ray Handel? Won the 4th, won the 6th, and now takes the 7th. Dylan Davis and Barrage coming back on Lord Flincher for the victory mid-stretch. $13.80 for the win. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
What a day for Ray Handel. As Ray, first hat trick in your training career, but heading into this day, were you feeling as though you could win all 3 of these races?
Yeah, I'm always overconfident on my horses, so I was like, yeah, I like all 3. They're all pretty live, but oh, it was a special day. It was pretty amazing. So everybody showed up and ran huge. It's great.
How about Barrage, a horse that you just got into your barn and he just delivered? Really gutsy out there.
Yeah, he did. His ears went up at the quarter pole, and I was like, oh my God, he's trying to stop. And Dylan did a great job shifting him out, letting him see that other horse. And he said he just started like screaming at me. He's like, ha, come on, let's go. And he sure responded and picked up and fought back. That was awesome.
Ray, you've had quite a year so far, and it looks as though things keep on rolling. How important is that as a young trainer? You've been training, what, for 5 years now? 6, 7, something. I'm bad at math, but best year so far to date.
Yeah, just really happy. I mean, I have such a great team. I'm so proud of everybody in the barn. We put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and I have guys that have been with me since, we had 10, 15 horses, and it's just really rewarding. And of course, my amazing clients that let me take my time with these horses and place them in spots where we can win. And, days like this is where it all pays off.
Well, I'm sure buying some beer for the barn tonight. Ray, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Ray, and with a huge day here, Greg. 3 wins capped off with Barrage.
Well done, Ray Handel. Strong, up-and-coming young trainer. Not only 3 wins with the only 3 runners he had on the card.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. That's not an easy thing to do. Winning with 1 out of 3 is pretty good.
Pick 6 carryover at 43,500 plus coming into today. Total pool almost 350,000. No favorites have yet to win. Chad Brown started it off with a 1380 horse.
Yeah, beating his other horse by a nose that I bet on at 7-1. So, thanks for bringing that up.
Sorry, Andy.
Parlay's about $700, over $600 already.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yes.
Cross Country Pick 5 starts next at Churchill Downs. It will include the Grade 3 Soaring Softly and that showdown with Derry Nain and Charity Party for Wesley Ward. Kirtana as well. 1.5 miles on the turf for fillies and mares. JK, how do you play this Cross Country Pick 5?
Well, if you've missed one of the $13 horses and the Pick 6, the good news is that you've got this Cross Country Pick 5 alive that you can play, and I think it's a lot of fun, very fun sequence. I'm going to get started here. I'm going to use 3 horses in the first leg to get started at Churchill Downs. The 4 War Campaign, the 10 Pioneering Spirit, and the 12 Scotland Yard. In the second leg, I'm going to single the 2 Highly Motivated. It's a talented racehorse. I know a lot of people are going to also use Stage Raider. I'm going to just single Highly Motivated. In the third leg, 2, 9, and 12, the 2 Breeze Easy, the 9 Derry Nain, and the 12 Charity Party. In the fourth leg, 2, 7, and 8. The 2 Disappearing Act, the 7 Temple City Terror, who won this race last year. The 8 Lucky Money, who was chasing around a loose Virginia Joy last time at Belmont Park. And then to wrap it up, the only 2 horses I think you need in the end are Ari Oakley, the half to Bo Liam, and the 8 on the 1s and 2s. Something tells me that in Andy's past life, he was probably a DJ on the 1s and 2s.
On the 1s and 2s, yeah, certainly interesting. I thought that runner getting on dirt for the first time from the rail for Brian Lynch might be a little sneaky, but Ari Oakley, way the horse to beat.
Where are we?
In the last at Churchill?
I'm all over the place here. Yeah, that was a tough race. I don't know. Ari Oakley, huh? Well, I mean, the last number runs back to that last number that's going to win, but where did that race come from?
Oaklawn.
I like on the 1s and 2s. I like on the 1s and 2s for
Here's our post for this. Starts the Cross Country Pick 5. Here's Bon Bueno. Didn't run too bad, 2 back against Scotland
No, he's just had so many chances, though.
Got a great trip in that race,
yeah,
too.
He's had a lot of chances. Obviously, he could win, but he's had a lot of chances.
2 went by at a big price. Michelle Lavelle, and here's Ridley's Major.
Chad Brown tried the turf, didn't work out, switches the dirt. Pedigree says he could probably handle it.
Gun runner.
Yep.
War Campaign, impressive first time out, going 7/8 at Keeneland.
Those stretch outs, though, don't always seem to work. Closing a little bit, 6.5, not my kind.
Unified Dreams, big price at 25-1. Jordan Blair.
Seems pretty unlikely.
Young Turk. has had 3 starts and struggled in the slop last out.
Yeah, I guess his race 2 back is good enough to give him a puncher's chance, right?
Pioneer Spirit, definitely the horse to beat. Did you expect even money here?
No. And he's also had a lot of chances, and I don't disagree. He can win here, but I thought he's had too many chances to be this short a price.
Tyler Gaffleone will ride with the equipment change blinkers on for Todd Pletcher. My Romeo Lena first on dirt after 3 tries on synthetic.
Yeah, I mean, he's run fast on synthetic to win here, but not my kind. But he's a price if you like him.
And then Scotland Yard, he was second going long in the debut against a horse who was third behind Zozos in his debut. Then won and got a 91 buyer against Winners his next start.
I actually like this horse. I think he's dangerous. I'm going to use him with the 3 and the favorite. Bet a little bit on him. Nothing special. I thought he's got to overcome the outside post, but a couple of scratches. It's not significantly worse the post the 10 has.
Well, here's the favorite. He makes a nice appearance here. Pioneering Spirit, short price for Todd Pletcher. They tried to get him 1 mile and a quarter last time out on a sloppy racetrack. You can maybe forgive him that. This was at Keeneland back on April 9th, 2 starts back. This was also a sloppy track on a mile and a 16th. Missed against Creative Minister.
Right. I mean, obviously he ran very well that day. He did run well in that race, I mean, to be honest. But don't forget, that was a very, very fast pace that he was taking advantage of. And that was the same race where Scotland Yard just did not handle the track in there. Listen, he's fine. The problem is he's a Todd Pletcher horse that's had a lot of chances to get it done, and he's been some short prices, and he just never gets it done. Not saying he's not going to win. It's the kind of horses that I just feel like they've had their chances to win, and they haven't gotten it done. And the 12 is my alternative.
We'll see if today's the day. Jonathan, cross-country pick 5, again starts here. Actually, Paul, my apologies. What do you think of the 6-5 favorite?
Well, I think he's the most beautiful favorite on the card. I noted it earlier in the morning. If you look at Pioneer Spirit, he started off his career coming here from the United States. I mean, actually from Ireland. And they tried to get him on the turf with Luis Saez. Then they tried to get him on the turf. And nothing against Jalen Samuel. But I don't think Jalen Samuel has 7th call for Todd Pletcher horses. Now the horse goes through the dirt at Fairgrounds, Gulfstream Park, Keeneland, Churchill. I just think an unreliable favorite. Now the blinkers go on, and you're going to take 6-5 on this horse. I think there's too many red flags with the 10. I thought the 12 Scotland Yard, if he can repeat that first race, which was a very good race, with Brian Hernandez aboard. I also thought my Romeo Lima, the 11 on the outside, had a little look. But the race, the tricky horse is the 3 in here, Ridley's Major. Horse absolutely has the best numbers in the field by far. He's the son of Gunrunner for Chad Brown. Gunrunners do like the dirt. If this horse takes the dirt, the 3 could squash this field at 7-2, guys.
Well, we just saw Chad Brown win with a horse who had a few starts on dirt, debuting on turf. Now he's going to try and do it with a horse who's only been on turf, debuting on dirt. And yeah, Gunrunner out of a Giants Causeway mare with the dirt debut coming up for the 3 horse at 4-1.
Well, he's a gun runner, so I guess Chad's realized he's okay on the turf, but he's just not really getting it done. So why not try a gun runner, who is the sire of early voting, on the dirt?
6-5 favorite, though, Pioneering Spirit, the 10. Todd Pletcher, this is opportunity number 8. Still has run the best numbers of anybody in the race. We'll see if the blinkers can get him over the hump here and get that first win for him here in the 8th try of his career. The son of the Triple Crown champ, American Pharaoh. There he is, waiting to load in the background with Tyler Gaffleone. Beaten favorite already in 2 occasions, 2 in his last 3 tries, and he's a heavy favorite again. Cross-country pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Waiting for my Romeo Lima and Scotland Yard. They're in the gate. And they're off. Civics class breaks alertly. Scotland Yard is there. Ridley's Major and Unified Dreams. 4 across the track racing for the opening turn. And they're stacked. Civics class, Ridley's Major, Unified Dreams, and Scotland Yard. The 4 of them scrimmaging for the lead. Young Turk comes away racing in 5th, followed by War Campaign 6. Pioneering Spirit is now 7th. Bon Bueno's in 8th, and my Romeo Lima is the trailer. They move for the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 4. Civics Class with company from Ridley's Major and Scotland Yard. The three of them across the track heading down the backstretch run. Unified Dreams has backed out to be fourth and toward the rail. Young Turk is racing in fifth. Pioneering Spirit advancing up in between horses from sixth. War Campaign is bottled up inside seventh. Bon Bueno is eighth. And at the back is My Romeo Lima as the field heads for the far turn. The half-mile time in 48 seconds flat. The battle continues up top. Civics Class, Ridley's Major, and Scotland Yard. The three of them with 3 furlongs to go. Unified Dreams is asked to go now fourth and toward the rail. Pioneering Spirit angles outside with steady progress. And War Campaign is flying up the inside but was stopped right outside the quarter pole. Off the turn into the stretch, Civics Class, Ridley's Major, Scotland Yard. Pioneering Spirit coming down the center. Bon Bueno's on the scene late. And War Campaign squeezes through toward the rail. Wide open, furlong to go. Pioneering Spirit, here comes War Campaign. Ridley's Major fights on with Scotland Yard, final 16th now. Pioneering Spirit, War Campaign coming up the inside. It's going to be tight. Maybe War Campaign got there in the last stride. It's tight. Pioneering Spirit was right there. Scotland Yard and Ridley's Major.
Looked like it might have been War Campaign. This is close, and he got stopped early on in the stretch as well.
Yeah, now he was able to save all the ground. This was really a race of multiple trips. The 10 got a tremendous trip, given all the work that others were doing up front. Went a little wide in the turn, but given the trip, he should have won. Have to see how bad, have to watch the replay. But this horse did get stopped trying to come through, but he saved all the ground. And the reality is that Scotland Yard may have run the best race of anybody when you consider he pressed a fast pace that collapsed. 4 wide in the first turn, the teeth the whole way. Interesting race, a lot of trips.
First time stretching out off one sprint for War Campaign in the win to start that cross-country pick 5. Back to Belmont, 8th race. Next, mile on the main track and an allowance optional claiming field. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the formidable duo that Chad Brown sends out in here in Highly Motivated. We'll take a look at him first as he does come off of the beaten favorite effort down at Keeneland going the 7/8. And it just kind of felt like he was a bit run off his feet. He broke a touch slow and it was a quick pace that he kind of really kind of for the most part, held together in a way. Once he got clear, he did run on a bit, but getting back out to a mile, I think suits him well. I think a mile is his best distance possibly, because I questioned it as a 3-year-old with kind of going to the mile and an eighth, mile and a quarter distances, but he has grown. He has kind of grown into himself too. I want to watch him warm up and see how he moves out on the racetrack, but I wouldn't be afraid of taking Chad's other horse in here, Stage Raider. It's one I'm seeing for the first time here in the paddock. He is getting a bit warm. I'm not sure if that's within character or not. It's a good looking type. I like him getting back to a 1-turn mile.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're going to get to our post parade coming up shortly. Stage Raider, big effort last time out.
Have to justify.
Indeed, for Chad Brown and John Gunther, the man who bred Justify, bred this one as well. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride. Got to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California. Program continues on FS2 and, of course, on SNY as well. We'll have the 8th next when we come back.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
bring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Next up here at Belmont Park on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon, 1 mile on the main track in this allowance optional claiming field, and that is the 3-5 favorite, highly motivated. That duel in the bluegrass last year with Essential Quality. What a performance. Went on to the Kentucky Derby from there. That didn't work out. This will be his second start back as a 4-year-old.
You know, you see a performance like this, and you understand you're dealing with a horse that's the capability of being competitive in Grade 1 type races. Unfortunately, he took him almost a year to get back to races after the Derby, and something that Chad Brown talked about after early voting, won the Preakness. You know, the Derby can be a very rough experience on horses. I don't think he ran badly in his return race, just a little bit sluggish, probably needed the race, but today is the day he needs to get it done. He's obviously got a lot of talent, but he got to start winning these races. And if he's going to be a stakes competitor, he needs to dispose of this field. I think he's got a real rival in Chad Brown's other horse on the outside, Stage Raider, who ran well at Kentucky last time. And even the Reds is okay, but the good, highly motivated is supposed to win this race.
Well, Grade 1 placed, obviously, with that, or Grade 2 placed, I should say, with that effort against Orsu. You could make the argument was as good as it gets as a 3-year-old last year, 2-year-old champion, of course.
And Brad Cox said, I believe Brad Cox told Chad Brown that a tough race in the Bluegrass might have been one of the reasons he lost the Derby. Such a tough effort coming into the Derby.
Well, here's maybe his main competition. It's the brother to Justify, the Triple Crown champ from the same barn, Stage Raider.
I felt it was a good rail this day. I was talking to David Aragona, thinks it was more a speed track. I'm on the fence with that, and I respect David's opinion. The winner of the race did come back and run respectably. 2 Beyer points worse, tough race. I respect this horse. He's going to have to show he can run a big race, though, on a dry track, but he did it last time at Keeneland.
Here's Sibelius. He is going to slightly cut back in distance today.
Well, you got to think he'll be in front, at least as far as he can.
26-1. Yeah, blinkers on. He's got speed anyway, sprint speed as well. Luis Saez is always aggressive. 3-5, here he is. Start number 2 of his 4-year-old comeback, highly motivated.
I'm a little disappointed I left my highly motivated hat at home. You know,
I am too.
I know. I was going to bring it for him. Wear it if he won.
The Reds, he's put together 2 pretty big figures back-to-back.
Ran well last time. Second off the layoff, the 1 turn probably suits him. He's okay. He's not as good as highly motivated, good races, but he's not bad, this horse.
Prime for a move forward this afternoon, 3rd off the bench off a long layoff. Market Alert, Jimmy Ryerson. He's a 2-time winner at Belmont.
And he may not be quite good enough to win, but he's turned it around.
Yeah, we jumped to the 5-2 Boss at 11:01 here. He ran huge last out.
His last race was giant. Can he run it again for Todd Pletcher?
Kershaw, old veteran who's in the form of his life.
I always prefer it when Dodger fan Lafitte Pincay's here, and I can say this horse can't deliver in the clutch.
Is this one a lefty as well? He won 2 back at Oaklawn. He's 20-1. That's ridiculous.
This is a tough spot for him, but I get it.
It is. Captain Bombastic, Steve Asmussen sent out with Rosario.
This is my long shot used in the race. If he runs back to his race 2 back, he can get a big piece.
And Stage Raider, they have to justify for Chad Brown, owned and bred by John Gunther.
This is a horse that, you know, he's run sporadically, but he seems to finally be sound. And his last race was a good one. We'll see if it's good enough to win this race. I like highly motivated here, and I'm rooting for highly motivated. I think 3-5 is ridiculously overbet. I think he should be about 6-5 here.
Incredibly short,
not
but
this price.
It's name recognition. It's a horse who battled Essential Quality and a Derby prep, and people are putting maybe a little bit too much into that. As we take a look at Market Alert, we skipped over in that post parade. Jose Ortiz will right here.
By the way, he's really come around for Jimmy Ryerson. He broke like a shot last time. Now, he's not likely to be in front in this race, but he's improved. I don't think he's good enough to win this race, but his recent races have been strong. This is a very, very good field. There isn't a bad horse in this race.
And I look at Thoroughgraphs too. I don't know if I trust it's going to happen again, but the 5-horse ran the biggest number anyone in this field to ever run, equaling what Highly Motivated's his best effort.
Does it worry you that Vindictive, who won the race, came back and lost the Pimlico Special in his next start?
No. I'm not. He's not my top pick.
No, I know.
But
I know.
I just thought it was an incredibly tough race. We'll see if Highly Motivated can get it done. Tough spot to come back here in the second start of his 4-year-old campaign. War campaign, meanwhile. How about this effort? 1 start sprinting, the stretch out here in start number 2, stopped in the stretch and still gets up to win.
Yeah, there were a lot of trips in here. I still think Scotland Yard ran the best race in here. War Campaign, want to watch it again. They were moving up front. I mean, you don't see 4 go to the lead like that often. Pioneering Spirit, he's going to live to lose another photo in his next race. He's supposed to have won this race.
And Pioneering Spirit, they put the blinkers on to try and maybe turn the corner from. That was his 8th career effort. And second again, 3 seconds in his last 5 starts. As we get back to Belmont, Kershaw, maybe he won't win, but he could certainly get a piece of it. And this horse has run very good figures his last couple of starts, but at Oaklawn.
I also wonder if a horse that just ran 6 times at Oaklawn over the last few months is going to come here to New York and run as well. And he's got to run better than as well to be competitive here. Listen, he's a huge price. If you like him, don't ever let anybody talk you off him. He's just not my cup of tea.
This one, no question, he's the horse to beat, but 3 to 5, as Andy said, that is a little bit short. Jonathan, what do you think about him coming back for start number 2 of his 4-year-old season?
Well, I mean, I think that if he, like Andy mentioned, if he runs some of his back races, his good, highly motivated races, I think 3 to 5 is a gift if he runs those races. Now, this is why we play this game. We have to get on the racetrack and have to actually run the race, so I understand that point as well. Here's what I'll say about highly motivated. He has a race as a 2-year-old in the Nyquist at Keeneland and a race as a 3-year-old in the Bluegrass that are faster than anything anyone else in here has ever run. The way that this works, he's supposed to be able to get back to those numbers as a 4-year-old. Now, I'm not comparing him to these horses, but what we saw with horses like Gunrunner and Frosted when they were allowed to be 4-year-olds, to turn into 4-year-olds and not go to their next career as stallions. I think highly motivated probably needed the race. The 7 furlongs probably a little bit sharp. It was Flavian's first time on him. He learned a lot about him. I think the real highly motivated shows up here today, and he runs a freaky fast number, faster than anything he's ever run before. Maggie?
Will the real highly motivated please stand up? I think he does here, JK. And as I mentioned back in the paddock, a horse that doesn't always look the greatest in the warm-ups. This is by far the best he's ever warmed up on this racetrack here today. So all things good for your current 3 to 5 favorite. Going to be a little contrarian and pick the other Chad in here. He was just the one who grabbed my eye when I walked into the paddock, and Acacia Clement, who thankfully texted me, she'll be on for the last 2 races here in the reporter role, said that the lone time she saw Stage Raider here at Naira, that he was bad to saddle and got very hot. Well, he wasn't acting up whatsoever. He's just gotten hot. It's just him. And while he is the little brother to Justify, he doesn't look anything like his brother, that's for sure, but that's okay. Good things come in all shapes and sizes. Number 5, 2 Boss. I had nothing positive to say about him trying 9 furlongs. He doesn't look like a 9 furlong horse at all. He's very compact, stocky, but he ran the best race of his life. So I don't know what to make of that effort as he cuts back to the mile, which I like for him. For a 1-turn mile, it kind of makes sense to me. This is one of the better times I've seen him turned out, too, here for Todd Pletcher. Just really, really strong in his physical presence, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. May I have your attention, please, Maggie? Dropping a little Slim Shady on us. 4 to 5 on highly motivated. If he can get back to what he showed us, who he was back as a 3-year-old in the Bluegrass, what would be the targets for this horse this year?
Well, that's a good question. You know, it's an unusual year, right? Because you've got incredibly talented horses in all of these divisions, with horses like Speaker's Corner out there, and Life is Good, and Jackie's Warrior. How far he wants to go, I don't know. It's a good question, but hopefully he runs well enough in this race that they have to make decisions to run against better horses. But talking about a horse that ran the Derby, and you would think he was only 10-1 that day. So obviously you're supposed to be thinking high with this horse. He was 10-1 in the Derby.
Put a major scare into Essential Quality in that Bluegrass. Looked like he had his number.
Yep.
In that final Derby prep. We'll see if he can get back to that kind of performance here in his second start of his 4-year-old season. He is 4-5. His stablemate might be his toughest competition. Stage Raider coming off of one of the best efforts of his career. It'll be the third off the long layoff for him.
But this is a situation as a bettor. If you are against one of the Chad Browns or you have a different idea, you're going to get paid because horses like the 3 at 13-1, the 5 at 11-1, the 7 at 11-1, these are all horses that have a chance to run very well in here, and they're betting as though it's just Chad Brown's world. And I picked them 1 too, but I do respect other horses in this race.
Tough group, certainly. Came up a very strong 62,000 allowance optional claiming race. The 2 highly motivated. Gave the 2-year-old champ Essential Quality. And your Belmont Stakes winner with the Belmont right around the corner. All he could handle in that Bluegrass. Can he get it done here at odds on for Chad Brown? It's the 8th from Belmont. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in. Two horses broke through the starting gate.
Well, we hope that gate crew's okay, first and foremost. The 4 Market Alert, the 5 2 Boss, both breaking through the gate but not getting far away at all. So that's the good news.
Right. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, they both broke through. They both seem to be fine. You got Manny Franco on the 5-2 Boss and Jose Ortiz on Market Alert. Jose is back aboard. Manny is yet to get back aboard. Saw that race yesterday where Manny's horse sort of jumped back and Manny flew off the gate.
Back on.
He just jumped back on. Guy's like
incredibly
amazing
athletic.
athlete. Amazing.
Well, there's Manny. He's going to wait and see what happens. Get 2 Boss looked over, and if everything is okay, then he would hop back aboard, and he will. So the 4 and 5 will be reloaded after that brief mishap there. And meanwhile, look, for the other ones that are in the gate, they've been hanging in there for a while.
Yeah, this has been a while. Not sure what the deal was. But most important thing is everybody seems to be okay. That's important.
So Manny readjusting here on 2 Boss. Coming off the best performance of his career. Meanwhile, the 4 is going to get an assist into the starting gate Market Alert. You know, as you said, and he's going to get the help of a lot of the starting gate crew to try and help put him in the starting gate. Coming off 2 really big efforts for this horse. 4-year-old son of DeFunnybone.
Yeah, he's really
winner
improved.
At Belmont.
Very nice New York bred.
And this is taking a while. So
Yeah,
Sibelius, the
not
one,
sure what's
highly
going on here.
motivated. The 3, the Reds, Kershaw, Captain Bombastic, and Stage Raider, all this entire time have been waiting in the gate. So we're set again for a start. Let's go back to John Imbrial.
Once again, we're set for race 8. And they're out. A hesitant beginning for highly motivated, who is now moving up. Sibelius has the early lead here. Market Alert is racing in second with Captain Bombastic in third and Stage Raider on the extreme outside. And then comes highly motivated down towards the rail in fifth. The Reds is alongside in sixth. At the back, 2 Boss and Kershaw. Sibelius takes the field up the backstretch after a quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Market Alert in pursuit in second. And then it's the foursome of highly motivated, the Reds, Captain Bombastic, and Stage Raider. Those 4 are all together. And then it's another 2.5 lengths back to 2 Boss and Kershaw. Sibelius, Market Alert, 2 long shots are 1-2 here. The half mile in 47 seconds. It's Sibelius by a length. Market Alert in second. Highly Motivated, the favorite, down at the rail. Stage Raider on the outside. The Reds is in 5th. It is Sibelius with the lead. Highly Motivated, looking to come through down towards the rail. Stage Raider gains on the outside. Market Alert is now dropping back. Then the Reds, they're at the top of the stretch. It is Sibelius, challenged now by Highly Motivated and Stage Raider. So it's 3 of them across the track as they come down for the furlong marker. It is Highly Motivated and Stage Raider. They're 1-2 with Sibelius battling on down at the rail. Now a 16th to the finish. Stage Raider on the outside, Highly Motivated on the inside. The 2 of them will fight it out to the finish, and it's going to be Highly Motivated by a head. Stage Raider was second. Sibelius finished third.
Highly Motivated, holding off his stablemate Stage Raider. He didn't break all that sharp, able to overcome it.
Yeah, but he's got to start breaking sharply because the competition will get tougher. And I'm not saying there's no competition here because Stage Raider's a good horse. And I will say one thing. If some people are saying, well, he didn't win like a 3 or 4 to 5 shot should, they put a lot of distance between themselves and a lot of horses that have been running some fast races. Sibelius, by the way, ran very well on the inside to hold on for third. And you got to admire that Highly Motivated fought like this. He's a horse that's come through inside of horses before. This race didn't deserve a loser. Both of these horses ran extremely well in here.
Just remind you of a race he's run before?
This horse?
Sort of like the Bluegrass, wasn't it?
Well, it reminds me oddly of his maiden race. I believe his maiden win here in his second start. I think that day he had to come through on the inside with Javier Castellano, and he showed he could run inside of horses. Listen, he's a good horse, but so is Stage Raider.
And again, look, it's a 30-1 shot who was right there with him to the final stages of the race. But as you said, a long way back to some horses who've been putting up very good efforts of late against older company.
I agree. I mean, you could say nobody showed up, or maybe these 2 horses just showed up in a big way. But a little tip of the hat to the long shot Sibelius,
who
hung in very well to finish a decent third.
Jeremiah Dwyer and Luis Saez, the horse who was out in front early on. Highly Motivated, sluggish start, overcomes it to hold off his stablemate. Stage Raider for the win, back in the winner's circle for the first time since the Nyquist as a 2-year-old.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon with live racing from Belmont Park at Churchill Downs. We just saw two stablemates battle down the stretch in this 8th at Belmont. Highly motivated. Runner-up to 2- and 3-year-old champion Essential Quality back in the Bluegrass is a 3-year-old, winning for the first time since his 2-year-old campaign.
No, since he won that race at Keeneland late in the year, and obviously a somewhat abbreviated campaign and some tough company, he got it done. And Stage Raider's last race was very good, and he is improving as well. He's going to have to get better, though, if the competition steps up.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Chad Brown, 2 wins today, 2 exactas as well. Chad, highly motivated. I was eavesdropping a little bit, and you said to Flavia Pratt, man, I wish you fought like that in the Bluegrass. Yeah. But he was very game with his second race off the bench.
Yeah. He didn't get on the right side of that one against a much better horse in the Bluegrass. But today, he battled back against a pretty nice horse in himself, Stage Raider, and I was proud of him that he's back on track now. Took a couple starts to get him back in form, and the Derby really took a lot out of this horse. So I'm proud to get him back and happy, and he looks like he'll run a lot of ground this year. We'll get him going a little farther next time, maybe.
Oh, Willie, so what race in your mind would be the next target?
You know what? I'm not really sure yet, but it seems like since I tried the Derby Trail with him, I took some of the speed away from him. So I think now he's, committed to be a route horse, a middle distance at a minimum. So we'll see.
Well, you mentioned the Kentucky Derby with him. You won the Preakness this year, early voting. You seem to have a plethora of very nice 3-year-olds in your barn. Skipping the Belmont with them, where can we see some of them, such as Jack Christopher, such as Zandon?
Yeah, so Jack Christopher's probably going to run the Woody Stevens. Cut him back off the mile to 7. It's not really what I want to do, but it's such a great race, and he loves Belmont. Zandon's headed to the Jim Dandy, and then early voting is in between the Jim Dandy or the Haskell. Probably leaning to the Haskell with that one, but, just fortunate to have these horses, keep them happy and healthy, and it's a good problem to have.
Well, it really is. They've been a lot of fun to watch, too. Looking forward to the rest of the summer. Congratulations, though, with your wins here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Chad Brown with a duo of exactas on the card. Highly motivated, as you said, Greg, getting back on track here today.
And as Maggie was talking about his 3-year-olds, you take a look at this pick 6 carryover follow along for his favorite to win in the sequence. What an incredible position he's in with his 3-year-olds. We know how badly he wants a Travers, having grown up not far from Saratoga Racecourse. Never has he had a better chance than he'll have this year. We'll see if he can get there with his horses. Who's going to show up?
A lot of bad things can happen in 3 months, but I agree. I mean, he's got Jack Christopher, early voting, and Zandon, who Epicenter's the only one I would put in the top. I mean, I don't know if we can ever see Taba where he's going to be, but they could be 3 of the top 4 3-year-old dirt horses going long right now.
Could be a very lucrative summer for Chad Brown. Here's a Toka. We're at Churchill going 7/8. This allowance optional 80 race ahead. Toka might be the speed of this race. Dwayne Lucas, David Cohen. Here's Awesome Jerry.
This is one of those races Timeform US has rated as no speed. I liked Awesome Jerry in here. Maybe he just turned it around last time. He's my top choice.
4 to 5 on Gunnett?
Anybody who's betting Gunnett at a short price is insane. I mean, he just doesn't win. Like, I just don't get it. I never got this horse.
Seems to be going backwards a little.
I'm with you. I don't get this horse.
Shadow Matter, he has quickness as well.
Well, in this field, they all have some version of quickness. Could be 6 across the track, around the track.
The one-time next superstar, Dennis's moment. He ran a big race last start at Keeneland.
Just breaks your heart, though, to think of how good this horse could have been. And it's just, for Dale Roman's been so frustrating. We'll see.
Eben rounds out the field from the outside. He comes off a win at 7/8 at Keeneland.
He could outslow them all, so he could be in front this one. I like Awesome Jerry. Why is he taking no money? What do you like? Do you like Awesome Jerry at all?
I do. I like Dennis's moment a little bit better. But those two definitely both intrigue me. Let's take a look at Dennis's moment. Of course, a superstar from the get-go with that 97 buyer. First time we ever saw him on a racetrack. Then he won the Grade 3 Iroquois Churchill. We thought he'd be the next Derby winner. It did not pan out for him. This was last time out.
He couldn't catch the speed last time, you know. He got wired. I thought he ran well in that race. And nothing would make me happier to see this horse turn it all around for Dale Romans. But how can you be confident it's going to happen? But this race was good. He ran well that day.
He ran huge in this effort. And there was, just no chance he was going to catch knee-deep in snow. I believe went gate to wire in there.
He did. He was the speed. The field actually was pretty good when you look through it. I mean, that is a promising race. I'm going to box 2-5.
Okay.
That's my play.
5-2 on Dennis's moment. What do we do with him, Paula Duca?
I don't know if two positives do make a negative, because those are the exact same two numbers that Andy just said. I like 2-5 in this race. I cannot believe Awesome Jerry right now is 4-1. When you look at Gunnett, as we're going to take a look back at Awesome Jerry's last win at Keeneland, and he was 20-1 that day. Horse has been a different horse with blinkers, let's be honest. The last 4 starts, the Laurel race was not bad. Came back at Gulfstream Park. Off a turf race you could draw a line through, ran 4th, and then came back with this W at 20-1. If you go back and look at some of his other races at Churchill Downs, pretty darn good race. So I thought Awesome Jerry was one of the horses to beat. Now, Gunnett the 3 here, you guys were talking, is he going backwards? Well, his numbers are going backwards, and you might say, okay, maybe he's a 1-turn horse. Well, his numbers last year going around 2 turns at Oaklawn were way better than this year, and I have a feeling that he's going backwards. And when it comes to the 5, Dennis's moment, is this his moment, no pun intended, to go to the front end with not a lot of speed in here and maybe repeat those first couple efforts?
Yeah, that debut that was just so sensational and took the horse racing world by storm. He was on the lead when he won in that maiden special with a 97 buyer at Ellis.
I mean, you think it shows you how tough the game can be. I mean, this horse went out overwhelming favorite, odds on in the Breeders' Cup, stumbles the start, and it just like derailed his entire career.
But
maybe he's
there.
back.
He is at 2-1. He took a nice move forward in one of the faster races he's run last time out, the race that we showed you. And as you talked about, if he runs that race this time, he's going to be far back again. Although there's no speed in here. So who is in a race that you said has no speed? Is it the 4 Shadow Matter?
It's the most aggressive rider. The pace projector has the 6 in front of the 3 and 1 for whatever that's worth. But the horse is going to have the lead, and that means that Gunnett's probably going to have the lead because the most aggressive rider in here is Tyler Gaffleon. I think anyone could have the lead in this race. I really do.
Now the 4 has legitimate sprint speed.
Anyone, if Early Fires was still riding, yeah, and he's an aggressive rider too, but not in his last 2 races. He had no speed, and he doesn't look like he can run anymore.
Dennis's moment, meanwhile, the 5, looking to get back in the winner's circle since the first time at Keeneland last October. The one-time potential superstar for Dale Romans. Ran a big number last start. Can he get another win? It will be the 4th of his career. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
And the rough. Shadow Matter and Awesome Jerry gun it between them. Eben far outside, and Dennis's moment pulls back in behind. Up the chute they go, and coming for the main track, and it's Shadow Matter and Awesome Jerry. Awesome Jerry on through to take the lead, and he strides out. Awesome Jerry leads by 2. Here's Atoka. Keyed up and pumped up is Atoka. Racing up into 2nd and coming after Awesome Jerry. 3 lengths back to Shadow Matter now 3rd. Gunnet is 4th. Eben is 5th. And Dennis's moment is at the back in 6th. So down the back stretch they go. Awesome Jerry down inside. Atoka's running well off the rail. They're head and head to a quarter in a sharp 22-2. And Atoka takes charge for the far turn. Awesome Jerry trying to keep up. And Gunnet is honing in 3rd, and Eben is now 4th. Dennis's moment advancing inside from 5th, and Shadow Matters back trailing. So round the far turn, Awesome Jerry comes back on Atoka. Awesome Jerry turns for home in front by 2. Gunnet runs up into 2nd. Dennis's moment right in behind while 3rd, and Shadow Matters 4th. Coming for the final furlong. Awesome Jerry still in front. Gunnet's on the wrong lead trying to get by 2nd. Dennis's moment is 3rd. Final 16th. And Awesome Jerry has turned back the challenge of Gunnet. Awesome Jerry in a sharp effort. Wins by 2.5. Gunnet was 2nd. Dennis's moment was 3rd. And Shadow Matter was 4th.
Awesome Jerry, he was very sharp today. He's won back-to-back starts now at 2 different tracks at 7/8.
Despite that kamikaze type move with the 1 Atoka, who ended up, I think, finishing last, Corrales was not going to be concerned with that horse. He was aggressive. Pace was honest, considering what was on paper. And there's Gunnet. He gets up there, and he just can't finish the deal. And poor Dennis's moment settles for 3rd. It's tough, you know. It's tough because you know somewhere in there it's a really good horse. Just doesn't seem to pan out. Got to be very frustrating for Dale Romans.
Well, meanwhile, Saffie Joseph Jr. with this 4-year-old son of Liam's map, he has now put together back-to-back. The two biggest races he's ever run.
And he did go off at 5-2. He took late money, but the way he won, it still seems like an overlay.
4th win of his career. And yeah, Gunnett, 7th time in his career in 24 starts now. He has been runner-up. Dennis's moment, and you mentioned, checks in 3rd. Our feature on this Belmont card is up next. Grade 3 soaring softly. 7 furlongs on the turf. Derry Nain, brutal trip early against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Only beat a length, then just missed in her 3-year-old return to the races. Can she handle the 7 furlongs? We're about to find out.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the Women's Classic.
Churchill's fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Who you betting on?
How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com. You can download the NairaBets app. And get signed up and started. Belmont 25, the code to use at sign up for new members. Our Saturday feature is up next. Grade 3 soaring softly. And for the top 2 choices on the board, including this one here, Derry Nain, the question is 7 furlongs today. She was brilliant in the Breeders' Cup, unlucky early, had to drop back to last, was only beat a length in the end. And then she comes back as a 3-year-old. And she kicked into gear and just missed in the limestone.
She's very good, Derry Nain. I mean, you know, it's not a question of having the talent to win. It's just a question, turf sprinting especially, is a very weird animal. Especially these closers, they can give you that huge burst going shorter, and you stretch out and just don't really have it. And I think that's what Christophe Clement is finding out here. You could also see the same thing for Wesley Ward's horse. We'll probably watch. It was so impressive. Both these horses had those enormous bursts to get it done. This horse, Derry Nain, just missed. And there's an argument Derry Nain could have won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
No question.
Turf Sprint. I mean, this horse had a lousy trip and traffic there. They are good horses. The pace is murky in here. I think that makes the 10 sail by a little bit interesting to try to get in there somewhere. We know Derry Nain is good. Can the 12 run back to that impressive debut?
And we'll show you that race as well from Wesley Ward's Charty Party momentarily. Let's head downstairs. Acacia Clement back with us on the program. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and picking up where you left off with the conversation on Derry Nain, I did see her a couple times this winter down at Payson, but getting a chance to really get a look at her as a 3-year-old now in comparison with her fellow 3-year-old fillies, she has grown and filled out a lot. In her physical, I have no problems with the 7 furlongs. She has some stretch to her frame. She has some good leg to her. She's carrying terrific weight off the back of that tough beat last time out. The question is she just a closing sprinter going those shorter distances, which is what she's been doing in her few races so far, and she does have another hurdle to tackle today. But physically and in comparison with what she meets in here today, no problems with the distance for her. Coming out of the Limehouse as well is the 3 Lost My Sock. She's one that I'm a little concerned about the distance. She's a little bit smaller. She's very, very effeminate in that she's really tucked up. She doesn't carry a lot of condition. She looks very healthy in that she's dappled out from head to toe. I did think that last time out, she was kind of hustled out of the gate to be a little bit more forward than maybe she typically likes to be. And she kept on gainly, but she didn't necessarily have that kick. She's puffed up a lot more with the tack on. I like her as an individual. I do just wonder if maybe the 7/8 for her closing sprinter style is exactly what she wants. The number 12, Charty Party, getting a chance to see her for the first time after that very impressive debut at Keeneland, where she didn't break well from the inside post, which is not necessarily uncommon, but she kept moving forward, and she actually put Irad Ortiz in a pretty good position from early on. She's all turf, and she's sharp, she's energetic, but she seems like she's focused today. She's also pretty big. I don't have any problems with the 7 furlongs for her either. It actually looks like that should suit her and hit her right between the eyes. She is very intriguing and exciting to see a matchup between this lightly raced filly and some others who have already done some good things in their short careers, Greg.
These two, Dairy Nane, Charty Party, make this a very exciting race. They are both incredibly talented. You can put your handicapping skills to the test and download Stay Lucky, the free contest app from America's Best Racing. Download today, start building your streak, and you can win exclusive prizes. It's all free on the Stay Lucky app. Download today and start winning. This week's Spotlight race is the Soaring Softly. Grade 3, our feature on this Saturday afternoon card. And our ABR race of the week. Post parade coming up here. Call to post right behind us, and we start with Champagne Poetry for Chad Summers.
She's actually entered as an MTO in tomorrow's race, which won't come off the turf, and she won't run anyway. I don't see how she can be competitive here. Big price.
10-1 Breeze Easy, now with Christophe Clement making her States debut.
Ran okay overseas. Christophe Clement's numbers with Fern Shippers in their first start in the country, not great.
Javier Castellano will be aboard. Double-digit odds here for her first start in the States. Lost My Sock, Derek Ryan, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Acacia mentioned some questions with distance, and this horse is not untalented, but even though finishing just a length behind Dairy Nane, I think there's more than a length of difference in talent.
Snow Loves a Fight. Orlando Noda comes off a maiden win here at Belmont at 7/8.
This is the proverbial last time was the time, and what a ride Irad gave this horse last time.
Went off at 4-1 in that race. Does own the victory at the 7/8, but you would expect would have to do a lot better against this kind of group. Wonka. Bill Mott, Jose Ortiz for LNJ Foxwoods.
Well, you got to love Willy Wonka. This horse is okay, by the way. I don't think this horse is impossible. This is a tough spot for her, but she's not bad.
Christophe Clement says she is top class, and she'll get that firm going that she wants here.
And you know Joel is going to be patient, but he wasn't overly patient last time. Took her a while to get going. I'm a big fan of this filly. We'll see if she handles the distance.
Next door, she's intriguing sale by Leah Giramati. She will cut back in distance.
It's ridiculous that she's 10-1 and Wonka is 6-1. She should be 6-1 and Wonka should be 10-1, and I respect Wonka. But Sailby has met some good horses, and she's run okay, and there's no pace in here. You have to think Loscano is going to be aggressive.
10-1 as well on Graham Motion's Grade 3 winner, Sprinting Oreca.
And she won down the hill at Santa Anita going 6.5 furlongs, so she could be interesting, but she does have to improve.
And Charty Party, we're going to show you that brilliant debut at Keeneland. Wesley Ward filly, who won first time out with Irad Ortiz Jr. back aboard.
I don't think there's a horse in the card, whether you like this horse or not, that's sort of more intriguing. Because the debut was so impressive that you want to see what this filly does going forward.
We'll show it to you here in just a minute. 4 minutes to post here in our Saturday feature. Grade 3, Soaring Softly. You can play with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Belmont 25 code to use to get that free $25 play in the Belmont Stakes and that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. So 8-5 favorite. Dairy Nane, the 9 for Christophe Clement. But Charty Party not far behind. So that debut, April 27th at Keeneland. There she is, this gray filly by Dark Angel. Slow out of the gate, and the inside post in her debut. She's going to be all the way outside today. And in the final furlong of this race, she's going to make up 4.5 lengths.
Yeah, what I really liked was when she broke a length slow. So often, especially with firsters on the inside, they break a little slowly. They sort of take themselves out of the race. But she got right in the bit, and she didn't really lose that much position. She just doesn't have much speed. This was not a race that fell apart. The horse that are 1, 2, 3 finished 2, 3, 4. Nobody else made any kind of close at all. Yet despite a slow break, she gets out in the clear, and I mean, look at her. It's like, she looks like a missile, the way Irad sort of points her head, right? She's that head down, and she just comes flying down the stretch. And this wasn't a slow race. This is the kind of race usually is a slow race, right?
That's when people say turn a foot, that's what they're talking about right there.
Well, it's only for the Europeans. I thought the American horses aren't allowed to have a turn a foot. But I agree, absolutely.
5-2, start number 2 is coming up. JK, what are you expecting from Charty Party?
Well, I mean, it's interesting, right? We see these Wesley Ward maiden winners turf sprinting, but typically they're 2-year-olds. And we get to kind of get excited about where they're going to show up next. So this is a horse that didn't make her start until she was 3. And I thought she ran well. She got a fast number that day. You know, she missed the break, something you don't typically see from a Wesley Ward runner. And I'm expecting her to probably, hopefully, break a little bit better here. And she does have the outside post, which I prefer in turf sprint. So she makes sense to me in this spot. The problem is she has to deal with a horse I think is very, very good in the 9 Dairy Nane. It's a horse that was impressive on debut, Saratoga, ran well at Del Mar and the Breeders' Cup the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And then her comeback race against Elders was really, really good. And so the biggest question for her is, does she want this added distance? She hasn't shown me anything in her running style to suggest that that's not the case. So I like the 9 Dairy Nane quite a bit in here. I am a little bit nervous that the 12 Charty Party could take another step forward. And there's another horse in here that I think is a little bit interesting as well. That's the 2 Breeze Easy. This is one of those horses I kind of call stranger danger because you don't really know because they've been running overseas. But hopefully my friend Acacia Clement, AC, see I did it right that time, can help me out here.
We'll try, JK. This is a mare who was actually purchased at the Tattersall's mare sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $350,000. So, as Andy mentioned, she's faced some decent horses, no superstars over in Europe, but she has made a good account of herself. And looking at some of her races, too, she does have a pretty good turn of foot. She is one that has actually really strengthened up a lot in her training, working on the turf course both here at Belmont and down at Payson Park. I still think that she'll strengthen up a bit more after this race. If we had gotten some rain into the turf course, she would be one that would really love that. But she's come along and I think will continue to progress here in the U.S. The number 10 Sail By, as she cuts back to the 7/8 today, she broke in pretty badly last time out and then rushed up in between horses. She has speed, and that could really be a key in a race like this where there really isn't a ton of true pace signed on. She had a relatively quiet warm-up with Jose Loscano, but she's forward, and she looks really, really strong coming out of that last race. She is too big a price, and if she's forward once again, she could be one that has a big say into how this race could play out tactically once they open the gates, Greg.
Showed she can sprint. Went longer. She's a grade 2 winner at a mile. It's 16. She's cutting back in distance. 11-1 right now.
And she lost to Consumer Spending and Pizza Bianca, who are 2 of the better 3-year-old fillies in the country. And maybe they're better going longer, and she will be, and these are very good fillies going shorter distances. But I think with her shortening up Sail By, she's going to be okay at 7 furlongs. You can't be sure that either the 9 or 12 or both are going to be as proficient as they are at the shorter distances. I'm really looking forward to this race, and I love that it's another race that celebrates one of those Phillips horses that Jimmy Toner trained. He had so many good horses. We have a lot of stakes named for his horses, and I just noticed that Jimmy has a horse entered here on Thursday at Belmont. It's nice to see him with a horse.
Yeah, it was just started out was okay on dirt, and then 5 for 5 on turf to begin the career with a couple of grade 2s, and then ended the career with grade 1 wins in the Flower Bowl and the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, soaring softly, named the 99 female turf champ.
Was that the first Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf? I don't know if it is, but I feel like it might have been.
I think it might have been.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I
can't be sure.
I'll look it up on Google after this race, but I think it might have been the initial one. I bet some German horse that got buried on the rail down at Gulfstream, and she came back and won like the Hong Kong Vase in her next race.
We always remember the
still
beats.
bitter.
2 stars potentially here. The 9, Dairy Nane. The 12, Charty Party. Can the 12, Charty Party break better than that debut from this outside post and a pretty strong supporting cast as well? There is Wesley Ward's second-time starter. Will we see that late burst again that she showed first time out? Grade 3, Soaring Softly, our ABR race of the week. Let's go to John Embrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Shardy Party broke well. Sail By is right there, and Dairy Nane is up close. And there goes Champagne Poetry from the rail. Champagne Poetry takes the lead and quickly opens up by 2.5 lengths. Dairy Nane is in between horses. Sail By on her outside, and Breeze Easy down at the rail. Then Shardy Party, who's racing in 5th. Next comes Oreca in 6th. Down on the inside, Lost My Sock. Wonka is next to last, and the trailer is Snow Loves a Fight in 9th. Champagne Poetry ran the opening quarter mile in 22 and 4/5 seconds, and the 3-year-old fillies head for the far turn. Champagne Poetry is the leader. Sail By gives chase in 2nd. The favorite Dairy Nane is in 3rd, and on the outside is Breeze Easy next in 4th. Then comes the duo of Shardy Party and Lost My Sock, who's down at the rail. Oreca is in 7th, then Wonka and Snow Loves a Fight. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, the half in 46 and 1. It is Champagne Poetry and Sail By, and here's Shardy Party on the outside. Sail By and Shardy Party, then Breeze Easy. Dairy Nane is down towards the rail, then Oreca. Walker is putting in a late run out in the middle of the course. Shardy Party, here's Breeze Easy, here's Walker on the outside. Sail By down at the rail, they come for the finish. Shardy Party! Shardy Party wins the Soaring Softly Stakes.
Charty Party able to get this win now 2 for 2. Second choice at 2-1 on the board.
She broke well. She stalked, and she made her move, and she was able to grind out Sail By, who, unfortunately for me, just got nipped by Breeze Easy for 2nd. And it's a very good horse. In her 2nd start to win a race like this, she lost some ground. She ran very well. You know, you and I watched the race early. Obviously, it wasn't much of a pace. The fact that Dairy Nane was as close as she was early was bad for her. She's not a grinder. She needs to make that big run. It's not Joelle's fault. They were going so quickly, she took herself into the race, but it ended up obviously not working out for her.
And we'll see if connections go back to the drawing board next time out with a different kind of trip. Charty Party, though, how about this? This is just the 2nd start of her career. The most inexperienced in this entire field. Everyone else with tons more experience, and now she is a Grade 3 winner.
Yeah, no, this is a very talented filly. Now, obviously, Wesley Ward's going to have to try to figure out how far does she want to go, and you do have to ask yourself, does she really want to go much farther than that? We'll see. You know, he'll have to look. I do think we have a mile race to Wild Applause, which he'll probably look at, or maybe he'll think, just take your time, go back to Saratoga, point to a race like the Coronation Cup. I don't want to just give up on Dairy Nane. She's a much better filly than this, but when you're that kind of closer going short, maybe the distance is too far, though she didn't lose by that much. She was too close. The slower pace just didn't work for her.
So a lot of decisions to make. Yeah, 7, cut back, or just different trip. We'll see what the future holds for her, but right now it's all about this gray filly. Daughter of Dark Angel Wesley Ward, Stone Street Stables, and Irad Ortiz Jr. on for both victories. For Charty Party, winner of the Soaring Softly, our Saturday feature. Prices will set up the nightcap when we come back.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won with the Women's Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oakland Handicap. By My Standards attacks. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Back at America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 3 Soaring Softly. The Saturday feature goes to Charty Party. Irad Ortiz Jr., 2-win day today. He's been on both wins for Charty Party, who is now a Grade 3 winner for Wesley Ward and Stone Street Stables. $6.50 for the win. Breeze easy sail by second and third. Let's head downstairs in a moment. We'll get to Acacia.
This is a very promising horse. It'll be interesting to see what Wesley Ward does. Not a trainer that wins with a lot of routers, but he certainly dominates with turf sprinters all over the world. And she's good. I mean, to come in her second start like this is a good field. These are seasoned horses. It's a nice horse.
Very different trip, too. I mean, what do you think is going to be this filly's style going forward?
I mean, she showed in here that when she breaks, she stalks, right? She can put herself in the game. Now, obviously, it wasn't a super fast pace, but she had almost a rabbit running in this race with the one running off. So she got the right trip in here, but she ran very well to get it done. And just a second-time starter. Hopefully, we see her in some other races, whether Wesley stretched her out, like I said, to the mile in the Wild Applause, or he sticks to shorter races. He'll figure it out. He's pretty good.
All right, let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Irad Ortiz. Irad, you rode this filly first time out and today. What kind of development did you see from her? Because she definitely was a lot more professional this afternoon.
Yeah, the last time, I mean, was first time out at Killand. She come home a little green, but she come home fast. She come last quarter 11, 20, 22 and change, something like that. She come home fast. She was in the wrong lead, changing lead, running a little green. Today she was a little more focused. She was run straight. She stayed in the right lead. And she gave me a good kick. I mean, she's improving, and she's look like a really nice filly.
You had her stand for a little bit when she came back. I mean, she still looked like she wanted to just run around again.
Yeah, I mean, she come back in good form. She run fast, honestly. They run 121, I guess. She run fast. She come back like nothing. I mean, she looked like she got a lot of talent. Thanks to Barbara Banking and Wesley Ward for letting me ride this kind of horses and this really nice filly.
A nice ride indeed. Irad, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And Irad Ortiz came back to the winner's circle. I said, that's a nice filly. And he just gave me a big smile and said, yeah, Greg.
Got to feel good to win these big races and have that underneath you. Charty Party, impressive. Now 2 for 2 for Wesley Ward and Stone Street. As we get back to Churchill Downs, race 10 next. 1.5 miles on the turf. Kirtana beat the boys in the Grade 3 Louisville in her career. Won over $1 million on the grass. Here's Stand Tall, Rusty Arnold, Florent Giroux.
Horse can be forwardly placed. I'm not sure that'll help win the race, but can't handle the distance, but is she good enough?
This one has gotten really good going longer in the grass of late.
Yeah, I don't love the field, though, that she beat last time out. I think she's kind of dressed up in here.
Go Big Blue Nation 9-1.
Big Giants fan horse. This horse can go well, run well going long, but needs to improve off the return last time for Graham.
La Lune, blinkers come off after a one-race experiment.
Horse looked good coming into America in the beginning, but sort of tailed off, but did face a tougher horse last time.
We jump to the 7 with the scratches of the 5 and 6, Temple City Terror.
Can we not see her winning this race again last year when she beat a horse you and I both bet in Delika? I think she's the horse to beat.
Who had, what, about a 15-length lead?
At least.
Luck Money.
I think she's the value at 4-1. It was a bog here. It wasn't yielding last time. It was a bog, and she's good enough to win this race. I'm going to bet her to win in box 7-8.
Blinkers going Luck Money, and then Undisturbed outside, 14-1, Ian Wilkes trains.
She's going to have to step up, and her one race going long was not a good effort. She has speed, though. She's probably going to be in front.
Marathon on the lawn. Paul coming up here in the Kirtana.
Yeah, Temple City Terror looks like she's going to be maybe a terror in this race, no pun intended. When you look at her PP, she's the defending champion, and we're going to show you that race too as well. That was her last win. But you also look at her PPs, Greg. She's 3 for 4 here at Churchill Downs with a second-place finish. Not one other rival here has won over this oval. So that is a giant advantage for Temple City Terror. Now, is she coming into the race as good as she was last year? Probably not. But will that get her over the hump? Remains to be seen. I'm along with Andy. I think the 8 Luck Money is a horse that can improve. A lot of second-place finishes and third-place finishes, 11 out of 18 starts. The blinkers will go on for Arnell Delacour, who's a very, very good conditioner. And I think that horse has got a big shot. I'm going to try for a little bit of an upset with the 9 Undisturbed. I can't believe this horse is the longest shot on the board. I get the 1.5 miles is definitely the question mark here. But I believe we're going to be on the front end. Every time that this horse or this mare has been ridden by Chris Landeros, he puts her on the front end. Corey Lannery has rode her the last 3 times. Nothing against Corey. He tries to rate horses. He actually, like you saw with Dennis's moment, tried to come up the rail. He's not really a send rider. I think Chris Landeros sends this great daughter of Lee, and I'm hoping for the best. At the 1.5 miles, we'll get there in time.
Big number if you like her, 15-1. Should be forward again with Landeros back aboard, as Paulie mentioned. Jonathan, how do you see the Kirtana?
Yeah, I mean, I like the 7 and the 8. You know, obviously Temple City Terror is, you look at the paper, you understand why she won this race last year. She can obviously handle the distance. Those are no issues. But the 8, I think, is a little bit more interesting. The 8 ran last time at Belmont, and she was chasing Virginia Joy around there. And if you'll remember, Virginia Joy got loose that day, pretty loose. And I think Luck Money ran pretty well that day. It was soft ground that day. She has back numbers that make sense in here. And I think that she's a good alternative to the favorite. Now, in the cross country, we used the 2, 7, and the 8. So I feel good having the coverage of those 2. And I'll also mention the 2 just for a quick second, Disappearing Act. You know, Tyler's going to have to find a way to – I don't want him to stay down on the inside, but Tyler's been winning lots of races at Churchill, and I'm not concerned that he won't find a way to get out of there. But this is another horse I think that's live in here as well. And then, Andy, I got to tell you, I think you're making some Kentucky fans a little bit angry with the Go Big Blue Nation and saying those are Giants fans.
I think that was the point, and he's trying
Jonathan,
to get under everyone's
thank
skin.
you for explaining that inept joke that I made. I know it's
10-1.
But the Giants are Big Blue, aren't they? Around here. You think this might be a Kentucky? Yes, I knew that.
Don't push your luck. In the end, wow, 2-1 here. Temple City Terror, as Paulie pointed out, loves this turf course. Is going to be. I thought Undisturbed was a little intriguing too, just by the fact that she is going to be forward. Might not be up to this task.
If you and Paulie like the horse, I'll root for you. I don't like this horse at all, but I do like Ian Wilkes, but I don't like this horse.
There she goes. Favorite, though, Temple City Terror trying to do it again in the Kirtana. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're off. Stand Tall broke alertly, but Undisturbed from the outside post is racing to the lead, and she does so very easily. Opens up to lead by 4 lengths in the opening furlong. So it is Undisturbed in control. Stand Tall broke alertly, but settles into second as La Lune comes on to be third. Disappearing Act is fourth and toward the rail. And then it's Luck Money who's away fifth. Go Big Blue Nation and Temple City Terror settles in at the back. She's about 10 lengths off the leading Undisturbed, who stepped on it early. And now Chris Landeros throws out the anchor to try and slow her down as they turn into the stretch for the first time. It is Undisturbed in front by a length now. Stand Tall, a little bit closer, running along in second. La Lune is keyed up in behind horses, while third, Disappearing Act toward the rail. And Luck Money moves up, and now La Lune is shuffled back into fifth. So they approach the finish line for the first time, and it's Undisturbed the leader. The opening quarter, 23-4, and they waltz through that opening half in 50 and 4/5 seconds. Undisturbed opens back up again, leads by 2. Stand Tall's running along in second. Disappearing Act toward the inside is third. Luck Money is racing in fourth, while on the outside, La Lune is coasting along fifth, a little bit keyed up, but nonetheless is 4 lengths off the lead. Go Big Blue Nation is second to last, and Temple City Terror trails, but she's much closer than she was last year as they turn to the backstretch run. And so it's Undisturbed trying to take them the entire 1.5 miles and leads by a length heading for the far turn. Stand Tall second. Undisturbed opens back up once again. It's about 1.5 lengths now, too, as they head for the far turn. Stand Tall's up into second. Disappearing Act toward the inside is racing third. Luck Money is fourth. Farther back in the field, La Lune is fifth. Go Big Blue Nation. Temple City Terror's finding her best stride now. And she's launching a rally on the far outside. She was last a moment ago. She's all the way up into third and now just 3 lengths behind. So they come for the top of the stretch. Stand Tall comes on to grab the lead. Undisturbed tries to hang in there. Temple City Terror with a blitz on the far turn is coming after Stand Tall. Stand Tall trying to see it out, but here's Temple City Terror. Temple City Terror takes the lead right at the 8th pole. Stand Tall fights back. Laloon is back into third. They're coming down to the finish. Temple City Terror. Stand Tall's fighting to the wire, but Temple City Terror goes last to first to win it again. Stand Tall was second. Laloon was third, and Undisturbed finished fourth.
Defending champ does it again, was last early on in this race. Slow pace did not matter. And how about that effort from Stand Tall?
Somebody knew Stand Tall was going to run. 5-2 seemed like a crazy short price, but they were right. Horse ran very well on top of that slow pace. But as you say, sitting back and last, crawling up front, didn't matter. Temple City Terror, it's a close margin, but she was best.
5th win of her career on the lawn. 6-year-old mare. Still plenty of talent against the likes of this kind of group in the tank. Here she comes. But yes, Stand Tall, wow. What an effort. 6-1 morning line. She goes off at 5-2, and for a while early stretch, it looked like she's going to win this race.
It really did.
But here comes the defending champ under Adam Beschizza, and she's able to get it done. So 7-1-4. Laloon checking in third. You mentioned that really good States debut that she really never had gotten back to. Completes the trifecta.
She ran okay there, and my horse, the 8, I mean, she didn't get a good ride, but she was not going to win this race with the greatest ride in history, Luck Money. She's not good anymore.
Temple City Terror, second start back of her 6-year-old campaign for Brendan Walsh. Pocket Aces Racing. And Adam Beschizza, who was a boarder for the victory in this race last year as well.
It's a neat horse.
With the victory.
She really was best. I know it was close, but to make that big wide brush and then continue on your rally, she ran very well to win.
She knows she won. Look at that.
Look how happy she is.
Prices from this feature on the Saturday card at Churchill. When we come back, we still have their nightcap coming up, and the nightcap from New York as well. Going to close things out at Belmont on the inner turf, 6 furlongs, and New York Breds in a $40,000 maiden claiming event. 2 down, making start number 2 for Tom Morley, major player in the finale.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Belmont Park June 9th through 11th. This year is packed with world-class horse racing and entertainment, headlined by a live performance by the New York Bee Gees, presented by Mohegan Sun on Friday, June 10th, and world-famous DJ Paulie D on Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 11th. From Secretariat to American Pharoah, the test of the champion is home to the most memorable moments in sports. Are you ready to strike rich this year at the Belmont Stakes? Tickets are now on sale at belmontstakes.com.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer. ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, other networks around the country. Thanks for being with us. June 11th. If you do not have plans, make them now for the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. An entire week of racing sensational, and Belmont Stakes Day, one of the absolute best days of racing all year long anywhere in the country. Get your tickets at belmontstakes.com. Attendance this year going to be capped at 50,000. Of course, we have the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, sat out the Preakness, coming back. See if he can repeat that performance in the test of the champion.
Well, that's the question. I'll be surprised, but I'm surprised the racetrack a lot.
Who's he going to tackle? Well, the filly Nest for Todd Pletcher, she worked with Mo Donegal, and according to Pletcher, they both worked very good. So a decision coming shortly to see some other intriguing runners there, including We the People, who was very impressive in the Peter Pan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand. There's no killers signed on, and I can understand the allure of running Nest here. And I have to think it's probably more of a partnership type move, get some attention to run a big race like this. I'd be surprised if Todd Pletcher is gung-ho to run her in there. She'd be tough to beat in the Mother Goose a couple of weeks later, and she's not going to win this race based on her races in the other races, but she'd add some intrigue to the race, and for me, a good horse to bet against. We'll see if she runs. We'll see if Todd really wants to run her in there and how it works out.
June 11th, it is Rich Strike. He will be back, going to be working tomorrow, by the way. We're going to have it on our program between races 5 and 6 out at Churchill Downs, so you'll see that live on the program tomorrow on our Memorial Day coverage here on America's Day at the Races.
I hope it happens right while our race is going off.
Good chance it might.
Oh, it's got to be a cinch, right?
Today's King for a Day is brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo. King for a Day stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York. Ray Handel, 3 for 3 on the afternoon. Winning the 4th with Jack the Cat, the 6th thinking it over, and the 7th with Barrage.
Do we have a crown? Do we have a crown for Ray? You know? At least lend as he's king for the day?
If we
well
do,
deserved.
I hope it's made of solid gold.
Well deserved.
And the only 3 horses he sent out, he wins with. What a performance from that young man.
He's looking pretty sharp in that picture, too.
And all prices, too.
Yeah, no, I agree. Good job, Ray. Congratulations. Good guy, too.
First, Maggie said it on the program, too, first 3-win day of his career.
Not easy to win 3 races in a day. I don't care who you are.
On this circuit, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
that's big
he
time.
mostly competes on the highest circuits, so he's a very good trainer.
Well done, Ray Handel, our king for a day, deserving. We still have the nightcap coming up here on our Saturday afternoon card. Going to close it out again with a 6-furlong sprint over the inner turf. And we have the nightcap coming up at Churchill as well, which is a very good one. An allowance race, 6-furlong sprint. But first things here in New York. 2 down, we showed you going to break. Tom Morley, second-time starter, who is 3-1 right now.
Yeah, the vig in this race is to bet against the 4 Eminency. Not only has Eminency gone the wrong way on the right surface, this horse doesn't have any turf pedigree at all. Obviously, he's the most talented horse in this race, but that's on the dirt. So for my money, if he's 3-1, you bet against him. I like the 6, I like the 10, I like the 12. Now, some can say, well, the 8's 5-1, this horse has already broken his maiden and only gets disqualified. I thought this field might be a little tougher. I don't love the race that he comes out of. I'm 6, 10, 12 in this race. And actually, the only horse I would take out of Sharp Sensations race is Tonalistic, who gets a big rider change to those ARTs and didn't get a good trip that day. I just don't know how good a race that was overall.
All right, we'll get to the post parade coming up. They're making that way through the tunnel as we speak. It is Tom Morley's runner right now, the 3-1 favorite. I know we're going to get to Churchill in a moment. It's early in the wagering. Ari Oakley, 6-1 right now.
Really?
On the 1s and 2s is even money in that race. That nightcap at Churchill Downs. We'll get to that eventually. Let's get to this post parade here coming up. Aerodromos will start things off with blinkers on and a new gelding.
If you want a goofy long shot, I thought my friend Anthony Stabile actually made a good case for this horse. This horse got bet in his debut. It wasn't a strong field, but he took money that day for these connections. New gelding. You want to throw a bomb in somewhere in your gimmicks? Throw him in.
Yeah, it's a drop in class. Had a wide trip, too.
Right.
Brennan's War, 12-1.
He's going to try to cut back in distance. I'll be surprised if it works, but perhaps it will.
Crock of Gold will get on the lawn for the first time, 37-1.
My guess is he's probably about as competitive in the turf as he's been on the dirt.
Heeman Harkey rides. Big number there. Eminency, you're against at 3-1.
Yeah, I think this horse more than eliminates the takeout if he's around 3-1 in here. Yes, he's the best horse in the race on dirt. And his last race was inexplicably bad. And they drop him in for 40 and they run on a surface he's not bred for. He wins, I lose.
Turf debut for him coming up. Unlikely, 41-1. Name says it all.
It's a funny name for a horse, right? It's kind of poor thing is already behind the 8 ball. And he's never before he even ran.
8 starts on turf, has never hit the board. Big price. Favorite, here he is, 2 down, Son of Constitution.
Broke a step slow. Got a decent enough trip after that. But I'd give him, that race, the pace held together. I thought he was mildly the horse to beat.
5-1 next door on Sharp Sensation, who win and got DQ'd at this level.
Legit DQ, banged into the second horse twice as that horse was going by in the stretch. I just don't like the race he's coming out of, but obviously not impossible.
5-1 on a horse who crossed the wire first at this level.
Yeah.
Sell something. 27-1. Javier Castellano fills in.
Well, that's what you're going to have to do if you bet horses with PPs like this.
6th in a field of 12 at this condition sprinting last time out. Martinez, I remember hearing July 2020 at Saratoga, this horse had a world of talent.
Well, that was like most tips in Saratoga, inaccurate. He has the best turf race from anybody here, but you have to ask yourself, why did his connections with turf racing just starting offer him up for a tag, knowing he'd get claimed last time if they thought he could still be competitive?
And Tonalistic, they put him on turf for the first time last start. He was beat 3 1/4 lengths running 6th.
He blew the brake last time and got completely steadied out and just eliminated from the race. And he made a bit of a run after that, and I do like him from a trip perspective. The problem is I just don't like the race he's coming out of, but I can see the argument. He's part of my box.
All right, 3 minutes to post, and the Belmont finale ahead. Temple City Terror, meanwhile, in the Kirtana, goes back-to-back with Adam Beschizza on board for both those victories. Came from last to first to get this victory for trainer Brendan Walsh.
Good thing he got it done. There are about 500 people in the winner's circle there for him. You know what? That's a pretty generous price. This was the same price the second horse.
That's
crazy, right?
Incredibly surprising.
And the
Temple City Terror does it again in the Kirtana. Let's go to Paula Duca.
With winning trainer Brendan Walsh with Temple City Terror, she wins back-to-back Kirtanas. They're going pretty slow up front. Were you a little worried in the middle of the race?
I was, Paul. She was far enough back, but you know she was saving all the ground. She was nice and switched off. Made a lovely move, around the half-mile 3/8 pole, and I thought then she had him covered. Didn't quite win as easy as I thought she was going to when she cruised up there, but she got it done, and it's hard to win a race, 2 years in a row, but all credit to her. She's been a great little filly.
Should we build her a home on this turf course? What's going on here? She just loves it here.
Yeah, even with the new course this year, she seemed to like it too. Yeah, she's done nothing wrong here at all, but she's a pleasure to train. She's a sweet mare, so it's great for all these people too. We're delighted.
Yeah, and with all of her wins, it seems like Adam Beschizza's got the key to the engine. Every time she's won, he's been aboard.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, she's a funny filly because it took her forever to break her maiden, and then once she did that and she got a bit of maturity into her, she's gone from strength to strength. So hopefully, this is the first of a few for this year.
So where do you go from here, Brendan?
I guess we probably she was unlucky last year not to win a graded stake at Delaware. We'd probably, really consider that, and maybe Saratoga after, very similar path to last year, I would think.
Well, congratulations to Brendan Walsh and Temple City Terror as this mare wins back-to-back Kirtanas here at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, you didn't seem concerned. I was a little concerned how far back she was with that slow pace, but not a problem at all.
No, she really ran well in there to get it done because she was really against it the way the race was run.
Back in New York here to close out this card in New York, and that's a look at the favorite. We're going to bring in Jonathan Kinchin here to talk about some other considerations. JK, I know you remember Martinez well.
Yeah, Andy's right. I mean, half of the tips you hear, and sometimes the people that you trust, those tips, they don't typically pan out. But I did hear, and it's at least something to consider, that the 10 Martinez did have some talent, and he showed that. I think it points throughout the career. I think because of this horse's turf numbers, the numbers the horse has run on the turf, that this is the horse that I'm going to pick in here because I like the price. He ran for 25 last time. They claimed, and now they've raised a little bit. You get Joel. You've got an outside draw. Should be able to stay in the clear. I don't feel like this horse wants to get stopped, and I'm hoping that he doesn't, drawn towards the outside. Acacia?
And Jonathan, I'm with you and trying to go against the favorite in here. I liked Sharp Sensation, the 8 last time out. He does wear that Houghton bit with horses that tend to drift. Wears it once again today. Didn't seem to do much last time out, but I think he meets a tougher field. Tonalistic, though, does come out of that group, but he looks so much better than he did last time out. Way better in his coat, much stronger today, and much more focused, and that's where I landed, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Good luck to both of you, too. 4 steps in, Eminency. Again, turf debut for the 4 for Rudy Rodriguez with Flavien Prat. But it is throughout the wagering. Wow, 2 down is held as the horse to beat on the board. That is the 6 for trainer Tom Morley. Eric Cancel rides. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to close out this Belmont card.
They're all in. And they're off. Sharp Sensation. There goes Crock of Gold, and on the inside, Brennan's War. Crock of Gold and Brennan's War hook up here as they go up the backstretch, and then it is Eminency, along with Sharp Sensation, and on the outside, the gray Martinez. Aerodromos is down at the rail racing in 6th. Unlikely in between horses in 7th. Tonalistic on the outside runs in 8th, and it's 2 down in 9th. And Sell Something trails the field in 10th. The opening quarter was run in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Brennan's War and Crock of Gold, they are 1-2 with Sharp Sensation just off of them in 3rd. On the outside, Martinez is next in 4th. Down towards the inside is Eminency in 5th. Then Aerodromos, along with Unlikely, and 2 down has gained some ground as the field comes into the stretch. The half in 46 and 1, and it is Brennan's War who has the lead here. Sharp Sensation, Eminency down at the rail. 2 down continues to gain as they move for the 16th pole. It is Brennan's War, 2 down, driving up on the outside. 2 down with a quick spurt there at the end, and it is 2 down from well off the pace to win it. Brennan's War was 2nd, and a photo for 3rd.
Heartbreak for someone out there. In the end, 2 down. Runs by this long shot that would have resulted in a pick 6 over $100,000.
And I know our friend Maggie Wolfendale is happy that her husband won, but she feels bad for her friend Lee and Giamatti, who took a brutal beat in the stake. And this horse, Brennan's War, ran very, very well. 2 down, had a little bit of traffic. Was probably a little farther back. She needed to be early in here. We were saying there, she just gets to get that seam. And Eric found the seam between horses, but it wasn't wide open. And she had that late burst as Tom gets the money to close it out. Eric Cancel, nice ride.
Jose Loscano, Brennan's War. A lot of people holding their breath here on a big price.
What was the pick 6 with this horse?
Over $100,000 to the 2. I believe $108,000.
Yeah, 108, 387.
So 2 down. Son of Constitution with Eric Cancel. Ran very good first time out, now breaks his maiden start number 2.
Yeah, you know, just not great position early, but really had a strong burst. And this horse, who closed at a no pace last time, did a kind of similar thing here, closing to lack of pace. This horse got a nice acceleration. Yeah. I mean, I know these horses aren't, you know, going on to win stakes, but this horse really once she got in the clear, she had a real burst to catch the 2, it looked like.
Kicked in, definitely showed some competitiveness and runs down this big long shot. So 2 down, Tom Morley, Christopher Dunn, and Eric Cancel. Your winning connections here to close out this card here in New York. We'll have the pick 6 carryover prices, late pick 5 for you as well coming up. And we still have the nightcap ahead at Churchill Downs. Stay with us. More America's Day at the Races after a quick timeout.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for being with us on this Saturday card from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. Churchill's nightcap still coming up. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Eric Cancel, Tom Morley, owner Christopher Dunn team up to take the nightcap here in Elmont, New York on this son of Constitution who breaks his maiden start number 2. Had a productive debut, but really showed some nice acceleration here to run down Brennan's War, that 13-1 shot.
War. We could hear from up here, right? Always, I like the cheering up here. It's nice, especially after we were here for so long when there was no cheering.
6-2-8 finish, the pick 6. Again, if Brennan's Ward won it, would have been over $100,000 instead of $16,675.
Bad if you had the 2. Good if you had the 6 and no 2. It's a tough game.
And just two favorites with this favorite winning in the last. 2 favorites in the sequence, highly motivated. Poor break too early on, looked a little dicey, but got it done.
Yeah, so about a $4,000, about a $15,000 parlay somewhere in there for $2. So it paid twice that with a carryover. Nice play. Congratulations, you had it.
Still got one more coming up. Going to close out Churchill's card. 6 furlongs, an allowance race for non-winners of 2. With this competitive sprint here coming up. Highland Square, interesting. Dirt debut ahead, but on the 1s and 2s, taking a ton of money. Who we'll tell you about when we return.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted till the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. We get the nightcap, our final race remaining here, the 11th out at Churchill Downs. It's a good one to close things out. 6 furlong sprint for 3-year-old fillies who have not won 2 lifetime. And Ari Oakley thought would be a big favorite in here. She is started out at 6-1. That price starting to come down. She's 7-2 right now. She is not the favorite, though. That's on the 1s and 2s for Norm Cassie, who we will get to. We're going to start with Static Fire. I'd mentioned this filly way back when Paula Duca was overseeing the card. Won first out on turf, and here she is. The Grand Dam actually was a multiple graded stakes winner sprinting on dirt. Won over $890,000.
Oh, there's plenty of dirt pedigree in this horse, and I think that's why Brian Lynch is trying to win dirt. This horse was well tipped at Saratoga, got the job done. This is kind of the interesting wild card in here, right?
Ari Oakley, start number 5. She became a different kind of filly, and that race makes her, I think, the one to beat.
She runs her last race. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Cancel This, coming out of the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks.
She will have to improve. The Gulfstream Park Oaks, one of the worst graded stakes I've ever seen. Save the Winner is a nice horse.
Social Mandate, John Court rides.
Well, her dirt races are atrocious.
Pipeline Girl, she was second to Monterey, who's won 3 in a row, including the Beaumont and 8 Bells.
Amazing. Ran against some very good horses. Can she improve off her last effort at Oaklawn? But she's not impossible for price.
Ballet Dreamin' 16-1 on a filly who just broke her maiden at Oaklawn.
Horse who was second to her is now 0 for 17.
Yeah, church service. Massard, Rafael Bejarano, Ron Moquette.
Rare first-time star to win for Ron Moquette, but did it at Sam Houston.
So here's the one getting all the money on the board on the 1s and 2s. Stakes placed on this track back as a 2-year-old.
We call these horses stake-faced, and she is very good. Her second race was tremendous, and I thought she ran well last time. She's too short a price, but I like her.
14-1 Highland Square went first time out on synthetic.
Source is owned by OXO and is a half to Rohatyn, another horse that OXO owned. We'll see. Going to try the dirt. Rohatyn was a good dirt horse.
And Code for Success. Quick drill at Keeneland coming in a bullet move. This will be the 3-year-old debut.
You know, I love a turn back, but she's going to get out faster. But she's not impossible off the layoff. I thought she had a little
first
bit of a
time
shot.
out.
Yeah.
She's undefeated sprinting.
No. Yeah, right. And she was in very tough spots in her races. I mean, she's 40-1, 22-1. She's not the worst goofy long shot.
Well, obviously there's the issue of static fire in the rail. But Ari Oakley, in terms of those on dirt, because Static Fire is going to make her dirt debut. She's the quickest filly in this field, and she just rose to another level in the 5th start of her career.
These are always sort of very hard horses, and I think you bring up a good point with the one having speed, potentially. Pace could get hot. But what do you do with a horse like this? She was okay for Steve Asmussen, and suddenly she explodes with a giant number. Now, she did in a race that she was 4-5, so she was kind of supposed to win the race, but she ran fast. I don't know, but I know one thing. She's another running gun runner. It's unbelievable.
Incredible. Leading first crop sire, leading second crop sire.
I mean, I remember how Uncle Mo, how enthralling he was, right, when he started?
Yeah.
Gun runner's making him look like a pedestrian. Incredible.
Let's go to Paulo Duca for more.
Yeah, guys, I'm sort of with you is in the favorite in this race. You know, when you look at the 2 Ari Oakley, when you look at the numbers, if you're a pure number player, horse is the horse to beat. Now, I sort of look at this horse as to Awesome Jerry, right? A lot of people didn't believe in Awesome Jerry's last race. Gerardo Corrales took the bull by the horns, went right to the front end, and Awesome Jerry went gate to wire. Now, Ari Oakley, Andy makes a great point. I used the one. I'm alive 1, 2, 8, 9 in the pick 5. The one Static Fire has some dirt pedigree and could show some speed from the inside with Julien Leparoux, gets Lasix. I thought that was another runner in here. Obviously, the 8 is the horse to beat for Norm Cassie. Norm standing right behind us, and he feels pretty confident with his horse. I also like the 9 Highland Square. You mentioned him a tiny bit in here, Gregor. A horse that won first time out from the 11 hole for Paulo Lobo. I know it was at Turfway Park, but this horse has been working at the training center and working well for Paulo Lobo, and a filly by Frosted that I think may have a long shot look in here. So those are my 4 horses that I'm looking at. Jonathan, what say you?
Yeah, look, I like the 8 on the 1s and 2s as well. This is a horse that, like Andy mentioned, he had big numbers as a 2-year-old. His performances, his first and second performance of his life were outstanding. Excuse me, her life were outstanding. And the thing about that is that her figures that she earned as a 2-year-old that were so good, she's now come back as a 3-year-old and has kind of taken another step forward. And you'd expect there to be another step forward. I like where she's drawn towards the outside. She's got tactical speed. And like Andy said, this competition is not like she has been facing before, much easier in that spot. The 2 is another one, Ari Oakley. Obviously has the great pedigree being the half to Bo Liam. But I kind of agree with Andy. He mentioned it earlier. This is a horse that had a bunch of slow numbers. Not slow. I'm sure someone would love to have a horse who could run a 70 buyer, but I'm saying slow compared to what he did run. She ran last time, and so I think that's kind of a question: is that performance going to show back up? If she runs that performance again, she'll be right there at the end with the one on the 1s and 2s. So those are the 2 for me. Those are the 2 that I needed in the cross country pick 5 as well, and those are the only 2 that I see winning this race.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, if Ari Oakley repeats what she did last start, I don't think anyone can touch her.
It's going to be very tough for her to lose. I agree. Not my kind, but she can obviously win. She's come down in price. I mean, I would say, I'm not saying I like the 1. She's a massive wild card in this race.
No question.
Because
I agree.
she's a better, the 70 buyer figure, first time out, spring the turf, a lot of speed. She's got talent, and Brian Lynch taking a shot.
We say it all the time. Dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed. The other way around, it does.
Right.
She's going to be quick out of the gate.
Right. She breaks, and that's a problem for the 2.
Yes. Nightcap from Churchill. It is a good one here. Travis Stone, the call.
You're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning at mid-pack for Pipeline Girl. Bali Dreamin' is there. Highland Square. Ari Oakley. Static Fire down toward the rail. Social Mandate right in that mix as well. In tight was that one and Pipeline Girl. So they sort themselves out, and Static Fire comes away with the lead. Ari Oakley's on the chase in second, and Bali Dreamin' right there on the pace while third. Highland Square advances up into fourth. Not the best of starts for on the 1s and 2s, and is wide to the far turn, moving up into fourth though. Social Mandate steadied there briefly, passed outside by Pipeline Girl. Pipeline Girl's up into 6th. Massard is 7th. Social Mandate is 8th. Cancel This is 9th. Code for Success to trailer. Round the far turn, Static Fire the leader. Whip through that quarter in a scorching 21 seconds flat. The pace is hot. They're off the turn, and Static Fire's in front by 2. Now by 3. On the 1s and 2s, runs up into second. Bali Dreamin' is back to third. Ari Oakley is fourth. There's 1 furlong for Static Fire to hold on. The lead is still 2.5. On the 1s and 2s, trying to close in. Time running out. Static Fire still there by 2. And Static Fire's got it. Static Fire is sharp from start to finish, beating on the 1s and 2s. Cancel This, Bali Dreamin', and Pipeline Girl.
Static Fire, as we expected, like a rocket ship from that inside post. And she does not look back. She went fast early on.
And you could see watching the race. I mean, sometimes this horse won't handle the dirt and just sort of spit it. She was cruising. I know she was going fast, but it wasn't like the rider was asking her. She was striding well out. The 2 tried to chase her. Good luck to her doing that. And on the 1s and 2s ran very well in here, but Static Fire, tip of the hat to Brian Lynch. Nice to see him get the win here with Static Fire. And, I mean, I'm sure in the back of his mind he's thinking, well, you know, maybe I'm going to have to try to get a little aggressive with her at some point. And I'll tell you one thing, she may not win, but whoa is the speed that runs against her.
Is that his best 3-year-old?
Well, I'm particularly annoyed that Brian lost Classic Causeway. He's a terrific trainer, and I don't know the story behind it. But it's hard to believe that's. I don't like that. Hearing that, I don't know the story, but so I root for Brian anyway. But a little special because of that.
21 opening quarter, and still able to hang on and put this field away. That was impressive. Winner on turf, winner on dirt. He's got options with this filly. That was a big time performance from this daughter of Speightster. Hope you enjoyed the program. We're back tomorrow on FS2, 12:30 Eastern time, so we will see you then. We had a fun Saturday, didn't we?
It was great. I enjoyed it. Good racing, good stuff. See you tomorrow.
All right, again, 12:30 Eastern time on FS2. We hope to see you on Sunday afternoon. Charity Party, now 2 for 2, winning our ABR Race of the Week of the Grade 3, Soaring Softly. Irad Ortiz Jr. been on board for both for Wesley Ward and Temple City Terror. Repeats in the Kirtana at 1.5 miles on the turf with Adam Beschizza in the irons for Brendan Walsh. We will see you tomorrow. Sunday afternoon coverage, again, 12:30 Eastern start time on FS2.